sincere. 'Cause I'm a punk rocker, yes I am. Well, I'm a punk rocker, yes I am. 'Cause I'm a punk rocker, yes I am. Well, I'm a punk rocker, yes I am. I see you stagger in the street, and you can't stay on your feet, and you're faking in your sleep. You wish that you were deep. You can't hear me laughing to myself. If you could, you would be someone else. 'Cause I'm a punk rocker, yes I am. Well, I'm a punk rocker, yes I am. 'Cause I'm a punk rocker, yes I am. Well, I'm a punk rocker, yes I am. See me die.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi Broadcast coming to you live from cold but still sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today is a wonderful day. Today is a special day. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Very special day. And I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. Yes, I'm dripped the frick up. Thank you for noticing. I'm also in a lot of pain. But you might be wondering, why is it a special day, Hasan? Is it because you actually went and worked out since your devastating ankle injury on Saturday, almost 1 week in? Is that the reason? You might be thinking to yourself, you finally went outside. Kaya went to the gym and hung out with her friends. Is that the reason? And all of those are valid reasons. Is it because it's 67 degrees and mostly sunny in California? Is it the ankle feeling a lot better today than it did yesterday? Are those the reasons? And you might be considering that those might be the reasons. And those are very good reasons. But the real reason is because it's always a very special day. Not because of the Esptein files release either. But because it's Friday, ladies and gentlemen, you already know what it is. That's right, it's freaking Friday. It's Friday. You already know what it is. It's Mufasa Friday, a day of celebration. Our forefathers fought long and hard to make sure that we could appreciate the weekend. And that is precisely the reason why we will celebrate with immaculate vibes, no matter what, on this beautiful day. And hopefully, this is going to be a spectacular day regardless, which is precisely the reason why the vibes will be immaculate. But that's right, ladies and gentlemen, it's flannel and leather time for you. Leather Daddy is back. Flannel is back. Shouts out to Will. He got me this as a Christmas gift, this Vivienne Westwood bolo that I'm wearing currently, that I'm sporting currently. Anyway, we got a lot of big stories happening today, but this is a part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button, watch the last episode of Pluribus with the family. And let me tell you, okay, things are both good and bad. Let me explain it to you. First of all, what's good? Ankle's getting better for sure. Okay? Ankle's getting better. This is the case. Okay? However, as God intended when, it's like the Full Metal Alchemist style situation. I'm not going to explain to you the Pluribus episode, okay? Don't worry. There's no spoilers. I'm not. But as Full Metal Alchemist intended, as God intended, when something is going good, other things have to fuck up. And for me, what is this? Your Stans and Glazers of Falling Behind Maya? Falling Behind Maya's? Okay, we'll look at that in a second. Yeah, my back is fucked up. My neck is, my upper back is fucked up. Law of equivalent exchange. Okay, that's just how it is. Now that my ankle is healing, my upper back is so fucked up. And it's just getting worse and worse every day. And today I actually went and worked out, thinking that it would be better. It actually made it worse. So welcome to being 34 years old. I am, it's just, it's even more, it's a more nuisance. More nuisance after more nuisance. Welcome to the mid-30s. Whatever. Who would have thought? Yeah, 34. And it's really fucked up because there's not even anything I can do about it. And it's such a bad pain that all of the... I mean, I take a bunch of stuff for my ankle, right? I take a bunch of stuff for my ankle, and it hasn't fixed the shit that I'm taking for my ankle. The mixture of Tylenol and Advil that I'm taking for my ankle does not actually help with my upper back at all. I don't know why. Try topical THC works like a charm. I don't think anything will work like a fucking charm. Okay? You just have to wait it out. I just have to keep moving. I just have to keep moving. The motion is the lotion, everybody. I'm just giving you my annoying nuisance pain update as an old man, okay? Hopefully this is going to go away. This used to happen way more frequently when I was going through the process of like losing weight and finally going back to the gym for the first time ever. I would injure myself regularly. I would be in pain regularly. I'm not currently. So this is new. Fucking sucks. The trick is to listen to chat for health advice. Yeah. Okay. Topical THC, fucking all of this shit, whatever. It's just, do you feel like you wake up and feel back pain from a day of grifting? Yeah, that's what it is. You need strong painkillers and Naxapran. Advil is not enough. Yeah, it's... Pain is just weakness leaving the body. Yeah. Needs to start taking steroids. I agree. But yeah, we filmed the episode of Fear End last night, or at least half of an episode kind of Fear End last night. And then afterwards, I just kind of hung out with my family. And that's it. And then the other half we'll film with Cutie. Cutie couldn't make it. Cutie couldn't make it to the first half of the episode because yesterday she was experiencing some... she was in the ER emergency room. She's fine though, I think. I hope. But you know how it is. Everyone's got some issues. Did you watch Pluribussy? I did. Claire's love interest is so... I don't know why. She's the finest lady on the planet to me. I find her to be so attractive. It's not a spoiler, man. Or Carol. Fuck. Whatever. See? Not a spoiler. Josha is my queen. Yeah, Josha is so... She is such a babe, dude. I don't know what it is. Is she a babe? Is this like a lesbian babe standard? Am I attracted to lesbians? Is that what it is? Cause I know there's like a mutual thing with lesbians. I know there's a mutual thing with lesbians because like every now and then there will be like lesbian HasanAbi heads on the timeline being like, I'm WLW all the way, but like Hasan does something to me, you know? And I don't know what it is, but it's just like ally. No, I think no, you're attracted to cartoon characters, lol, bro. Wait, what are you talking about? This is not a cartoon character. This is a live action TV show that I'm watching. Lesbian face is actually researched. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Nobody says that unless they get paid $20K. Yeah, true. Marxist, Leninism, Maoism, MLM, which is WLW upside down. True. We're force femming you and it's working. I don't even know what it is that like people find attractive, lesbians find attractive about me. I'll be honest with you, because I feel like I'm very mask. So, but are you talking about Claro the musician? Is she a lesbian? Is Claro the musician a lesbian? I mean, Claro's very pretty, but that's not what I was thinking of at all. I was talking about Josha from Pluribus. And then every now and then I'll see a TikTok of like a WLW person, you know, lesbian person talking about being a lesbian. And I'm like, damn, I don't know, just does something to me. Your empathy makes you attracted to femme attracted persons, maybe. Anyway, I don't know why we started here, and also me being attracted to Josha, or me finding Josha to be a beautiful dame, doesn't have anything to do with anything. I just thought it was interesting, you know, like, because I don't know if the character is supposed to be designed for the female gaze, and it's me still finding something about that's very enticing, or I don't know what it is, you know? So did you see Puka put up 225 yards and 2 touchdowns last night? Anti-Semitism truly has exploded in America. Yeah, bro. He did that because of the touchdown, because of the Aiden Ross stream. He was able to do that because of the Aiden Ross stream. What the fuck? No. Okay. Where was I? Yeah, personal news wise, I cannot get over this neck pain. It's so fucking annoying. It's like upper back pain and neck pain. It's so goddamn annoying. I'm gonna be stiff. I'm gonna be so stiff today. Yeah, there's a lot of news, and there's some personal news. I did an interview. That's the reason why I'm late. I did an interview with GQ about my China trip. You know, China is the next meta. China is the next wave. You know, like as far as vindication goes, you know how like my career is marked with different points of vindication where people come in at first with like a lot of heated opinions about whatever the fuck I'm saying, misunderstandings, and get upset. And you know, the last 2 years was obviously Israel. This upcoming decade will be people coming to terms with what I've been saying about China. So, yeah, you paid the $20K again? Yeah, always. So you just look hot for the China interview and not us? Okay, today. No, the China interview was on the phone, and I took a shower after. So, no, I dressed up for you only. And I don't even dress up for you in general. I dress up for myself. I dress up so I can feel a little bit better. Are you going to collab on macrodosing? We need a PFD commenter collab. We need you to make Big T woke. Yeah, I mean, I have done macrodosing before. I talk to PFD every now and then, and I'd love to go on the show whenever they want me. I'm there. I'm in there like swimwear, baby. You already know. Obvious question: have you used your massager thing on your upper back? Yeah, it hasn't been working. Is Kaya growing? She looks bigger. I think so. That's what my dad said, at least. I think decade is too long term. People are already starting to get the impression that China is the new land of opportunity and fortune. I don't think it will be more than like 3 years before it's mainstream. Yeah, no, I think so too. I just meant like, it'll take time for people. It won't be a decade. It'll take like a couple years, maybe less than 3 even. especially for Gen Z and Gen Alpha, like they're already on the pro China tip. All right, what is this? Someone was saying that Maya's stands are actually cooking mine. Let's take a look.
Stands next to each other? I'm a lot like Webby if you think about it.
Yeah, both Maoist too. Wemby Maoist Yama and Maoist Higa. So yeah, they're both Maoist famously. Yeah, the countryside surrounds the cities type shit. You already know. I mean, she literally does. She does live in the countryside and does unironically surround the cities. So yeah. So yeah, why how come my stands aren't making sick ass Mao edits or not Mao, sick ass Wemby Mao Yao Mao, Wemby Yao Mao edits? Because you suck? Yeah, it's true. I do suck. We saw your game in China, bro. That's why. That's crazy. What is this? Why is Google trying to feed me this? Hasan Piker's China visit marshals the cliches of Western leftist Orientalism. What the fuck is New Bloom Mag? Radical perspectives on Taiwan and the Asia Pacific. Oh, come on, brother. Yeah. I happen to believe that Chinese people are cool and we should not wage war with China for no fucking reason whatsoever. And that is obviously unacceptable for people who do want America to wage war with China. Did you hear about the China EUV prototype? I haven't seen it on big news outlets other than Reuters, but they're going to be producing NVIDIA level chips in 2 years rather than 12. Yeah, I know. Would you go to Taiwan? I feel like you'd enjoy it a lot. Yes, I would. I have family from Taiwan. Like I have literal family members that are from Taiwan, some of which who live and work in Shenzhen. I've talked about this before. It's kind of funny that people are always confused. When I say I'm like white Chinese, I say it as a joke. But like I do have Chinese family members from Taiwan. And not only that, but also on my mother's side, like their last name is literally Uyghur. Okay. To be fair, it's hard to tell when you're not joking. Yeah, I know. So you're partly Chinese then? No, it's not like they're not blood relatives, they're relative by marriage. Marry someone from Taiwan and get Chinese citizenship before China incorporates Taiwan. Don't forget your Mexican side. Well, I'm Flexican by way of being Turkish because Turks are Mexican. All right. Anyway, we got a lot to talk about today, obviously. So with all due respect, not every chatter knows you like that. You do have casuals. I know. So I always will explain it. I always will explain it to the casuals out there. For those of you who don't know, what the fuck? Oh my God, Ethnic Santa stealing my thunder, stealing my focus every time. Was your last name also Uyghur? No idea how to spell that before your father changed it? No, on my mother's side. On my mother's side, my mother's family's last name is Uyghur. Cenk, my uncle, my mother's brother, his last name is Uyghur. Right? You know this already. But yeah, let's blast off. Let's get started because there's, like I said, so much going on. Obviously, we're going to cover the Brown University shooting. Brown Uni shooter found dead. Also connected to the after being connected to the MIT NUKE scientist shooting, very suspicious. MAGA Twitter lies. and conspiracies addressed. Epstein files today, question mark. Tpusa Maga Infighting, HOGWATCH, and so much more. Get in now. But yeah, there's a lot to cover today. This is a huge news day, like a huge, massive news day. Even without the Epstein files, there is so much to cover. Do we have a blast off meme from the chat? Grinder went down at the TPUSA event. That's not surprising. Brace coming on today? Yeah, I'm gonna hit him up right now. I'm gonna DM him right. I'm gonna text him right now and be like, see if he wants to come up. What up, big dog? You look very noir today. You're giving evil twin. Good. Okay, dude. What the fuck? No, don't send me the Chomsky. Stop sending me the Chomsky, the private jet, Jeffrey Epstein thing. Okay. Okay. I'm just, Barry Weiss was involved in the infighting. Yeah, we'll cover all of that. Hold on. Stop sending me fucking... What the hell is this? That's... What the hell are you guys doing? What is this, brother? What is happening? This is out of control. Stop it. Enough. AI needs to stop. Okay? AI needs to stop. Is that a leather blazer for indoor streaming? It's got leather patches on it, but it's not a leather blazer. It's like it's a Chinese blazer I got. I'm wearing my full Chinese fit today. This is like my comfort blanket. Okay? Unedited images. Brother, Kirkification has taken root in this community, and that's fine, but like, don't Kirkify me. Don't Epsteinify me. Don't Trumpify me with the Kirkification. That's crazy. Anyway, this is what I used instead. Yeah, your fans versus Maya fans. Why are you inviting a known Epstein associate on stream? Stop. Hold on. Let me text Brace real quick, see if he's down. The shirt is very Mexican unk coated. Yeah. That's not Brace Belden, okay? Yes, the Trump administration will not be releasing the full files today. The bottom line, Trump admin is missing today's legal deadline to release the Epstein files. Blanche says many will be released on a rolling basis over the next couple of weeks. Curious what percentage of total files, several thousands, is. Obviously, they're going to be fucking thwarting all of this stuff. They're drip feeding it to the best of their ability, but I think that actually is going to be that's going to be worse overall. I think that's going to be worse overall. My controversial opinion is if you drip feed the Epstein files slowly but surely, then you literally feed into people's interest. Yeah, you just keep it in the news cycle for longer. If you did one big batch and then you forced a lot of news, outlets to just basically go through it and comb through it to the best of their ability and like make the news cycle, that's probably a smarter way to go about it. If it's going to happen, no matter what, the best possible thing to do is dump it and then, dump it, eat it, and then just wait, right? You dump it, you eat it, and then you wait. Except In this circumstance, I think the reason why they don't want to dump it, eat it, and then wait, I suspect it's because they couldn't comb through it fast enough. That's only true if there isn't a lethal bullet in the big bad, something truly obliterating the Trump or others. No, I think the reason why they're not doing that and the reason why they're taking their sweet ass time with it, even though it's actually not advantageous for their desire, for their highest priority being, you know, have the Jeffrey Epstein thing go away, is because I suspect that there is a lot of stuff in there. Like it is tremendously damaging for Donald Trump, I think. And not just for Donald Trump, but for the entire system. I think that there's still a priority here to preserve Trump's, personal feelings, to make sure that he's not too implicated. But also on top of that, I think that there are a lot of, big donors, financial elite, very powerful people that are directly associated with Jeffrey Epstein, as we know. And I think they're just trying to comb through it to the best of their ability and just like chop through it. There's so much info. I suspect that there's a lot of info on there that's bad for Israel, bad for Donald Trump, and bad for the super bad for the super wealthy. And that's the reason why they're taking their sweet ass time with this. Because it literally, it actually is not good for them. It's bad for them to continue drip feeding information, and that's where I'm at with the Epstein stuff. Anyway, this is the blast off. I'm gonna pump it again. Like it, retweet it, let the people know that we're live and alive. Fuck Trump, bro. The big guy is fucking Bill Gates and the AI bubble shit. They will take their time until the bubble explodes, and then we will see the Bill Gates inside a little one. Wait, what? From what we have seen so far, every single super wealthy person has been connected to Jeffrey Epstein in a meaningful fashion. Okay? And over again. And they've done it in broad daylight. They've done it in a way that is silly to the average person. Why is it bad for Israel? What do you mean? Why would it be bad for Israel? Jeffrey Epstein was directly working with the nation state of Israel. Jeffrey Epstein played the role of a middleman for the Israeli government on numerous occasions all around the world. Jeffrey Epstein was directly connected to the region with, had a Saudi passport, had a lot of clients in the UAE. And those Gulf countries are basically ways in which, those countries are how someone who lives in the United States of America would connect to Israel without directly connecting to Israel, except Jeffrey Epstein was also directly connected to Israel. He literally had an Israeli Mossad spy stay in his house over an extended period of time while he was, he was in the United States of America. And also, last but not least, Jeffrey Epstein had Ehud Barak visit him frequently. Now, there's also more information that's come out here as well. This is basically this is, I don't know what more you need to see here. Unfortunately, you don't really get to hear about this. You don't get to hear about this too much in mainstream news, and there's a reason for it. Mainstream media rarely ever entertains this connection. Okay? Mainstream media rarely ever entertains this connection. Yeah, libs will call Trump a Russian agent. But they will never call Trump an Israeli agent, right? Libs will call Trump a Russian agent. And there is enough connection between at least Trump's campaign in 2016 and Russia. There was enough to invite scrutiny. There was enough there for there to be an investigation, right? I've always maintained this position. I'm not like a Russiagate guy. I did not have the Russia derangement syndrome or whatever the fuck people want to call it. But I've always maintained the position that there was absolutely enough evidence that the Trump administration and the Trump campaign was connected to Russian intelligence. Like they did. They openly did, right? They got, they literally talked about it publicly. They talked about it publicly, and it was, what was the name? The Greek guy. who just straight up was like, yeah, these Russians are like giving us all this fucking hack material. Isn't that awesome about Hillary Clinton? Like, when you say stuff like that, when you say shit like that, it's understandable. Yeah, George Papadopoulos. Like, it's understandable that the intelligence community is going to take a look at that and investigate that, right? There is far more evidence connecting Jeffrey Epstein to the state of Israel, and there's also a lot more evidence connecting Trump to the state of Israel as well, but nobody gives a shit because Israel is not treated in the eyes of mainstream media as a foreign entity, but simply an extension of the United States of America. Even some of the Russiagate investigations that they actually, some of the stones that they turned over in the Russiagate investigation actually showed that there was a fuck ton of botting and influence peddling that was taking place in illicit ways by Israel as well. So, in any case, that is the piece of the puzzle that you rarely ever hear in mainstream news. You only hear it from like DropSite, Democracy Now!, independent news outlets cover that connection, but nobody else does for some weird reason. You rarely ever hear that from the New York fucking Times, for example. Very frustrating. But in any case, does this mean Jeffrey was basically a CIA associate, if not part of the network directly? Yeah, my position on this has always been that he's worked for both of these agencies. You can't operate as a Mossad agent and a Mossad agent alone on U.S. soil with this level of deep connection to American financial elite without also being a part of also being a CIA asset as well. Also, there are plenty of people who have worked both for the CIA and also for Mossad. Benjamin Netanyahu comes to mind, right? You have no proof? Wait, what do you mean? Yes, I only have 7 million emails where Jeffrey Epstein and the former Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Barak, are talking about selling Israeli surveillance technology to fucking Mongolia or some shit. You know? That's the only proof I have is Jeffrey Epstein being like, I love selling Israeli spyware to America's allies. It's my favorite thing to do. Prime Minister of Israel, don't you also love it when I do that? Just normal circumstantial evidence, a total coincidence. Hey, how did your meeting with Larry Ellison go? Or David Ellison go? Oh, it went great. I was actually vetting Marco Rubio to make sure he is sufficiently pro-Israel. And guess what? He's a major dick rider of the state of Israel, so he's good in our book. Now I'm going to give him $700 million. Just normal conversations, like stuff like that. There's just a thing that happens all the time. Yeah, also, here is 68 photos that we took in our beautiful tea ceremony that we did together. Here's another 115 photos we took at this other event called the Super Wealthy Gala. Nothing to see here. Ghislaine Maxwell's dad was Mossad too, right? You just didn't mention that specifically? Yes. There was already a lot of evidence tying Jeffrey Epstein to Israel in very meaningful ways. But in this last year, all of those suspicions have basically turned into confirmations, except they don't really talk about it that much. But here, after the Iran-Contra scandal became public in 1986, following the downing of an aircraft in Nicaragua owned by a CIA front called Southern Air Transport, Jeffrey Epstein helped move Southern Air Transport aircraft to a new base in Columbus, Ohio, where they soon began servicing the retail clothing empire of Leslie Wexner, the billionaire fashion magnate who owned Victoria's Secret and Abercrombie & Fitch, and who made Epstein a power of attorney over his vast fortune in 1991. Epstein's inheritance and repurposing of the SAT planes was one of his many connections to actors and episodes in the Iran-Contra scandal. Epstein was also close to individuals heavily involved in the global arms trade like Adnan Khashoggi, Jamal Khashoggi's father, who was also assassinated. He was assassinated, right? Or he died under mysterious circumstances. Douglas Lee's who were known or alleged to have been involved in Iran-Contra. A New York Times profile recently revealed that he also lived during the 80s with John Stanley Pottinger, a lawyer who, the Times did not mention, was involved at the same time in helping traffic weapons to Iran under the aegis of the CIA. Epstein took over the Wexner fortune shortly after Wexner came under scrutiny for the mafia-style murder of a lawyer connected with his company named Arthur Shapiro. The story of his connections to Iran-Contra is told here through the story of the SAT aircraft, suppressed police records from Columbus, Ohio, and private emails from Epstein's own leaked Yahoo Mail inbox. How the Iran-Contra planes landed at Les Wexner's base. I'm just going to say it again. Nothing to see here, folks. Totally normal stuff. Totally normal stuff. Here, why aren't you watching Trump's speech? I don't know, because he's fucking talking about some bullshit. Here, we'll tune in now.
There's another way of doing it, and that's getting the insurance companies to ease up and to cut their pricing way, way down and stay part of the system. So I'm going to call a meeting. It could be in Florida this coming week, or it could be back in the White House the first week, not the second or third week. I'm going to call a meeting of the big insurance companies that have gotten so rich by receiving money and really much, far, far more money than they're entitled to. And I have a feeling maybe if they would act
more
like
Pegasus
these
going to have a field day,
responsible citizens,
you're cooked.
Me,
He's going to make a video on you. I'm so confused. What?
And they love the world. I mean, frankly, they love. These are international companies for the most part. I'm going to call a meeting of the insurance companies. I'm going to see if they get their price down, to put it very bluntly.
I don't understand this stuff.
And I think that is a very big statement.
Like, do you think that dude is a political commentary person or something? Like, is that what you think this dude is? More Pegasus is pro Epstein? Oh, hell yeah. That's great. Like, I don't understand why people will openly say this kind of stuff. Like, you probably should be a little bit more embarrassed to say that this is where you get your news from, you know? Bring back shame.
Cut them out and let it all go awry. So we're going to be calling a meeting. It'll be either in Florida or it'll be here the first week. And I'd prefer not talking and asking questions, only for the reason that this is such a big announcement, meaning what these people have said and what the other four companies are going to say, which is exactly the same thing, that I really don't want to
yeah, I'll be over here talking about, like, you know, a very famous international sex trafficker and his connections and his deep connections to foreign and domestic intelligence agencies, and how mainstream news is actually refusing to cover this connection for some weird reason. And then there'll be like a bunch of morons in the chat being like, dude, you're about to get so fucking owned by some drama slop tuber that I have no shame in admitting is my only form of news, is how I learn the news. Okay. Good luck. I don't know. I hope you're enjoying it, you know.
Sector, and we've cut tremendous numbers of government jobs, and that's why, if you look at our numbers, they're so good. Also, more than, I don't know if you've read this, came out a week ago, more than 50% of our trade deficit was cut.
Trump says no questions.
Yeah. In a period of a few months. Nobody thought any of these things were possible. Thank you very much, everybody.
Yeah, nobody. Oh, no questions. No questions. No questions. Thank you, press. Lower drug price for Americans. No questions. Interesting. Anyway, there's obviously some pretty big stories to cover today. Gonna get started on that stuff before we get to the president and the Esptein files and you know, whether they're going to leak it or not. I would like to see more hard evidence for the intelligence stuff. To be honest, it's almost definitely true, but all the evidence so far is speculative. I can't imagine the state would let stronger evidence come out, though. Yeah, of course. That is I think the amount of evidence that we've gotten so far is already unimaginable. And the only reason why we have all of this extra evidence is because I suspect it was the work of Iranian hackers. I don't know exactly who hacked into Jeffrey Epstein's email and just like dumped all of that. But think about how much evidence we have gotten about someone who very likely is one of the most important intelligence assets in, in the 2000s and in the 90s, right? I think it was Iranian hackers. W to the Iranian hackers. That was big time. But it is pretty wild because there is so much. There's even more information that we don't know that's already out there, right? I am endlessly frustrated. I'm endlessly frustrated at the abdication of duty from mainstream media on this stuff. It is incredibly fucking annoying. Chatter's asking for you to build a time traveling device to go back and be there in person themselves. They think they're short on evidence at the moment. Yeah. I think that this is the most amount of evidence we're probably going to get on something like this. It's I've talked about this already. Like the coverage that you see on mainstream news about the Epstein stuff is very carefully and meticulously crafted because they rarely factor in the connective tissue between Jeffrey Epstein and a bunch of financial elite in the United States of America. And they also very rarely, if at all, mention Epstein's deep connections to Israeli intelligence. Okay? And I think that's the reason why they hyper focus on all this other stuff, because it's such a target-rich environment. It's such a target-rich environment. There's so much there that you can focus on some of the more interesting stuff that's interesting to the American audience while omitting key details and even hand wave that away as though it's purely speculative, right? Even though it's not. At this point, we've moved beyond speculation. Like you could have said maybe this kind of stuff is speculative because, Ehud Barak was pictured going in and out of the Epstein Manor in New York in 2016, doing a very shitty job covering up his face, right? Because that kind of stuff was enough for many people to go, why the fuck is the former prime minister of Israel visiting an international sex trafficker who may or may not be connected to the Mossad at this point? Like, why the fuck's this happening? Like, that was already enough to invite scrutiny, right? That was already enough for people to go, that's weird. That's a strange thing, right? And even beyond that, very strange relationship, now we have a fuck ton of emails between the two. We now know what that relationship looked like. Okay? We now know what that relationship entailed. What was he doing? What was Israel getting out of it? What was Jeffrey Epstein getting out of these meetings? What were the goals? And it's crazy to me that this relationship is not scrutinized further or even brought up all that much. I think it's by design. And that's the reason why you hear about the Epstein stuff, but you rarely ever hear about the full scope of his relationships. Just as, a guy who conned a bunch of rich people. Like, I think that's the angle that you see from the New York Times. And it's somewhat frustrating to encounter. But the angle that the New York Times' coverage leans into is Jeffrey Epstein was a very wealthy, very connected super pedophile who conned his way into a network of super wealthy people, and he consistently leveled up his con, and that's how he was able to generate all this wealth, right? And I don't think that that's the full story. I think that's part of it, right? It's certainly part of it, but that's not the full story at all. Robert Maxwell wasn't just probably an asset. He was a super spy who worked for multiple countries before becoming an Israeli spy. Oh, yeah, no. Robert Maxwell's, Ghislaine Maxwell's dad, Robert Maxwell's association with Israel is firmly established. That's not speculative at all. Robert Maxwell, abso-fucking-lutely. I mean, he was OSS, and then he worked both for Mossad and the British intelligence, and even the American intelligence as well. He had connections with the KGB. He was a super spy. He used all of his connections from the OSS, which is the earliest formation of these intelligence, like the foreign intelligence community, the foreign intelligence services during World War II, to have these very firmly established ties with every single one of these countries. And no, it's not an allegation to say that he was an Israeli spy. That I don't think it's an allegation. The level of proof that you want for that is basically pay stubs, and you're never going to get that. That's my point. Like, you're never going to see fucking literal pay stubs with declassified information from the Mossad being like, yes, he was a formative figure in arresting the guy who leaked the Israeli nuclear program, who's still kept in fucking house prison in Israel to this day. You know, like that kind of stuff. That you're never like you. No, it's not Jonathan Pollard. No, I'm talking about the other guy, Mordechai Vanunu, who is Mordechai Vanunu is the guy I'm talking about, who leaked that Israel had nukes, basically, and nuked the Israeli or leaked the Israeli nuclear program, and then Robert Maxwell directly fucking got him arrested and apprehended and shipped to the state of Israel using his media empire at the time to set him up. Listening to all this makes me understand how easy it is to fall into anti-Semitism. Israel PR team is sucking dick. Yeah, but I think it would be different if NPR, for example, wasn't immediately hand-waving all this shit away and saying, this is an anti-Semitic conspiracy. I think when the NPR, when all of the serious news broadcasters hand-wave all these connections away by saying, this is an anti-Semitic conspiracy, that's when people go, I guess there is something additional happening here. I guess there's more manipulation happening here. What is that manipulation happening at the behest of? The Israeli state or Jews? And that's usually when people go, oh, Jews do control the media. Do you see what I mean? I want to see Epstein talking with an established asset or about an operation in some way. I still believe is true, but it doesn't fully hold up yet. The media is scared of sounding like conspiracy theorists and anti-Semites. I don't think it's necessarily that. I think there's a lot of people in the media, especially in the lower levels, like enterprising journalists who actually want to do investigative reporting and contentious or adversarial journalism, are oftentimes shut out from being able to pursue these sorts of leads, and that is because all of the people at the higher levels in these media companies are a part of the same in-group, and they go to the same fucking meetings. They get photographed, like David Brooks at the fucking billionaire summit sitting next to Jeffrey Epstein, or all of the New York Times reporters that were straight up feeding information to Jeffrey Epstein, as we know, feeding information to Jeffrey Epstein's private email about other investigations that were taking place. Even fucking Woodward, Bob Woodward, who was supposed to be cracking this Epstein case personally. He was supposed to be this profound investigative reporter, was literally giving Jeffrey Epstein leads about all of these other people that were looking into him so that he could do PR around it. So when you have a system that is designed like that, where everybody basically goes, well, this guy's pretty fucking famous, this guy's pretty fucking powerful, I don't want to upset him because I think he could be a very valuable asset for me down the line. Like, not saying that these guys are all in on the CIA conspiracy or anything like that, but it gets to a point where you're just like, well, isn't that strange that so many people in the media that are supposed to be investigating Epstein, some people who are directly investigating Epstein, okay, some people who are directly writing about Jeffrey Epstein, or it wasn't Bob Woodward, sorry, it was Michael Wolff. Did I fuck that up? I'm sorry. I always get the two confused. Apologies. It was Michael Wolff. I've done this so many fucking times. Okay? I have made this mistake a million times at this point. Yeah, it was Michael Wolff, the one who was talking about the one who was also the one who also did pieces on. Michael Wolff was doing the last like Daily Beast drop that came out on Jeffrey Epstein. Okay, and it's and then you look at the private correspondence between Michael Wolff and Jeffrey Epstein, and he's straight up in his fucking DMs. He's straight up in his emails being like, this person is coming after you. That person is coming after you. And that's when you realize why a lot of these people are still so worried. A lot of these people are still so worried about, cracking this case wide open for personal ambition. Michael Wolff is Jeffrey Epstein's Olivia Nuzzi. That's funny. Yeah, they were fucking. I don't think they were, but like there are a lot of high profile reporters that are straight up emailing Jeffrey Epstein with regular frequency, and I would say going far beyond the professional ethics standards that journalists are supposed to abide by. I know that like journalists will say, well, Jeffrey Epstein was a high profile person. And of course we had to establish contact with him. And he was a very important asset in a lot of stories or whatever. He was a connector. That's the reason why we were consistently in talks with one another. But when you look at the actual conversations, it's collaborative. Okay. There's a difference between trying to get information from Jeffrey Epstein versus giving him information about private investigators that are literally looking into his background, specifically around the sexual misconduct that he is engaged in. If you are a New York Times reporter, you should never be revealing other colleagues, even at competitive outlets, trying to look into your background like that. That's crazy. But that is where a lot of this stuff comes from, okay? And if you're wondering why, exactly as Adam Johnson reported on, Wall Street Journal editorial board opposes releasing the Epstein files. Washington Post editorial board opposes releasing the Epstein files. New York Times editorial board, in true New York Times fashion, conflicted about the release of these files. The very fact that, for example, as we talked about yesterday extensively, this new tranche of Jeffrey Epstein photos that was released, right? The new tranche of photos that were released showed that, some of y'all's faves were definitionally implicated, okay? Definitely implicated. The one that comes to mind, obviously, is fucking David Brooks. David Brooks straight up wrote an article about how you should not be, you shouldn't be focusing on the Jeffrey Epstein stuff. New York Times columnist exposing Epstein photos after bashing file dump. I mean, this is crazy. You didn't think to reveal that you had met him in the fucking op-ed that you were writing for the New York Times? Really? I think that's crazy. Something I've noticed in the media reporting so far is that they're very deliberate to say appearance in these photos and text does not necessarily suggest illegal activities. I'm assuming not only elite connections, but also fear of being sued to hell. For sure. I mean, I've said this already. Not every single person that's like photographed next to Jeffrey Epstein was literally doing pedophilia. I'm not saying that at all. I think, as a matter of fact, while the child sex trafficking is the most, is the thing that understandably more people are invested in and trying to uncover the details of, the far longer running crime for Jeffrey Epstein was the financial dealings. That's why I always say the paper trail that is out there and the relationships that Jeffrey Epstein cultivated with financial elite that went beyond simply sex trafficking minors. That is also the other side of the story. What was the involvement? What was the involvement with Jeffrey Epstein? What was Jeffrey Epstein offering these people? These are the questions that I think a lot of people don't ask. Anyway. Yeah, the sex trafficking aspect of it, both for the adults and the minors, is obviously the darkest part of the story, is the scariest, most insane part of the story. But not every single person was engaged in that was photographed alongside Jeffrey Epstein. And that's not something that I believe. That's not something that I've ever said. Having said that, it is obvious that Jeffrey Epstein was an intelligence asset, right? And as an intelligence asset, what was the level of involvement that he had with all these people that he was being photographed with? It's crazy. How incriminating are these photos of Brooks actually? He said he went as a reporter and isn't seen as frolicking with rich guys. No, that's my point isn't that he went to that event. Okay? If you are a media figure, if you're a reporter, if you're investigating stuff, you're going to be around a lot of weird people. You're going to be around a lot of illicit, like people engaging in like illicit activities and things like that. Nobody would give a shit that David Brooks was photographed there if David Brooks hadn't come out a couple months prior and in the eve of the potential release of the Epstein files and written an entire article in the New York Times editorial, New York Times' opinion editorial section saying, Jeffrey Epstein files release, count me out. Don't want to see it. Do you see what I mean? And then even when he was delivering an argument about why it's silly and people shouldn't, yeah, Brooks probably did not do anything egregious, but it's hilarious to be the guy. Exactly. It's hilarious to be the guy saying, let's stop talking about this Jeffrey Epstein shit. And then a month later, there's photos of you smiling ear to ear next to Jeffrey Epstein at a fucking shadowy billionaire meeting. You know? It's crazy. Even with like Noam Chomsky, people are surprised. I was certainly surprised. I did not realize how fucking extensive their back and forth correspondence and direct involvement was. But at least Noam Chomsky isn't running around being like, nobody should talk about Jeffrey Epstein. Please, enough. You know? Do you see what I mean? And that's perhaps that's the reason why no one is talking about Sergey Brin, who was also sitting next to David Brooks at that fucking Jeffrey Epstein meetup. Jeff Bezos was there too. Maybe because none of those guys are running around being like, hey, this Jeffrey Epstein stuff, don't talk about it anymore. It's enough. It's a non-issue. It's old news. I'd go so far as to say that it's the same principle behind Donald Trump. Donald Trump ran on maybe releasing the Epstein files, or certainly ran on a whole bunch of conspiracies. So then once he actually came into power, when he started going, Jeffrey Epstein, that guy, why are you still talking about him? Nobody cares. It's a hoax. Hide. Bish. Nobody cares about him. You're still talking about that guy. Nobody cares. Of course, everyone's going to be like, dude, what the fuck? You're in like 1,000 photos with him. What do you mean nobody cares about it? We thought you cared about it. This is absolutely in your fucking wheelhouse of shit to care about. You cared about it when everybody was like, Epstein is hanging out with Bill Clinton, but all of a sudden now nobody's talking about it. Nobody should be talking about it when it's you also hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein. Anyway. So yeah, that's the Epstein stuff, which we obviously will be getting back to. But before we do that, there's another suspicious set of circumstances that took place. The Brown University shooting suspect was found dead. Now, for those of you who have been paying attention, this story obviously got a lot of scrutiny. I talked about it extensively for the past 2 days. There was a school shooting that took place in Brown University, and then shortly thereafter, there was another MIT professor that was shot and killed outside of his apartment. That was, like an hour away in Brookline. And it was odd that it happened in such close proximity, but I guess many people, myself included, thought these two things can't be connected because it's the United States of America. Shootings happen all the fucking time. Well, then the FBI first found a person of interest, okay, and then released the person of interest. The name of the person of interest got leaked in the process. So then there was a manhunt for some random white dude with a bunch of guns at a fucking hotel that had traveled from Wisconsin. That's already suspicious to me. I don't know what the fuck was going on there. Whatever, right? And then they were like, hey, by the way, we lied. We don't actually have a suspect at all. Please help us. And the absurd incompetence did not stop there. And it turns out the way that they actually found the shooter was because of a random guy, a random bystander who actually confronted the shooter and then posted about it on Reddit. So it was an actual we did it Reddit moment, because the FBI is that fucking incompetent nowadays that they unironically do rely on we did it Reddit moments, it turns out. Okay? I'm going to get into the detail now, but before I do, while there was a lot of scrutiny over the FBI's mishandling of yet another high-profile investigation, Twitter went crazy with it. And it wasn't just Twitter, but it was also a bunch of mainstream outlets as well that went crazy with this. They immediately shifted the blame over to a random queer Palestinian student from Brown University, which led to Brown University actually deleting this person's profile off of their websites because he was getting doxxed for no fucking reason. Okay? It was completely made up. The notion that the shooter actually ran around saying Allahu Akbar, also completely made up by Laura Loomer. Shouts out to Laura Loomer, for the record. Apparently the shooter was like barking or something. I don't know. We don't know the full details, but like they were so adamant that the shooter was saying Allahu Akbar. The shooter was actually Muslim. The shooter was doing this for Palestine, all this shit. And not only that, but also even the MIT professor. Even the MIT professor that was shot and killed outside of his home that was working on like nuclear fusion technology, a lot of Israeli outlets, including Jerusalem Post and many others, misreported as being Jewish. Okay? And that he was shot potentially for his pro-Israel stance. It blew my fucking mind. There were people in this chat who were like, just like, well, wait, don't you think this guy is Jewish though? Like, what's happening here? And I was like, guys, I don't know if he's Jewish or not, but it's insane to immediately assume that a nuclear scientist from MIT is being killed for being Jewish and not potentially for being a nuclear scientist from MIT, right? Especially at a time when, Israel is popping nuclear scientists in Iran like Skittles, and that there could be some sort of international retaliation towards that sort of thing, both for the United States of America and for Israel as well. So, like, the notion that this was an anti-Semitic hate crime was far, far less likely than many other speculative leads that you could entertain. So, the reason why I'm bringing this up is because misinformation went fucking wild. Okay? Misinformation went wild, and it wasn't just right-wingers, even though it was mostly right-wingers. Like every fucking MAGA account on this platform analyzed both of these different shootings from their own politically biased perspectives. Many of them tried to imply that Initially, the professor that normally lectures in the lecture hall is a Jewish professor, and this was a suspected anti-Semitic hate crime for that reason. And then they were like, okay, the professor actually wasn't there and didn't get shot, but it was actually the students that were killed. One of the students that was killed was the vice president of the college Republican club, and maybe it's a Democrat conspiracy for that reason. And then also everyone was like, oh, this is a pro-Palestine, free Palestine shooter, clearly, right? All this crazy shit. Entirely fabricated. Not a moment was wasted. Not a moment was fucking wasted on this shit. And I cannot believe it. And it probably even played a role in fucking up the leads that these guys needed, that the authorities needed to pursue the actual suspect. People were asking Grok. Yes, exactly. It's that fucking stupid. People were asking Grok. There was deliberate misinformation being spread. I said, I cannot believe how much the Israeli media and virtually every single major MAGA account made shit up about both the Brown University and MIT nuclear scientist shooting. I know they lie a lot, but this fever pitch seemed new. Dylan Saba says, from now on, every single act of public violence will be interpreted or reinterpreted as a justification for why we need permanent genocide. NSEG mindset. And it's true. It's absolutely true. Like, what are we doing? How does this suit the benefit of justifying unlimited support to Israel? Should not be the first fucking consideration for a lot of these people. Even like the notion that this is, a byproduct of Islamic refugees coming to the country, like all this stuff, like heightened Islamophobia, all of this shit. It blows my fucking mind. It is devastating. Did you see as soon as the guy's identity and background came out, Trump shut down the visa program that the guy benefited from, even though he benefited from it in 2017 under Trump? Yeah, I know. They're trying to do a anti-Portuguese slant now. Instead of they licked their wounds and they're back at it. Okay? But now the strangeness doesn't stop there, because there is a strangeness with the way things have unfolded. Make no mistake. It's just not in the direction that these fucking charlatans were leaning into. Okay? So that's the other side of this story. Because while, Jerusalem Post and all these other people were like fucking running around and claiming that this was, an anti-Semitic hate crime potentially, or all this other shit, right? And then, Laura Loomer was saying this is a byproduct of like Islamic migration into the country and we need to put an end to it, all this stuff. This seemingly unconnected, these seemingly unconnected two different instances of violence was actually connected to one another, apparently, according to the officials confirming that the Brown University shooting and the MIT professor being shot and killed was actually conducted by the same person. They revealed this information yesterday, inviting even more scrutiny, inviting even more suspicion. And then they found him. Last night, they found the guy who apparently had died in a New Hampshire storage facility where he, according to the officials, had killed himself. Now that smells weird, okay? That is a very strange situation. It is crazy that these two seemingly unconnected shootings were actually connected to one another And then also on top of that, it was the same guy that did it. And we can't even establish like a decent motive for why he did both, except for his background. It turns out that he wasn't the shooter for both of these incidents wasn't actually an Islamic refugee, but seemingly a Portuguese former student of Brown University, a high achiever who was very resentful. That's the official narrative that they're giving right now. But let's take a look.
We got him.
This morning, the man who authorities said killed 2 Brown University students and then an MIT professor is dead after killing himself inside a storage unit where he may have hunkered down for days.
Our Providence neighbors can finally breathe a little easier.
The body of 48-year-old Claudio Neves Valente was found Thursday night in a storage unit he rented in November. Officials say he was born in Portugal, became a lawful permanent resident of the United States living in Miami, and for a time studied physics at Brown.
He was admitted to Brown's graduate school to study in the Master's of Science PhD program in physics, beginning on September 1st, 2000. And he took a leave of absence effective April 2001 before formally withdrawing effective July 31st, 2003.
Authorities say this is Neves.
What connects this shooter to Brown is that he went there for a year and then dropped out. And what connects him to the other Portuguese nuclear scientists is that they went to undergrad together in Portugal. But that's from 20 fucking years ago, or even longer than 20 years ago. Why would this resentment carry over for 2 fucking decades plus? And then one day he just snaps and decides to conduct this fairly sophisticated operation. Because this wasn't like the Brown University shooting, with the exception of being able to get away, with the shooter being able to get away and like casing it ahead of time, knowing where the cameras are, knowing that the place where he was conducting the shooting was didn't have as many cameras in the specific part of the building that he did the shooting in, and then only to immediately leave and then go to Brookline to identify and target another Portuguese professor that he despised that was working on like nuclear fusion technology. It's insane. It just, I'm sorry. That seems so grand. People hold grudges their whole life. I just don't understand how this was what was the breaking point.
Valente on December 1st, renting a car in Boston. The FBI said he drove to Providence the same day, and cameras captured the car near the Brown campus over the next 2 weeks.
It was actually a video that provided us with a description of a vehicle.
Police released these images of a person who posted a tip about the car, saying police needed to look into a gray Nissan with Florida plates.
That person came forward and said he had information, that he was that person, and he had information that could help this case. And he blew this case right open.
The tipster told police he saw the suspect inside a bathroom at Brown the day of the shooting, describing the man's clothing as inappropriate and inadequate for the weather, and calling the man's skin weathered. Police said the suspect fired more than 40 rounds inside the engineering building, and 2 days later, investigators said the suspect's car was spotted in Brookline, Massachusetts, where MIT professor Nuno Lalero was shot and killed. Only this time, the car had a different license plate.
At some point while he was in Massachusetts, he switched the plates on the Nissan Sentra to an unregistered plate out of Maine.
Investigators said the killer also used credit cards in someone else's name and technology to prevent his phone from being tracked.
He was sophisticated in hiding his tracks.
That's what I mean. Like, that's what's so crazy about it. And then he just still kills himself at the end of the day when he seemingly had gotten away with it, you know? That's what's so wild, because the only fucking tip that they got was from a homeless dude who was a Redditor, okay? That's the tip that they got. a guy who planned this out. I mean, it just, I'm sorry, man. It's just, even with that tip, they had no way of figuring out where he was. He could have gotten away. He swapped his license plates. He apparently had some way of shielding his phone from surveillance. I don't even know how. The tip led them to a car and license plates that matched in Boston and Providence. Yeah, no, I know. And before people say Faraday cage, a Faraday cage means you can't use your phone, chatters. Okay? If he had a Faraday bag, then he can't use his phone at all. The moment that his phone turns on, it pings. Okay? That's not like, and no, VPNs don't actually save you in that regard. You're wrong. He must have just like I don't even know what it would be, for the record. Like, I don't know how you could actually avoid that level of surveillance, unless he just had a totally separate phone that he was using that wasn't his like main phone, and then his main phone was in a Faraday cage or something. But that's not how they made it seem. They made it seem as though the phone had like some kind of anti-surveillance tech in it or something. Why are you assuming he needs a phone at all? I mean, it's 2025.
The FBI says the shooter and the MIT professor attended the same university in Portugal, and the murder was caught on camera.
Someone said airplane mode, bro. Yeah, no, totally. Airplane mode automatically. You're right. Yeah, just put your phone in airplane mode and it works. Are you fucking kidding me? Even if you turn your phone off, it's not a given that you have all of your data preserved. What are you talking about? When your phone is on you, okay, unless I guess you have like an older phone or something, but when you have your phone on you, it is consistently pinging to different towers, okay? That's how they can track the shit. It pings even when it's off. So yes, the only valid response here is a Faraday bag, okay, which completely shuts off the phone from any sort of like 5G waves or anything like that. Having said that, if you were to take your phone out of your Faraday bag, it would automatically ping to the nearest tower. Graphene OS allows anti-tracking modes. That is what the Faraday bag is for. It's not to be pinging the locations you are at while you're out engaging in the shootings. Then you can simply remove it when you're at a separate location.
No doubt that he was the intended target.
Officials said there's no longer any danger to the public, and they hope the conclusion of the manhunt brings relief to two stunned New England communities. So the authorities here are confident that they've caught the killer. But, George, they know that he attended Brown University. They know he crossed paths with the MIT professor, but they say they do not know the motive for either attack. George?
Okay, Aaron Katursky, thanks.
We begin with a Fox News alert. The suspect in the Brown University killings has been found dead inside a storage facility in New Hampshire with a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
He killed himself inside the storage unit, and the firearms were found at his in the area of his thigh and in the area of his feet. We are 100% confident that this is our target.
Yeah, a guy who took every precaution on the fucking planet to destroy his trail, and could have gotten away with it, decides to kill himself in a fucking storage facility. I don't know. Smells weird, man.
And that this case is closed from a perspective of pursuing people involved.
Authorities say he is Portuguese. He's a Portuguese national, went to Brown University for a year.
in the PhD program in the early 2000s, never graduated. Before that, he went to school in Lisbon, and his classmate was an MIT professor who authorities say the suspect also murdered at his home in the Boston suburbs, just days after the Brown University shooting.
The suspect's car was towed away from this storage facility last night, and authorities say they found evidence related to 2 shootings inside the vehicle. So that's major.
Let's bring in Fox News contributor Paul Morrow, who ran counterterrorism operations for the NYPD. He is, of course, live in Providence, Rhode Island with Reaction. Paul, we learned a whole lot yesterday as all of this came to a head. What do you make of everything that we learned, your reactions to these developments?
So I think one of the things that we can sort of set upon here with some confidence is that the motive is going to be a lot less specific than a lot of the speculation had it. The commonality between the 2 crime events seems to be tenuous at best. We may never know, and you know, unfortunately in police work you don't always get a nice, neat resolution, but it looks to me like where we're going to end up is some general gripe against the school, somebody leading a slipping down life. And then there's this professor at MIT who seems to have been everything that this guy perhaps wanted to be and never quite became. They overlapped in school, as Brian said. They were of similar age. In the MIT case, the professor was married. He seemed to have everything going for him, whereas the perp in this instance seemed to have a lot less. So it looks to me like somebody who was just bitter, lashing out. And it tracks to what we talked about earlier in the week with the possibility that the classroom was just chosen at random. It was the first one he encountered when he went through that unguarded and unsecure outside door that was propped open or had no key card access during this study hall and other events.
Paul, did it surprise you that we learned 2 things? First of all, a homeless man is the one who gave the tip to the cops to close this case, but he was staying in the building.
Uh-oh, don't tell that to Brian. Don't tell that to Brian. Don't talk about homeless people around Brian. He's going to start talking about Brian killed me. More like Brian killed a homeless. Uh-oh. He's twitching. Look at him. Reshuffling in his seat. Excited at the prospect of what must be done. Excited. Fantasizing about licking his lips. Fantasizing about what he wants to do to the homeless guy who was the hero in this story. He's tweaking.
Which talks about the security protocol.
Look, he's licking his lips. He's like, ah!
Even though he's a hero in this event. Also, the suspect cased the university 2 weeks before he committed the ultimate crime.
Yeah, you know, there were echoes of Mangione in this thing because this guy was nowhere near as clever as he thought he was. You know, he graduated or he went to Brown, excuse me, he didn't graduate. But, you know, he thought of himself, I'm sure, as some engineering genius, and so he did this methodical thing where he cased the place and all this other stuff. Well, not only was that how they also picked him up on video when they went out to the residential area, but that's where he encountered somebody who ultimately was his downfall. So he goes in, he's casing around in the place, and, you know, Lawrence, it's an interesting thing. I'm actually not that surprised that it was a homeless person that stepped up. I'm going to tell you why. Homeless people know everything that's going on in the vicinity of where they've decided to squat, even if it's a cardboard box outside. Yeah, when I was on football.
Jesus Christ, dude. Dude, what incredible analysis. Yeah, you know, homeless people are fucking, they got their ears to the ground. You know how they are. They're always fucking getting into some shit when they're squatting. I fucking hate these guys. But hey, you know, even in this situation where this guy's a hero, make no mistake, he was heroic in a suspicious manner. He was heroic in a way that still invites scrutiny to his existence over here. You know how it is. You know how these fucking homeless are.
Patrol, if you buy a homeless guy a Snapple, he'll tell you everything that's going on in your patrol block in 10 minutes. He knows everything. So this guy, he did the thing that homeless people very often do.
It's just funny because, like, he thinks he's presenting this in a positive way, you know. Homeless people, not human, but basically like a surveillance module for us police.
Dude, they're actually proprietary about, you know, as the saying goes, be it ever so humble, right? And so that's why he says, you know, this guy doesn't belong here. Nobody knows that building like this guy that was living downstairs next to the boiler or something. shows you how bad the security protocols were. But it does show you just a sort of human dynamic here that he felt something was off. He followed this guy. He scared the guy ran. But then he came forward, as we know now, and he's the one who allowed the police to button the whole thing up.
I'm still trying to find out, did he rent that storage facility ahead of time? Did he plan on keeping things there? Was it a murder-suicide? Likely by his, we never know, but was that the plan all along, go into a storage facility and kill yourself?
You know, I would say no, and I'm not basing that on anything more than you guys know, but just the psychology, you know, this is similar to a whole bunch of terrorism cases I had and things like that.
Oh, my God. Dude, I'm sorry. One is a random happenstance school shooting, and then the other one is a targeted assassination. How the fuck did this guy do both? And also get away with it because he was like actually invested in covering his trail. Like he was successful in covering his fucking trail. There is just something, there is a lot here that does not add up. I'm sorry. You know, I like to do critical analysis. I'm not Mr. Conspiracy Theory. Okay. As a matter of fact, it gets quite boring around these parts whenever shit like this happens. But the official narrative here just is it doesn't fucking add up. Like, here, I'll tell you like this. If he actually went to Brown University, to a specific building, to a specific room, and opened fire, and then, you know, went to another college, or if he went to Brown University and he shot a bunch of students, right, and he killed 2 of the students, and then went to another university and then shot a bunch of students and killed a bunch of students, that is at least in line with what he did at Brown University. They both tie together. Oh, this guy hates, Ivy League institutions. He has a deep resentment for Ivy League institutions because he felt like they never truly understood him, something along those lines, right? But one act of violence is very different than the other act of violence. If it was a targeted assassination in one school and then a targeted assassination down the street, then that still makes a little bit more sense. But the very fact that the level of sophistication involved in this, okay, the level of sophistication involved in the first shooting, even though the victims were seemingly random, okay, which doesn't make a lot of sense in and of itself, because a lot of these people that do pre-planning when they want to do like a school shooting, they oftentimes are not factoring in like getting away with it, right? It's a suicide by cop situation for many of these guys. They're like really fucked up in the head. And the common profile in mass shootings like this is like there is a level of pre-planning involved with like getting the guns or maybe looking at the blueprints of the school or something like that. But in most circumstances, like you're not factoring in how you're going to get out. Even if you have a plan for it, you don't actually succeed. That's why it was kind of unique. The Brown University school shooting was unique because it's one of the, if not the only school shooting that I can think of where the shooter was able to do a mass shooting, kill 2 students, and get away. Okay? Like you could say Tyler Robinson is a similar instance, but that was an assassination, allegedly, in the hands of Tyler Robinson. 1 person was shot. Like it wasn't like a random spray and pray situation in the way that a lot of these school shootings normally work. Happened in Parkland, right? Yes. But they very quickly figured out, guys, he didn't just get away with it. Okay, Nicholas Cruz did not get away with it. They knew who he was instantly, and they were able to apprehend him. We did not have any fucking clue who this guy was. And we still wouldn't know who this guy is if it wasn't for a homeless guy who like was suspicious about him casing the area and talked about it on Reddit about like connecting his car to the scene of the crime. Do you not understand how different that is than like the Nicholas Cruz incident? Anyway, there is like, I'm willing, if there's more information that's revealed later down the line, perhaps the official narrative will make a little bit more sense. But the difference in the difference in matching this to previous school shootings, random acts of violence versus the pre-planning, and also the fact that he was able to get away with the crime and then go and conduct another one, that is different. That's different than most school shootings that take place, and that's also certainly different than like even assassinations, high-profile assassinations that take place.
He did all of this planning, and maybe it wasn't high-level planning. It wasn't nation-state level planning here, but he did do the recon. He walked the building. He did all of this stuff. He had the plates ready to go. He had the storage location rented ahead of time, is how the whole thing went. And so I think he thought that he had outsmarted everybody and that he was going to be able to toy with Brown specifically, with MIT, and probably with society in America at large. I think he had elevated himself to that position. He probably was monitoring a lot of the reporting and getting a kick out of it, but I think he also realized they're closing in on me, and when it was clear to him he wasn't going to get away, he did what he did. What else is in there, I don't know. I haven't heard they've recovered a manifesto or anything like that. So as I said, we may never really get a good answer as to what his motivations here were.
Paul, how long does it...
No shit, but it's just a little weird. He was at the right place at the right time and on Reddit. The homeless guy was on Reddit. Yeah, homeless people are on Reddit. There's homeless people in my chat right now. What do you mean? Yes, homeless people have phones and have access to the internet.
Usually take a coroner to determine when somebody died, and then by that determination we'll learn when he shot himself, if he even knew that police were hot on his heels.
An experienced coroner will know now. Not my area of expertise, but he's got a pretty good idea now. They can tell from the lividity in the body, where the body was lying, how much blood pooled, without being too graphic here. They can look at the eyes. There are these...
I think you're going down a bit of a dangerous path here and trying to make this a larger conspiracy than it is. This is America. People shoot others in the personal network all the time. No, I agree. That's the only thing that that basically... that's the number one anti-conspiracy theory thing in the United States of America, is that these things happen. I think the reason why I'm like confused by this process is because if it was two separate shooters and two separate acts, it would make a little bit more sense. Because yeah, this is just America shit does make a lot of sense. You're absolutely right. Okay. And also, the other side of the story is like, who stands to gain from the assassination of the MIT, the MIT nuclear scientist, right? Because if there is a conspiracy to assassinate that person, who stands to gain from it? Why would they have done it? Who actually did it? Was it this guy that did it, and then they just like killed him? There are obviously, it's the conspiracy cannot be more far-fetched than the official narrative in these situations. Like, is it executable? So that also is another point of evidence in the direction that the official narrative is probably correct. Okay. The one critique I have of your analysis so far is that he was very clearly disturbed enough to do two shootings, one very publicly, but you can't understand why he would then kill himself. Yeah, no, I don't think it makes sense. That aspect of it actually is the most suspicious part of it, in my opinion, because a person who took that kind of meticulous care to shelter their movement, to basically be able to do this kind of stuff in a way that is so sophisticated that he was able to evade law enforcement scrutiny with the exception of like one random encounter with a homeless person, that is a person who wants to survive. That's a person who wasn't actively trying to die in the process. Like, he literally got away. He got away and then he killed himself. Like, a person like that would have killed himself in the first shooting. Bro had nothing in his life. I can imagine someone planning to engage in a crazy plot and getting away with it, only then to realize they have no life to return to anyway. Yeah. The assassination of the MIT professor reminds me of the OpenAI assassination back in the beginning of the year. I mean, that one is more direct, though. That one is more direct. Or like the Boeing guys, right? The Boeing whistleblowers that have died under mysterious circumstances that are billed as suicide. Like, stuff like that happens, and we just kind of move on from it. And I suspect we will move on from this as well, inevitably. But I don't even know if this the MIT professor was actually responsible for like a major. Like, I don't know what the extent of his research looked like. I'm just operating off of what the media had reported on previously, and that's the reason why I thought it was a suspicious death. Does that make sense? The files are out. Okay, we'll go through it.
Teacher, they call, they could see the broken blood vessels. They can tell a lot just from looking. And, you know, every cop has this story, the ME.
Also, paired up with the incompetence of not only this administration, but also paired up with the incompetence of our law enforcement at the federal level, things are getting extra weird. Things are getting extra fucking weird. There are a lot of oddballs in academic STEM research. I can 100% believe this guy had imagined grudges exacerbated by deteriorating mental health. To commit the second shooting, wouldn't he have gotten away with the first? Okay, why didn't he just do the first shooting then? Why didn't he just kill the first guy and then be done with it? Why did he also go to Brown? Why did he go to Brown first? If you're trying to do if you're trying to do this clean and you have obviously put a lot of effort into getting away with it, why don't you do the first assassination first? He literally, he stopped backseating. I'm just saying, it doesn't fucking make sense. Am I crazy? Anyway, we can't access the files yet, so we'll look at the media covering around the media coverage around the files as it trickles in.
Medical examiner, shows up at the scene and has to pronounce, and that very often is who makes the determination as to in a lot of towns around the country, sometimes without even being a doctor, whether or not it is.
You're trying to rationalize the actions of an irrational man? No, you guys are falling into the trap of the insanity plea trap, as I like to call it. Okay. Premeditated. Okay, listen. Not only was this premeditated, but it was also very clearly mapped out. Okay, there is a tremendous amount of rationality here. This wasn't an irrational person snapping, okay, or having like an extended fucking extended like psychotic episode or something. The fuck are you talking about? That's not. That is what this was deliberate, targeted, meticulously executed. He wasn't just like he like it doesn't look it doesn't feel the same as, or it doesn't have the same profile of like a guy who decides he's, a guy who's like decided he's going to do a mass shooting and commit to it and then go into a school and open fire. Inside one PDF, 15 pages out of 23 are redacted fully.
Suspicious or not, there's a lot of slippage there, but I can guarantee you that's not going to happen in this case. By now, they have a pretty good idea of when he did it. They know how he did it, obviously. And I think that one of the things they're going to be looking at here, aside from in the digital world, to see if he's in contact with other people, et cetera, but they're going to be looking at ballistics here. And here's why I go to that. I don't see how, if he used the same gun in both instances, they didn't connect the ballistics from MIT to Brown instantaneously. Now, the task force was competent. I don't care what anybody says. Once they got rolling after that false lead by Monday, they were moving good. So they would have done that.
This guy is right,
so
by the way.
Either he used one gun one
He's
place
right.
and one in the other, or he had other guns we don't know about. I would be curious to see how the ballistics come back. But at the end of the day, what I'm getting, and I don't mean to be too graphic, I'm getting a bitter loner loser. Slipping down life. We used to call it in the terrorism world, loser to lion, because he wanted to make his mark in the world. He wanted to be somebody. ISIS knows how to play on that. I'm not suggesting he was in touch with ISIS, but that's the same phenomenon. And
So-
I think that he just came up here to lash out at something he felt failed him.
So, Paul, do you? I was going back and forth with some friends, some buddies that's still on the job, and they had the theory that this guy was going to continue, but he felt the cops closing in. Have you heard anything from your sources about that?
No, I haven't heard anything that would be.
What does ISIS
indicia
have to
of
do with
him
this? He's
continuing,
just
but-
saying that ISIS knows how to lean into people that are experiencing like specific gripes to activate like lone wolf style shooters. That's what he's saying. He even admits that ISIS seemingly had nothing to do with this. You keep talking about meticulous execution, but that's because the only thing you can empathize with is the goal of survival. This guy wanted to kill specific people, and it's clear no one at Brown was his actual target. Yeah, I know, which is that's the reason why I'm saying it's just like confusing. If he actually killed a specific person in Brown and then killed a specific person from MIT, then it makes more sense. Or if he actually did a school shooting style like random act of violence in Brown and then did a school shooting style random act of violence at another school down the line, then that also makes sense. But the fact that he did a random act of random school shooting style random act of violence and then did a very specific assassination, that's the reason why I'm confused by the details of this. I don't know why you think it's so crazy that someone could do both. It just doesn't make a lot of sense. Usually you wouldn't mix things up like that.
I don't think that is at all an outlandish supposition. In light of the fact that, as I said, he did all of this planning. He had at least 2 guns. He moved up here. Remember, he was in Miami. He moves up here to New England in the winter. It's kind of a reverse migration, right? And he does all of this stuff. He gets the apartment. He gets the storage location. He's got the 2 guns, which they're going to look at where and how he got them. He does the casing at a location for upwards of 2 weeks, according to what we're hearing. He went in and out of the building. You know, all of this stuff tells me that he wanted to get away with it. This guy this was not a suicide mission, let's be clear. And so as a result, you have to say to yourself, he thought he was going to sail off into the sunset, snicker about it, and then potentially, do it again. And so I hope that one of the things we get out of this is that the universities, many of which were very on board with defunding, we've seen university takeovers and campus protests where the police are not exactly popular. I hope they take it upon themselves to look at the protocols no matter where they are. We have active shooter training these days in high schools and grammar schools because of school shootings. The faculty and the students in these Ivy League schools, they're not immune to this no matter how much they think they are. And so if there's anything that comes out of this that's good, they got to do a hot wash here and say to themselves, are we in the same position? Because this was just a target waiting to happen.
Yeah, and lastly, I would flood Miami. If you want the facts, that's where he was. Do you think the investigators are there now, being that he's dead and this has been solved? How aggressive will they be in trying to reestablish motive or to establish motive by maybe going back to find out where he lived before he came there?
I mean, yeah, they have to. They have to look into his background. Anyway, we're going to move on to the Epstein files data dump that just came out. The Department of Justice releases a trove of Epstein files. Let's take a look at what some of the
pouring over these documents as
what some of the high-level notes are. I've heard that there's a lot of redacted stuff in there.
I don't think we're prepared yet to show them to our audiences. We're working on that, but please do tell us what you've learned.
I don't even know if I can get to that website.
About describing what's
you have
in
to
the
click on I am not a robot.
as
Your
we're
estimated
seeing them,
wait time
given
is less than a minute.
Sensitivities, so many sensitivities around this issue. But what I can say here is, in the data sets that are being put out by the Justice Department,
Look at this
there
little
are
walking stick
many,
figure.
many photos, and they are stripped of context. They are just images. Many of them do show Jeffrey Epstein, of course. They would be from the files around him. There are also images of Ghislaine Maxwell.
What the fuck?
But this is the sort of thing that people will be clicking on, seeing, that you'll see around as people go photo by photo. I mean, some of these, there's clearly hundreds of them. They're posted in dozens of pages of data on the Justice Department website, and they don't say where they're from, why they were taken, where the location of the photos are. So a lot of those context clues, that's the sort of reporting and questions that we'll need to follow up on in understanding
looking at the website.
what the meaning of these photos might be. But
after a thorough investigation, FBI investigators concluded that Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide in his cell at the Metropolitan Correctional Center in New York City on the 10th of August 2019. This conclusion is consistent with previous findings, including the 2019
Stefanik
autopsy
leaving Congress and
findings
dropping out of the
New
Hochul
York
race?
City Office of the Chief.
Dude, we'll get to that, okay? Are you fucking kidding me? You think that's the biggest story right now? Chatter? Chatter coming in here being like, at least Stefanik is dropping out. Okay, sick. Like, is she connected to Jeffrey Epstein? If not, forget about it, okay? I don't give a shit. The fuck? We'll talk about it later. Yeah, she was going to get destroyed in the gubernatorial race regardless. Okay? Oh my God, you just sent me a Ghislaine cleavage photo. That is crazy. That is crazy with the feet and everything. I've seen a photo similar to this on the Epstein flight before.
Some of the content we're seeing from these documents, and I'm looking at video footage now of the common area just outside Jeffrey Epstein's cell. We've seen that before.
Yes.
And indeed, that video, there's a break in the video which has given rise to suspicion that Epstein may not have committed suicide. So conspiracy theory around that, or doubts about the suicide theory, certainly. This video I'm looking at, it shows a common area just outside Jeffrey Epstein's cell. We've seen that before. That has been made public, but that relates to Jeffrey Epstein. It relates to investigations into Jeffrey Epstein. Therefore, it's being released as part of these documents today, and that's what these documents relate to.
I found one that is an affidavit with Epstein and a 14-year-old. Yikes.
And pretty much every interaction that the law enforcement, the FBI and others had with Epstein, and in terms of their investigations into his activities. That's why there are so many names in the frame, so many images of Epstein associates in his company, and so many connections made to a range of people. As I mentioned, not all by any stretch guilty of criminality. Indeed, they are due the presumption of innocence until proved otherwise. But it gives you a sense of the connections that Jeffrey Epstein had across high society. Many of the names who have featured in these files are from the rich and famous. It's not just Donald Trump. It wasn't just the former Prince Andrew.
Files, man.
Yesterday we saw pictures
The U.S. Department
of
of Justice
David
begun to
Blaine,
release all
magician,
files related to the
Woody
case
Allen,
against convicted sex offender trafficker Jeffrey Epstein.
the comedian, U.S. TV personalities, and so on. We're seeing from this publication today, Matt, many pictures.
Bill Clinton with a
taken
redacted
from
person in the pool.
inside
Oh my God.
properties. You'll remember that Jeffrey Epstein was an owner of many properties, not just the island in the.
Oh my fucking Lord. That is. Are you going to cover the Epstein files? Okay, take a day off. No memes, no jokes. Only fucking productive statements. Okay? Oh, fuck, dude. Maybe it's Hillary. Absolutely not. It's not Hillary. Are you kidding me? If it was Hillary Clinton, her face would not be redacted. It's more likely that it's Donald Trump. Let's be real. Can you explain what you are looking at on my screen? My eyes are bad. I'm watching on phone. We are currently looking at a photo from the Epstein files with Bill Clinton, former president of the United States of America, Bill Clinton, in what seems to be a jacuzzi, in a bathing suit, with his hands behind his head, leaning on the corner, with a censored photo of someone who is not affiliated or potentially a victim of Jeffrey Epstein's. A lot of these photos that have censors over the people that are most commonly women that are involved with some of the high-profile people are censored for the sake of protecting the unaffiliated people or the likely victims and preserving their identities. There are, oh my God, there are so many, oh God, there's going to be so many fucking photos with Bill Clinton and Jeffrey Epstein. This is the other side of this story, okay? The other side of the story is as many photos exist as Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump, there are a fuck ton of photos with Jeffrey Epstein and Bill Clinton. Remember, the reason why a lot of the right initially leaned into the Jeffrey Epstein stuff was because they were like, oh yeah, this is a Clinton conspiracy, which is true. There is truth that Bill Clinton and Jeffrey Epstein were absolutely heavily connected to one another. However, oh shit, Mick Jagger. However, Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump were also connected to one another as well. Think about Epstein when Clinton was impeached, Lamau. Was there a time when Bill Clinton and Trump were friends? Yes. Yes. Of course, there are photos of them together in public. This shit is so bad it deserves an apolitical revolution. Like, even if we're just going to preserve liberal capitalism, this requires a replacement of our system. I mean, yeah. This is a child. Well, you don't, I mean. Oh, God, this is so fucking strange. Don't you think this is from inside the temple? Is this a photo from inside the temple? Seems good. Ain't no fucking way these are the files that they released. It's just 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Is it just not loading or is it just redacted? Is it just not loading? I don't understand. What am I Ain't no way they were like, here are the Epstein files, 55 pages of redaction, full-blown redaction. Wow. Thank you. What an incredible fucking release here. More photos. Yours isn't loading for some reason. I can see no, this is a different. They're Polaroids. Give them a minute. Look at this, mate. F to 0003169.pdf. Dude, just link it to me if you want me to see it. There are, this is the photo sets, right? That they recovered. Hundreds of pages are 100% redacted. Obviously, some of the redactions are made because they are, they have victims, the faces of victims, and that's the reason why they don't show that stuff, right? But then there's also going to be redactions because, there are probably high profile people that they don't want to fucking involve in this, and maybe even Donald Trump. Like, there's information, not just photos, but like information that they're redacting. And I think not all of these. Wait, what? Photo from Epstein's home in New York City has Bill, MBS, and Trump? Oh, yeah, we've seen that. I mean, I've seen these photos before, but this is a clearer picture. Creepy photos from, what the fuck? Epstein's bedroom in New York City? Jesus Christ, this guy had so many strange artifacts in his fucking house. Photos of him and Trump. Photos with Bubba. Photos with MBS, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. The Pope. There's a short plane video. Who's the guy on the right? Oh my God, that's Steve Pinker. Wait, is this AI or is this real? That's Steven Pinker. He's a famous Harvard professor. I mean, there is a photo of them together for the record. Yeah, Pinker is a known associate of Jeffrey Epstein for the record. It's not even like a new thing. But I don't think there is I don't think we've ever seen a video from the video of them together. CSAM not scanned. Wait, what? Okay, that means this means that there are different levels of redaction. So the black bars that we see are just like to hide people's identities and stuff. But then there's one extra level of redaction, which is when it's directly child sexual abuse material, where they don't even upload it, they don't even scan it, and they just have the data. Like, they just have the hard evidence, and they don't even copy it, which makes sense. Like, that means they have footage, but it's just they will not copy it for understandable reasons. I don't know if live photos on iOS were a thing before Epstein died. We'll have to check, but the short videos may be those. Live photos consist of one photo and one short video before or after the shot. They have hash values which they give to law enforcement. Photos provided by interview of redacted. This is what, like, evidence filing, right? This is evidence filing. Photos provided by redacted. Might be LNU, may have moved to Florida. LNU used to be roommate, moved back to Brazil, still in New York. Younger than. Friends of Bleep Friends, big Brazilian group, Dominican darker skin, looks Amazonian, brought towards end, desperate time, maybe 1 to 2 years older, not sure, desperate time, running out of girls. Friends with Bleep's boyfriend's friends. Didn't want Spanish or dark girl. Go in, wait in room. Wait in. Roommate doesn't know if took her. Says, I don't know what happened. Jeffrey Epstein, what doing? Why bringing me dark girl? Bringing young girl. Yeah, but not dark. Told her he just wasn't into her. Doesn't remember if he paid Bleep because he wasn't happy. Jeffrey Epstein paid her. Bathroom. One torso pink. Vaginas and boobs near bathtub. He got in shower and told her can't just bring girls he doesn't like. Told her keep looking for girls. At one point, Redacted witnessed them asking for ID to girl. Wanted make sure under 18 because he wasn't believing them because Redacted messed up by bringing more older girls. Holy fuck. So he was mad that the girls were potentially over the age of 18. Saying he wanted to make sure that the girls were under the age of 18. What the fuck is going on here? Oh. Roommate when still living with mom. They rented out rooms. Just came from Brazil. Was model older than. What is happening? It's not a doors open situation. Why is the name of the person gathering underage girls redacted? I don't know. I actually don't understand that. I don't know why they're redacting the like, I don't know if it's because it's like, I don't know if it's because the information, 119-page grand jury document entirely redacted according to MS Now. The reason why might be because they got immunity from the previous deal. Because, like, remember, the first time Jeffrey Epstein was caught sex trafficking minors across state lines, there was a second deal that was conducted. Not only did he get a fucking sweetheart plea deal, unlike anything anyone has ever gotten, and the person who offered him that was Alexander Acosta, who then became Donald Trump's labor secretary, who actually resigned as Donald Trump's labor secretary because the second investigation into Jeffrey Epstein was being conducted. And people were like, dude, what the fuck? You're responsible for giving Jeffrey Epstein this incredible sweetheart plea deal. And part of that process was that they actually were able to, they actually gave full immunity to every other known affiliate. This could be the reason, or it could be that some of the co-conspirators were also underage as well. Or some of the co-conspirators were victims as well, because it is known that Jeffrey Epstein would routinely use some of his own victims to then go out and get new victims as well. So that's part of the reason why it could be redacted. But I don't think these people are victims. I think that this is a co-conspirator that got some kind of immunity. And that's the reason why their identity is their identity might be redacted here. But this is so crazy that the evidence notes here very clearly show a profile, Jeffrey Epstein straight up demanding underage girls and even applying scrutiny to the person that was helping him traffic underage girls, saying, I need to see some identification because last time you fucked up and you gave me overage girls. And not only was it underage girls, but he wanted underage white girls. Racist pedophilia. Thomas Massey says if 20 to 25 men are not named as sex offenders today in the release, this is a cover-up. We're working with victims to ensure the offenders don't omit evidence under the pretense of redacts due to this. Oh, shit. Holy shit, dude. No, look at the top left of that dog. It says initials live with mom at 13, moved out at 14, and the redaction is the same size as the redacted initials of the person gathering the girls. This totally looks like another victim forced to bring him more girls. Yeah, that could be the case. But that doesn't mean bleep living with mom at 13, moved out at 14. You do understand that that could be one of the victims that they're bleeping out. Yeah, see? In this page, this redaction is a victim, okay? This might not be, or this could be, I don't know. There are also so many victims that this kind of redaction is going to make it like I suspect that what they're doing in the situation is basically because there are so many victims and so much evidence for pedophilia and numerous other illicit dealings that they went through all the documents and redacted certain people's names, clients, high-profile people that were directly involved in the illegal acts, or at least were named by some of the victims and witnesses as being involved in this, and they're using the larger, they're using the valid redactions to also hide people who are affiliates as well. I can't have Brace on. I already asked him, and Brace said he is. Brace said he's filming an episode and then immediately leaving, so he's not going to be around, unfortunately, today. This is fucking insane, man. Do you think the victims even want these redactions? I mean, I think the victims want their identities preserved, yes. But they don't want the affiliates to be able to shelter their names, and that's what Thomas Massey is presenting as well. There's a crazy painting of Bubba. No, this is a famous one. We've seen this before. Yeah, it's Bill Clinton in a blue dress. Yeah, this was known from before. It's just another angle of the same painting that we've seen before. Yeah, this is a famous one. It gets worse. What? No. Hold on. Living the Good Life, Part 5, Massage for Everybody. And it's a baby massage training. Baby massage moves. One thing about babies, they're really, really small. You can tell how small when you try to massage them and one of your hands covers their entire back. Besides, there was a manual for massaging babies. I mean, that's also the least surprising. IDF sweatshirt. This one has a lot of Clinton. Yeah, I think it was in the files. It was a massaging for dummies book or something that they found. In the files. Whole ass scrapbook with Epstein and redacted victims. Somebody made some kind of zine comic with the photos of Jeffrey Epstein and all kind of redacted girls. Yo, these motherfuckers were scrapbooking, brother. Oh my God. That's the other fucking boomer angle, is that they loved scrapbooking. This is a thing that's part of the reason why they were like constantly fucking what do you call it? Constantly constantly taking photos or whatnot, but this is an entire scrapbook that they made. Once upon a time, there was a clueless little girl. How do I look? Then, what is he doing? He wouldn't. Elastic. Can I even show this? This is like this is a pedophile mood board. Those eyes are blue. And the little teeth. I met you. How do I look? I played the cards I was dealt. First Christmas. Oh my goodness. I will be the first. Is my cover blown? What could this be? I learned and grew. I beautified. Took care of you. Before and after. Brazil, Dubai, Prague, Czech Milk, we traveled, Berlin, St. Bart's. You're the best. Oh, really? You're so sweet to me. I like Prague. I know. I am working on number 3. Paris. We fought. Then hugged. We laughed. One ham. Bleep, please, no mustard. I will get you. Now you drive. 2007, September 17th. And then it's just it's a photo of him and one of the victims. This looks fake as fuck. Brother, this is literally from the government files. What are you talking about? This looks fake as fuck. Really? This is... The zine was a birthday card. Yeah. This looks like Prince Andrew's. Item was not scanned. Let's look at this one. Description photo frame. Oh, it is. It is Prince Andrew with a bunch of victims. This I think that's the one of the pilots, right? Here's Ghislaine Maxwell in Russia. This is a redacted photo. Epstein on a horse with a victim. I don't even know what the fuck's going on here with some fancy people. This is oh my God, Jeffrey Epstein with Michael Jackson. Wait, what is this? Special day in England? Who is this person? I wonder. Michael Jackson. Redacted. I don't know who this guy is. Redacted. Not redacted. On a hammock. Tucker Carlson? No, he's not Tucker Carlson. Winnie the Pooh. Jeffrey Epstein. Another one of these guys. I don't know. Redacted. And then that's it. Bro, the full page redactions on photos are very suspicious. The full page redactions on photos imply that, like, I don't think that there are full page redactions on these photos because, like, there's victims all over these photos. I feel like that is the type of redaction that they do when they feel like there is no, when they feel like there's like a too high profile of a person. Or maybe it's like a location or something. Yeah, identifiable location, something like that. MJ with Clinton on Lolita. Yeah. Yeah, Michael Jackson. With fucking Bill Clinton on the Lolita Express. Full page redaction might be a cover up. They have a different CSAM, not scam page for the CSAM, right? Yes. If If it's a full page redaction, see, look, this is what it looks like in the files that are uploaded if it's actually CSAM, okay? There's a different way of handling child sexual abuse material where they understandably don't scan child sexual abuse material. If they redact a face, that's most likely a non-affiliated, oftentimes a victim that is not affiliated or not implicated in any crime, okay? If it's a full page redaction, though, like if it's fully black, then that's a little bit suspicious. Because if it's a full-blown full page redaction, I feel like there is a different reason as to why they're engaging in that, and I don't know what it is, but it definitely is very suspicious, very weird. I will, however, say, even with all the redactions so far, there is a shit ton of data here. There is a shit ton of new evidence here, new connections here, things that we previously did not know about that many of these people did know about. Okay? Like a lot of people in positions of power did know about this shit. And remember, including Donald Trump, for example, Donald Trump's DOJ, all of the people that told us that there was nothing there, nothing that you didn't know about previously. And that is strange. Okay? What is this? Go to 1201. Go to 1201. Wait, what is this? This is not 12 hours long. What are you talking about? 1201:30. No one went into his cell after 10:30 p.m. This is not his cell, chatter, for the record. Many of the photo folders are named Clinton Place. Some others are redacted place, so they are likely redacting the names of people. Yeah. There is someone conspicuously absent from all these photos so far. Yeah. Where the fuck is Donald Trump? $10:25, 10:28, 10:30 p.m., 10:29. I feel like fully redacted photos are the ones that Trump or the location of Mar-a-Lago or White House or some Israeli official. Oh, 12:31. Go to 12:01 on the clock. 12:01, not 31. Why are you guys doing this? Okay, here. 12. No one's at 31. Maybe I saw 31. I was wrong. I have to pee so fucking bad, dude. Wait, hold on. You know what? I'm gonna go to CNN for now, and then I'm gonna pee, and I'll be back, and then we'll look at the 12.
To go through the documents they've had for years from the Esptein files and the FBI investigation. There's also incoming to the Justice Department from other parts of the government that they're going to be going through and that we may not even be seeing for several days. Casey?
All right, Caitlin, thank you very much for that update. Joining us now to discuss further, victims' rights attorney Gloria Allred. She's represented several Epstein abuse survivors. And Gloria, I know that you're digesting what we're learning from the Justice Department right along with everyone else, but I'm hoping you can give us a sense of what a moment like this means to the women who were victimized by Jeffrey Epstein and others in Epstein's orbit.
Well, I'm glad that you asked, Casey, because This didn't just happen. It is happening because of the courage of many survivors speaking out and pushing elected officials to this point. Elected officials in Congress and also the president. And that is a tribute to them, and they deserve that commendation because it took a lot for many of them to speak out and let people know what had happened to them. And they did it in order to achieve the release of the DOJ's Esptein files, which they only got partial release of today. Of course, the Deputy Attorney General, Mr. Blanche, has also indicated that part of his reasoning for not giving everything that the law requires today is that he wants to be sure that the victims' identities are protected and also their names. And in addition, any...
Bro, I'm sorry, but Gloria Allred is not exactly a credible person. Okay, so here, let's get back to this. At the 12:01, you said there's like someone that walks in. Except the Jeffrey Epstein, cell is actually on the opposite side of this. So this camera angle does not even show Jeffrey Epstein's cell, just so you guys know. So when people say, all right, 12:01, what happened? 12:06, not 12:01? You missed it? It happens at 12:01:30? On the top left corner, you missed it? Oh, you're talking about near the stairs at 12:01? Oh, this. Wait, what the fuck? This isn't even his room. Yeah. Yeah, this is not his cell, chatters. I know I don't think you guys understand. That's not his cell. There's no camera footage showing directly outside of his cell. That was a big problem because the cameras suspiciously were busted. But even in this situation, even in this footage, there's like cut parts as well, which people thought was also strange. This is edited footage. But what if that was his cell? Hypothetically, that'd be suspicious. Okay. We're getting stupid. We're getting stupid right now. All right. Anyway, one of the only things that someone could find, I think, is like so far. What is this? It with Donald Trump's? Is that Donald Trump's signature? Oh yeah, that is Donald Trump's signature. On a check, and that's it. Very few new information that's come out of this that I clipped it. Rick Astley, dude, you're funny, dude. Take a week off, okay? Take a week off. Bye-bye. What? Oh, come on, dude. That's a really good bit, though, chatter. Keep up the good work. What is this? CCP? Okay, calm down. Who are these? I don't know. I don't know who some of these people are. I mean, dude, he was homies with every wealthy person. Oh yeah, and then Donald Trump is in the Epstein files for some of these photos that Jeffrey Epstein kept of him. in his drawer, in his desk drawer. They're dead. Walter Cronkite, Richard Branson. We've seen Richard Branson with him before. This is a new photo of him and Richard Branson, for the record. There's photos of him there's photos of a gun range, but that's not that unique. The picture in the drawer is a new unredacted photo of Donald Trump, but this one is famous. The other one with like Ghislaine and Melania Trump, that one is. You know, all these photos and evidence, and Epstein is never working his big finance job. Yeah, I'm just surprised. I thought he was like such a prolific trader, and yet it doesn't feel like he has any time to trade because he's seemingly taking photos with underage and women over the age of 18 that he allegedly sex trafficked. Well, not even allegedly, confirmed to have sex trafficked. So it's very strange to me how he was making all of his, how he found any time through his incredibly busy social schedule, taking photos with virtually every famous person on the planet, including the financial elite, including heads of government, foreign emissaries and things like that. Very busy social calendar for this guy. Another one of Clinton. I mean, the craziest one of Clinton is in the fucking hot tub, dude. Will we ever truly know how he connected with women for sex and who he connected with women for sex and who he connected for children for pedophilia? No, I don't think so. I think at best, the best you're going to get is maybe some of the alive victims who who know who some of the clients were. But even then, it's what the fuck? Former President Bill Clinton swims with unknown woman and Ghislaine Maxwell, convicted sex offender and close associate of Jeffrey Epstein. Jesus Christ. This stuff is new. This stuff is definitely new. Yeah, I saw this with Prince Andrew. Ivana and Ivanka mentioned. Oh, it was on the contact list. Yeah, I mean, this is stuff from his black book. We already know. Every famous person is on here, dude. Every famous person is on here. There's like the fucking Blizzard guy who stole titty milk is on the fucking Epstein black book, famously. Here is Bill Clinton again on Lolita Express. Dude, this motherfucker, oh my God. I feel like nothing will happen with this release because they would redact Trump, but only if there's a leak with evidence involving Trump will we actually see repercussions. Grums is on the blacklist? No, it's not Grums. Is Hillary going to talk about how social media is warping the minds of the youth instead of addressing why her husband is with every junior high schooler in Florida? Yeah, no, that's before TikTok, so that's different. Tons of call logs, names redacted, but shows Poland a lot. This is a subpoena from T-Mobile for his T-Mobile phone number and like where he was calling. A lot of incoming calls here. A lot of phone numbers that were redacted. Mostly call destination, Miami, Florida, incoming. There's one North Dakota in here. North Dakota, or no, not North Dakota. North Dade, Florida. Never mind. North Dade, Florida mentioned. Why do we never see photos of people at the island? There are plenty of photos of people at the island. All I'm going to say is that boomers are so fucking dense. They really complain about Gen Z documenting everything online. Meanwhile, these motherfuckers are just recording themselves committing crime thinking no one's going to know. I mean, true. So I guess it's the same. And there is no generational divide there. Everyone is constantly recording themselves doing crimes all the time, whether it's on Snapchat or whether it's in a scrapbook that you made for your favorite pedophile, your favorite close personal pedophile besties, doesn't change that dynamic all that much, does it? Where it's just still a thing that fucking boomers are doing. You know? Like these guys would be streaming this shit on Kick. That is like the modern meta, you know?
Epstein files. We are combing through all of these details, and we are going to try to bring it to you as coherently as possible as it
Richard
comes
Branson.
in the meantime,
Billionaire.
our panel is here. And of course, Elliot Williams, one of the things that people are really interested in is the list, or a list, any list of names of powerful men
Hey, Hasan, you need to see
who
this.
were involved here. Right? This is a list that the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, had said when the Trump administration came into office the second time. She said, it's sitting on my desk. Right? Then, of course, we have not seen it. Susie Wiles, the White House Chief of Staff, said this week that
yes, dude, Timothy Chalamet's SD kid
on this matter entirely.
Okay.
But I want to play what Congressman
I would
Thomas
say that's
Massie,
like that's not even the 10th most important conspiracy theory right now that we're talking about today. Come on now.
What he said about what might be in them. Let's watch.
I wanted to talk about some of the things to look for and what we may be anticipating. The victims' lawyers have been in contact with me.
Oh, there's a crazy
and collectively,
story about
they
this.
know there are at least 20 names of men who are accused of sex crimes in the possession of the FBI. So if we get a large production on December 19th, and it does not contain a single name of any male who's accused of a sex crime or sex trafficking or rape or any of these things, then we know they haven't produced all the documents. It's that simple.
That was a huge line, dude.
Yeah.
Thomas Massie straight up said if they're using the victims' names to provide shelter for 20 to 25 different men, or if 20 to 25 different men after today are not known publicly as being involved in like illicit sexual acts, that means that they used the redaction. They overextended the redactions and basically extended it to some of the criminals as well. Okay. And that is the suspicion that they engaged in. The suspicion that they did was there's some of the redactions are obviously victims. Many of them are obviously victims, but they obviously clearly fucking hid. They clearly hid the other other people that were engaged in illicit acts as well, making it seem like they're also redacting victims' names.
We find out about those three buckets, and I think that if people go in expecting that and not some smoking gun list, I think the world will be far more satisfied with whatever the Justice Department provides.
Yeah, although, Ellie Honig, you've been hanging with us throughout the hour, which I very much appreciate. I mean, the reality is everybody's looking for a list. You've seen so much of this kind of material in your career as a prosecutor. Do you think there's a list?
No, I mean, all the reporting is there's not in one discrete place, like a list, number 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. To the bigger point about other people who may be involved here, let's remember the exceptions. This law does allow the Justice Department to hold back any information that might relate to an ongoing investigation or that might undermine our national security or foreign diplomacy. There's a lot of discretion, a lot of wiggle room there for Pam Bondi to hold things back in her discretion. That's point one. Point two, to Representative Massey's point earlier, that if we don't see sort of high-profile names, then we'll know they have not turned over everything. Guess what? We know they have not turned over everything because Todd Blanche has said so. He said, I know we were supposed to under the law. This is just some of them, and there's a lot more still to come.
Ellie, on that point, I mean, why do you think Todd Blanche is doing this? I mean, the fact that it represents a delay from what the law says.
I don't know. I couldn't begin to make excuses for him. They gave the DOJ 30 days to pull this together. Yes, it was a gargantuan task. We've had reporting here at CNN about how there was a mad scramble behind the scenes at DOJ. But if the end result of that is, sorry, Congress, sorry, Mr. President, who signed the law, we just couldn't get there in time, that's just unacceptable. That's just outrageous. So, look, I suppose this will give rise to theories that maybe they're trying to drag this out. If the documents are going to slowly leak out over the next 2 weeks, we all know what's happening the next it's Christmas, it's New Year's, people are going to be halfway paying attention. But it's a huge error. It's a flub by DOJ to not have these already. Now, maybe worse than that even. They did not comply with the plain language of a law passed by Congress, signed by the president.
And in the absence of a penalty for failing to comply with that law, Ellie, I mean, what does that part of this mean?
Yeah, there's not a heck of a lot that can be done. You've had earlier members of Congress suggesting they may sue, maybe, but that'll take time, and perhaps in that time this will get worked out. As you noted earlier in one of your interviews, Casey, there's not a mechanism built into this law that says if DOJ fails to comply, the punishment will be A, B, or C. It just sort of leaves it out there unaddressed. So ultimately, it's going to have to come down to political pressure and political will from Congress.
It has been a remarkable thing to see, actually, the way that Republicans in this particular case have actually exerted political will over the wishes and will of the president of the United States to get us this far. But I think it's good you underscored that today. Ellie Honig, thank you. Thanks very much to my panel as well. Really appreciate it. Thanks to you all at home.
Yeah, this is like this is a big data dump on Clinton. And nothing even like technically super illicit about Clinton so far. But that's it. Like the most high profile, like new shit that we found out is just Bill Clinton. And that to me is somewhat suspicious. And I don't even mean that like there was going to be more Trump stuff, even though Trump basically made it seem like there was more Trump stuff in there. And that's the reason why he was trying to delay the release or just refuse to release it altogether. But there are obviously very clearly other people that are either close to Trump or just like bipartisan elites, you know, that the administration is protecting, the DOJ is currently protecting.
Here is Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche this morning saying that all of the files are not going to be released today.
I expect that we're going to release more documents over the next couple of weeks. So today, several 100,000. And then over the next couple of weeks, I expect several 100,000 more. There's a lot of eyes looking at these, and we want to make sure that when we do produce the materials we're producing, that we're protecting every single victim.
Okay, let's check in with the actual law that has required this release of the documents. It's called the Epstein Files Transparency Act. It passed 30 days ago with the support of every member of Congress except for one, Republican Congressman Clay Higgins. The law requires of the Justice Department and FBI, quote, not later than 30 days after the date of the enactment of this act, the Attorney General shall, subject to subsection B, make publicly available in a searchable and downloadable format all unclassified records, documents, communications, and investigative materials, unquote, that pertain to Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, and other people or entities named in connection to them and the sex trafficking ring that they are alleged to have run. Now, you will notice in that law, it didn't say today was the deadline to release some of the records.
Yeah, it's supposed to be all
of the records, and it said with a searchable form. And if you go onto the website right now and just even put the word Epstein in to search the Epstein documents, that doesn't come up because it's not searchable yet. Let's discuss this all with CNN's Evan Perez and MJ Lee. MJ, what are we learning about the content of the files that have been released so far?
Yeah, Jake, you know, we knew that today was going to be a really big document dump coming from the DOJ. But even having known that, you know, when you take even a few minutes to go through these documents, it really is a pretty sickening experience. You know, so much context is
There's
missing.
just so much fucking
really,
CSAM and so much like open demands for procuring children to engage with, to do statutory rape with.
directly related
psychotic.
to the various investigations that have taken place over the years about Jeffrey Epstein
And also
and the many
fuck ton of
allegations
high-profile
against
people
him.
directly
Just, Jake, the sheer
associated
volume
with
of
him.
materials and
Epstein
the
kept an insane
pages
amount of
and
information,
pages
even
of
as a big cache
information,
of
that is
3.5
redacted.
floppies in his
Again,
penthouse.
just gives you such a reminder of how many people had accused him of abuse. And
like, dude, the fact that these people still, the fact that like the Ezra Klein narrative was like, oh, he was a prolific pedophile, but also was very, kept very famous company, but those two things were separate from one another is so insane to me. Like, it just doesn't, I don't know how you could have ever arrived at such a conclusion. Okay. It's just like, this dude was doing so much pedophilia that like, it was very clearly, taking up a big chunk of his life, you know? It's virtually impossible for there to be no crossover in any way, shape, or form. Yeah. My other main takeaway is that Epstein Maxwell were taking photos like an eager freshman who just started college. They were photographing everything and everyone they met. Yeah, I think there was a reason for that. Epstein kept an insane amount of information, even as a big cache of 3.5 floppies in his penthouse. There was also obviously a lot of tapes, specifically tapes, with names of people that were redacted, and some of the tapes that were mysteriously lost in the wind. So this is not even the tip of the iceberg, really. Okay? So remember, there's also, I mean, there are so many different points of confusion here. This one specifically is about, I think, someone blowing the whistle on the plea bargain. I can't really read it, though. It's difficult to read. Floppies are floppy disks, like before CDs, before CD-ROMs, there were floppy disks. Who's this? Okay, doors open. Yeah, floppy disks are very, very tiny, like a child. That's a child's foot, yes, for sure. What the fuck? I mean, I think that's a baby that's being held by I assume, an adult with a shirtless Jeffrey Epstein, who apparently had a tribal bicep tattoo. Rokana says Pam Bondi will be prosecuted if she doesn't release the full Epstein files by today's deadline. Let me be very clear. We need a full release.
9 p.m. on Friday, the Epstein files will finally be released because of my Epstein Transparency Act. We will see thousands of documents that we should have seen decades ago. 3 federal judges have ordered the release.
One of the craziest aspects of this, by the way, is the fact that like these people were sheltered. And they were able to just like operate in polite society and potentially in positions of prominence long after law enforcement authorities, investigators knew the depths of their illicit activity. So that's what's so crazy about it too. It's like justice delayed is justice denied. This is an endless delaying of justice in this situation. And the Department of Justice is telling Congress that the release is incomplete. The DOJ acknowledges to Congress that Epstein files release is incomplete, expects additional disclosures by end of year. Yeah, they are. I think there were far too many documents. I'm not even kidding. I think there were far too many documents where they had to basically take an L on drip feeding shit because they refuse. They refuse to release it without like redacting everything. And I suspect that's the reason why they're saying like, sorry, we can't release it yet. Even though there was so much fucking time, even though there was a 30-day period, and I guess the 30-day period was not enough. Is your neck okay? No, it's not. Is it a less than 110% chance that they just redact all mentions of Trump? And if no is more than 0% chance, normies think he's sus that is not mentioned at all? I think for normies, they will say, what is this? During one of DOE's encounters with Epstein, he took her to Mar-a-Lago where he introduced her to his owner, Donald J. Trump. Introducing the 14-year-old Doe to Donald J. Trump, Epstein elbowed Trump, playfully asking him, referring to Doe, this is a good one, right? Trump smiled and nodded in agreement. They both chuckled, and Doe felt uncomfortable, but at the time was too young to understand why. This is from one of the court documents, I assume. They just released a bunch of Epstein files, and I scrolled through flight log documents for 5 minutes and found Donald Trump 5 different times. Yeah, Donald Trump was on the flight logs. We know that. Oh, this letter is admitting basically why Epstein was protected, potentially. What is this? Let's see. Dear Mr. Jeffrey Epstein, I hate that you got into this mess with the girls over the years. These girls knew what they were doing. You didn't put a... What is this? To their hand, but you have to water it? You didn't put a gun to their hand, but you have to water it to all rich people are targets in this world. People are going to come at you to get $1. Women are really stinking, I assume, really sticking it to the men on every level. It seems a lot is justified in some cases. In your case, you really need to water or watch, not water, watch yourself. You are a target and you never should got yourself caught up in this bullshit in the first place. You knew these girls would come at you in the long run and mess up your reputation. You should have knew that and go after your pockets. L. Reader, Haas dyslexia. Chatter, not only is this person dyslexic, but this cursive is ass. I mean, this is a random person who sent a letter to a random misogyny tourist, I think, that sent a letter to Jeffrey Epstein from prison. Okay? I don't think this is like... I don't think this is this has anything to do with any... HasanAbi can't read? Yeah, this is a... Remember when I told you guys, like, there's a concept such as misogyny tourists, like people who just look to instances of men doing sexual impropriety or illicit acts and whatever, and then they just like they lend unlimited support to those men for some fucking weird reason. This is one of those men, I think. Like people who became Tory Lanez fans after Tory Lanez's their criminal charges against them. There are redacted pictures of Ivanka Trump in the files. Does this imply she was a victim? So there is an interesting thing with Ivanka Trump. There is suspicion, or not Ivanka Trump, sorry, with Melania. There is suspicion that Melania was modeling with, like, there's suspicion that like Melania met Donald Trump through Jeffrey Epstein by way of a Jeffrey Epstein affiliate. He spoke to the doctor about your symptoms. It is Bratislavian various. It can be cured, but you have to move. It can cost empathy of the muscle, which can shorten your sex life. What? I think they meant impotency, or no, atrophy, but they wrote empathy. Atrophy, you suck at autocomplete? Bitch, what are you talking about? I'm trying to read the fucking words that they wrote. Are you kidding me? This is IMPOTHY. Y'all are fucking making it my fault that none of these super wealthy dumb fucks could actually write anything correctly because they were all dyslexic as shit. How the fuck is this my fault? God damn. And it's not a one guy situation at all. Suck my dick. There was a hella guys in the chat. It was 1,000 guy situation.
As I'm speaking, dozens of lawyers on the national security team at the Department of Justice are preparing the documents for release. Let me be very clear. We need a full release. Anyone who tampers with these documents or conceals documents or engages in excessive redaction will be prosecuted because of obstruction of justice. We will prosecute individuals regardless of whether they're the Attorney General or a career or political appointee. We need full transparency and justice for the survivors. Tomorrow, finally, rich and powerful men who raped underage girls or who covered up for this abuse will be held accountable.
Nope. That's not, that's what we thought could potentially happen, but seemingly no. But in this situation, it's like, even if you literally have like congresspersons,
Clinton
it's on
cut
CNN
ties
now.
with Epstein before his arrest. On
Even if you have
federal
congresspersons
charges
pushing,
in
it's like it's the DOJ that's hiding it.
Now,
so the
I
DOJ
just
is
want
going
to
to
give
sue
you
itself.
a sense
I don't know.
of as we are going through
It's
these
a real.
files,
We are asking the investigators to investigate themselves and find wrongdoing moment.
Making in the coming hours. We are, of course, going to be interested in anything that is new, anything that might be revelatory about high-profile names, big people in public life. Again, though, it is incredibly challenging to try to report on some of these images and documents because there is so much context that is missing. But again, here we have what appear to be never-before-seen photos of Jeffrey Epstein in both of Bill Clinton, in Jeffrey Epstein's presence and Ghislaine Maxwell's presence. Again, we don't know the context around these photos when they were even taken.
All right, MJ, thanks so much. Please flag us down when you have more. Let's bring back Julie K. Brown of the Miami Herald.
U.S. launches missiles
what's
in
your take on these Clinton photos that have been released?
It's just hard to know. We don't know when they were taken or
What
where
the
they were
fuck?
taken, under what circumstances. But of course, the more that we see photos of him, the more questions with Epstein and in Epstein's houses, or we don't know where they are. And I think it just raises more questions about how close he was with Epstein, and the fact that at some point he had to have known what Epstein's, crimes were. I mean, he had been accused for a long time, and it was known he was accused of molesting underage girls. So I think that, these raise more questions that I think he probably will be asked about these photos.
Okay, Brown, thank you so much. We're going to sneak in a quick break. We'll be right back with more on this developing story, the Epstein.
Okay. Apparently, while we were having this conversation, or while the dumps were coming in, earlier today, U.S. forces commenced Operation Hawkeye Strike in Syria to eliminate ISIS fighters' infrastructure and weapon sites in direct response to the attack on U.S. forces that occurred on December 13th in Palmyra, Syria. As you recall, 2 U.S. troops in Syria were killed by ISIS fighters. This is not the beginning of a war. It's a declaration of vengeance. The United States of America, under President Trump's leadership, will never hesitate and never relent to defend our people. As we said directly following the savage attack, if you target Americans anywhere in the world, you will spend the rest of your brief, anxious life knowing the United States will haunt you, find you, and ruthlessly kill you. Today, we hunted and killed our enemies, lots of them. We will continue. Yeah, except, of course, if you are an international pedophile hurting American girls alongside very famous, financial criminals and whatnot, then we won't do anything about it. Why didn't they do this when Israel killed American soldiers? I mean, I think you know why. This one looks strange. What? I don't even understand. Is this doodles from Epstein? Is that what it is? Seems like a bunch of Epstein doodles. Maybe ISIS should have avoided being killed by doing pedophilia instead. I mean, they were just not doing it the right way, the Epstein way, I guess. Picture 991 box of hard drives. Yes, we saw, chatter. I saw. God damn. I saw, dude. I don't know why you want me to look at a fucking box of hard drives. Yes, I know. He documented everything extensively. There are photos of him with fucking floppy disks and shit too. Also, Kevin Spacey and Bill Clinton here. Oh yeah, the smiley art is also unique, because the steeplechase face was the mascot of the historic Steeplechase Park, the first of 3 amusement parks in Coney Island, Brooklyn. This was in Jeffrey Epstein's home. Okay, this was in Jeffrey Epstein's home in one of the photos. This weird face that you see every now and then, an exaggerated smile, which has 44 visible teeth. The image conveys simple fun, but it was also observed by cultural critics to have an undercurrent of Victorian-era repressed sexuality. There's a veneer of hidden sexuality. Okay? Now, the reason why this is crazy is because in 1966, real estate developer Fred Trump, Donald Trump's father, destroyed the park in an unsuccessful attempt to create condos on the site. During the demolition, Trump handed out bricks to the public, encouraging visitors to throw them at the glass steeplechase face. And I think this face might be recovered from the park. So maybe Donald Trump gave the steeplechase face to Jeffrey Epstein as a gift from the time when his dad actually demolished the park. But I don't know. Epstein threatening to burn someone's house down if they revealed the stolen photos of young girls and sold them and had other photos taken. Click alt text if you can't read. How do you click alt text on desktop? I don't know how to do that. Complainant staged that she is a professional artist and took pictures of her sisters 12 and 14 years for her own personal artwork. Epstein stole the photos and negatives and is believed to have sold the pictures to potential buyers. Epstein at one time requested Bleep to take pictures of young girls at swimming pools. Epstein is now threatening Bleep that if she tells anyone about the photos, he will burn her house down. Stated. Complainant stated, not stayed. Yeah, this is Jeffrey Epstein, character of cases, child pornography. Oh, this is how you... Okay, well, I already read it. Oh, fuck. This is from 1996, by the way. Yeah, this is from the first... this is information that was also compiled, I think, in the first investigation. And for the record, they knew all this shit, and he still got away with it. They knew all this shit, and they let him out on work release. This has never happened, okay? There's a photo of Ivanka in the Epstein files. Wait, what? Really? Careful, some files are limit CP on DOJ website. No, there is no CSAM in the fucking files. Are you kidding me? The Department of Justice, that's fake law. I mean, that doesn't really prove anything, even if he had a photo of fucking Ivanka regardless. But that's nothing. Okay, who gives a fuck about what that person is posting? Lock in. Okay. Listen, what I was saying is, the government is not going to put child sexual abuse material or upload it, because they have a process where if they identify something as child sexual abuse material, they don't even upload, they don't even scan it. They just have a slip that says CSAM image. Like, it's not even redacted. So in instances where there is CSAM in the files, and there are plenty of instances where there is child sexual abuse material in the files, they don't even scan the child sexual abuse material.
Charge, not charge, investigate, or decline to investigate Epstein or his associates. That's the exact language of this law that is required to be turned over. And really, Jake, as you know, and Julie Brown, who you just had on, knows, that's really one of the biggest questions here. Why on earth?
Someone in the chat said, what the fuck, why? What the fuck, why would the Department of Justice have a separate policy of handling child sexual abuse material? Think. Hello? Why would they digitize child sexual abuse material? Child sexual abuse material is the most illegal thing, okay? Of course they're not going to fucking digitize it if it only exists as a hard evidence, as a piece of hard evidence.
Well, I haven't had a chance to review it other than the report I saw just a little bit before coming on that you covered. But I'm not surprised. There's going to be obviously photos released. There's going to be financial records, flights, manifest release. So we're going to obviously dig into the details here. As I've said from the very beginning, anyone who was involved in the crimes of Jeffrey Epstein.
Digitizing child sexual abuse material that was like photographed would also be illegal in and of itself. You would be procuring child sexual abuse material, which is a crime.
If there is evidence that comes out through this release of anyone, whether they be in government or entertainment or
Hasan, this proves you wrong.
The financial world, they should be prosecuted.
So,
we will see
that
what,
they're not.
What obviously.
This means they're adults, chatter.
Searchable database with hundreds.
Jeffrey Epstein had adult victims and child victims. This implies that the victims photographed here are adults whose identities were protected. Okay? If it was a child in a similar situation like that, in a photo like that, it would literally just say, it would have a slip that said CSAM.
The law also said that the database had to be searchable, and the database, at least last time I checked, it was not searchable. Does it bother you that the Justice Department is not abiding by the law that President Trump signed 30 days ago?
Did they reveal the magician was? What do you mean?
Look,
Isn't
I
it
think
David Blaine?
Obviously should comply fully with the law. I think given the volume of documents, I assume they have a lot of people working on redacting where appropriate within the law and going through each of these documents to make sure that they are released appropriately. I would venture once the grand jury transcripts were court-ordered released and they have to go through that added significant volume here in terms of having to go through the documents. So, look, I think they need to obviously comply expeditiously, and I do believe that's their intent. And
good luck telling this administration they need to comply,
in full
Lawler.
Today. But given the volume, I'm not sure how realistic that really was within 30 days of the law being signed.
Your fellow New York Republican, Congresswoman Elise Stefanik, just announced that not only is she bowing out of the race for governor of New York, which you were going to do
House
as
Manager's
well.
report from David Copperfield's show,
She's not
noting
even
that
gonna
patrons
run for
found the show
re-election
sophomoric,
in the
amateurish,
House.
and the same as
Now
last
that
year's. A
there
woman
is
also
an
complained that she
opening,
couldn't find her husband
are you
after
going to
Copperfield
throw your
made
hat
him
back
disappear.
into the ring and run for governor?
Well, first, let me say Elise Stefanik has been a tremendous congresswoman. She certainly would have made a great governor. And
Yeah. I don't care about fucking Elise Stefanik. Okay, she sucks, and of course she bailed out, and she was gonna lose anyway. Also, here is Adam Schiff. Part of the consequences, I think, frankly, of Chief Justice Roberts giving the president absolute immunity when it comes to his instructions to the DOJ. He can pretty much order them to do what he wants and know he will never be held criminally liable.
Are you at all surprised by the lack of production today?
I'm surprised by the magnitude of it. I'm not surprised that they're withholding information. Part of this is a consequence, I think, frankly, of Chief Justice Roberts giving the president absolute immunity when it comes to his instructions to the Justice Department. So he can pretty much order them to do what he wants and knows that he will never be held at least criminally liable. So I'm not surprised that they're withholding. I am surprised at the magnitude of it.
Yeah, they are straight up in violation of the law as of like later tonight. Section 1, short title, this act may be cited as the Esptein Files Transparency Act. Remember, Donald Trump signed this. It's his own law that he signed, okay? That said that the DOJ would release all unclassified, not later than 30 days after the date of enactment of this act, the Attorney General shall, subject to subsection B, make publicly available in a searchable and downloadable format all unclassified records, documents, communications, and investigative materials in the possession of the Department of Justice, including the Federal Bureau of Investigation and United States Attorney's Office that relate to the Esptein files. Okay? So that's where we're at. Obviously we know how these things work. It's, the law is irrelevant here. Donald Trump, whatever Donald Trump wants to do was what's more important. Under Trump mentioned in the second and sixth line under remarks. Where is it? Oh, here it is. And then here again. Remarks, procedures, maneuvers, endorsements. I mean, this is old stuff, though. I think it's the aircraft. This is an extension of the flight logs. It's nothing new as far as Donald Trump's involvement goes. I'm telling you, dude, I think that this is all, that's the flight manifest, right? So that's all stuff that was already available.
Audacity of it. The plain statement by Blanche that they're withholding hundreds of thousands of documents.
Yeah.
And I don't know how much Donald Trump would be all over these files to begin with, okay? But his behavior made it seem like he was all over this shit. And the very fact that he's not in it at all, seemingly, there is far more Bill Clinton in here than there is Donald Trump. Okay? So far, from what we have seen, there is a fuck ton more Bill Clinton in here than there is Donald Trump. That's suspicious because we know that Donald Trump was directly affiliated and directly a part of the Epstein stuff, at least leading up to the first investigation, which would absolutely be featured in the second investigation as well. So the very fact that there's nothing of Trump in here at all, nothing new, not even like old stuff that we know that's supposed to be here, is a little bit confusing and certainly invites some scrutiny as to how much they redacted Trump out of this directly. And none of Trump's orbiters really are all over this as well. Also a little suspicious, a little weird.
That might be just the tip of the iceberg. So, yes, that does surprise me. It's a kind of in-your-face, we will ignore the law as we choose. We will go at our own pace. Whether we provide things at all will be up to us. It's a kind of arrogance, a kind of drunkenness with power that believes you can ignore the law without any peril.
Some slipped through. Yeah, I know. I saw that. Maybe Trump's DOJ missed these photos of him in a desk drawer at Epstein's townhouse. Trump with Melania and Ghislaine. Trump with what looks like 4 scantily clad ladies. Yeah, that's what's so... That's interesting, too, because, the only new Trump photos that we have seen were literally in Jeffrey Epstein's drawer And it almost feels like they just forgot to redact that because it wasn't the primary focus of the photo at all. And it just kind of slipped through. Bill Clinton was just closer to Epstein than Trump from everything we know. No. I know. 100%. But Trump was pretty fucking close too. The expectation here is that, yes, of course there is going to be a shit ton of Bill Clinton here. And what is surprising to me is that there isn't more direct evidence of people who entertain the company of sex trafficked adults and sex trafficked minors, okay, who are criminals themselves. Nothing that ties them together. Back to Jeffrey Epstein. That's odd. And then also a lot less Trump all over these files than one would expect, given that he was still a close associate, especially in the first half, especially leading up to the first investigation. Remember, this is the second Jeffrey Epstein investigation, which will feature a fuck ton of information from the first investigation that we never actually saw as well, considering that they're just like releasing the files in its entirety. So the notion that there isn't any Trump at all, or very little Trump in this tranche of data, is strange. Now, Thomas Massey might be able to speak on that, and maybe he'll say, no, Trump wasn't that involved here. It's not that big of a deal. He has so far criticized the release. The reason why I say this is because his claim was, after cooperating with the witnesses and cooperating with the victims, talking to the victims specifically, if all of the data is released from the Epstein investigation, as is supposed to be by law, there would be 20 to 25 new people that would be outed as sex criminals. 20 to 25 men that would be outed as sex criminals. So if 20 to 25 men are not outed as sex criminals in the aftermath of the release of all these files, that means that means that they redacted their names. That's what he said. Okay? Do you think Trump is an actual pedo and they're covering, or is he just a different kind of demon? I mean, it could be. There's at least like enough. Oh yeah, this is in Epstein's closet. The IDF, the Israel Defense Force sweater was in his closet. We already saw that. But there's also photos of him wearing that one, so that's not new either. Maybe because Trump is under investigation currently. What? No, dude. What? No, Trump's DOJ is not going to be the DOJ that investigates Trump, okay? What leads you to believe that they would ever fucking investigate Donald Trump? There's tickets here. There's a passenger ticket, Delta Air. Damn, it was $50. Oh, this is for baggage check. Ghislaine called out Larry. Redacted would like to speak to you. Page 24. Oh, for Mr. Wexner, Les Wexner, from Mr. Epstein, 2 pages, including cover. Fax sent. Result jammed. They don't have it in stock. 10 to 12 week wait. Manager will be in tomorrow. So you can call her in the morning and see if they will give us the one from the floor. 2 ottomans, 2 chairs, sofa. P.S. I gave them shipping address with your name on it. No, it's just, I mean, this is probably furniture chat. Judging by the way that these guys communicated with one another when they were actually doing pedophilia and sex trafficking, I don't suspect that this is actually code for pedophilia and sex trafficking. Because if it was, he would just straight up say it. He would just literally write, I'm sending, young girls under the age of 18 to your home. Okay? If there's one thing we found out from all of the email correspondence and also now the uncovered Jeffrey Epstein, the uncovered Jeffrey Epstein shit. Yeah, look, I have a female for him. I have 2 females for him, or I have a female for him. He does not, these guys did not try to do OPSEC at all. Okay? They did not try to do OPSEC at all on this stuff. Turns out all the 4chan QAnon shit was bullshit. Who would have thought that they were not even trying to remotely cover their tracks? They were very open about the pedophilia that they were engaging in. They would just straight up say, like, young girl sending your way, or even in certain instances say stuff like, this girl is not young. You lied to me. You know? Dude, is this Trump? Is it Bill Gates? What the fuck? It's just a baby. What? Dude, what? I can't even show this. There's just a photo of a baby. Oh, a baby sitting naked in a sink. I don't know if I should show this. But they censored the baby's face, but I think the baby's face is the face of an adult. Because I can't tell, but all right, whatever. I'm going to look away from this. That looks insane. But clearly the censors didn't consider that to be CSAM or something. So they just... But they did actually censor the face. So that's strange. Okay. That's why I'm saying don't assume their CSAM policy is consistent. I suspect it is. Here's another one. It's an adult. Open off screen. No, this is not an adult. That's a baby's body sitting in the sink. You just sent it to me. I don't know why you keep saying it's an adult. Audio out of sync for anyone else? No. What the fuck? Anyway,
but also the Michael
Sky News is
Jacksons,
still
the
diving
Mick
into
Jaggers,
it.
all of these figures.
Also, before I forget, this is a good time to remind people, the Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. Your subscriptions in the form of a $6 a month subscription or a free one in the form of Twitch Prime is the only way to support the Piker Broadcasting Service. Twitch Primes are free, and you can use it here. Okay, Candace. Okay, give me a break. You can also gift subs to others if you would like. Ow. Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, for you. Thank you. There's videos in the files. You should show them. I showed one video with Pinker, Steven Pinker, but that's it. Mary Socialistmas? Yeah, I saw this. Legal Heretic. Jesus Christ. Tinsid, thank you for the 10. Legal Heretic, thank you for the 25. Caked Up Bot, thank you for the 10. Thelonious Funk, thank you for the 10 gifted. Dread2 Max, thank you for the 5 gifted. Meth Surfy, thank you for the 10 gifted as well. God damn. God damn. Dread2 Max, thank you for the 5. Tinsid, thank you for the 10. I just cannot believe that the Democrats really had Bill Clinton fly out to Michigan to explain to voters why they should vote for Kamala. Yeah, while also simultaneously lecturing them about how it's actually called Judea and Samaria, for the record, which is so insane. Oh, yeah, it's Judea and Samaria, by the way. And for the record, that is part of the reason why they didn't even fucking attack Trump on his Epstein association. They could have hit Trump on the Epstein affiliation. There was a story that came out. There was literally a fucking story that came out from Michael Wolff, who was talking about was talking about how, like, Jeffrey Epstein was constantly chirping about how much him and Trump were still in contact with one another. And everybody kept asking, like, why are the Democrats not using this? Why are the Democrats not using this as a line of attack against Donald Trump? The Democrats are going to get pummeled if they don't actually fucking, the Democrats are going to get pummeled if they don't actually use this as a line of attack against Donald Trump. Well, we know why. It's because they thought they would, if they thought that they, invited any sort of scrutiny around Jeffrey Epstein to the fucking conversation, they were worried that the Trump team would just go, no, you guys, you're besties with Bill Clinton. You're way more connected to Jeffrey Epstein than we are. What the fuck are you talking about? Except Bill Clinton wasn't running for office. Donald Trump was. So why the fuck did they just not drop Bill Clinton and go, yeah, you guys are both assholes? Instead, they held on to the carcass of Bill Clinton, even shipped his ass to Dearborn, even shipped his ass to Michigan to lecture the Arab voters there and the voters who care about Palestine there that it was actually Judea and Samaria. Great stuff. Well, here we have it now. Donald Trump is president, and the Epstein files are finally, being released in a redacted fashion. Pizzagate. If you replace the word hot dog with little boy and pizza party with child sex orgy, you will see the lengths these elites go to cover up their crimes. Real elite emails. Send me nude pictures of those 8th graders we abused last weekend. Post haste. I am the ambassador to Turkey. It's true. I mean, I made this joke as well yesterday. There is no fucking, there is no hiding. If there's one thing we found out from the way that these guys communicate with one another, they're very open about their crimes. They constantly take photos of themselves doing crimes and sometimes not doing crimes. There's no instance where these guys don't document themselves together because they felt as though they were untouchable. And to a certain degree, they are untouchable, especially considering the fact that we still don't know who some of these people were that were engaging in illicit acts with both minors and adults that were sex trafficked. So obviously, they are low-key kind of untouchable still to this day, to this moment, to this very moment. The very fact that this evidence has been in the hands of law enforcement for decades at this point, and they've just allowed these fucking people to roam free and do whatever they want, potentially do more of the same style of crimes that they engaged in with Jeffrey Epstein, is evidence that they are untouchable. So the feeling wasn't crazy.
Harming their own man. And I think that's one way.
I want to see how the Fox
strategy.
And
this
one,
be to get
I will
all
say
the chat
this much.
about
I want to see how Fox is covering this, but
to get the focus
this has been
on
quite the advantageous
like Bill
data
Clinton.
drop so
He's
far.
The man
So
who
I
looms
assume
largest, as far as I
Fox
can see,
News
in
will
terms
probably
of
cover this with glee.
figures. He looms large. Several.
Never mind, they're not even talking about it. They're talking about Coldplay canoodling, woman from Kiss Camp Scandals,
who will feature,
speaks out.
I don't doubt, on the front pages tomorrow.
On the day of the Epstein file release, where Donald Trump's War Department bombed Syria with, unprecedented disapproval over the economy and whatnot. In the aftermath of the Brown shooter being found dead, this is what they are choosing to cover: the canoodling, the Coldplay canoodling. That's awesome. I guess they have to do the bidding of Donald Trump, even though the tranche that was revealed is noticeably taking the attention away from Trump's potential involvement with Jeffrey Epstein. They're still not talking about it at all. Great stuff.
probably among them who will say, well, hang on a minute. Yeah, I knew the guy, but so did everybody. Mick Jagger knew him, Diana Ross knew him, Michael Jackson knew him. You know, all these national treasures kept the company of Jeffrey Epstein. I did merely as an innocent. I can see that being the White House line come publication number 2. But right now, what we have is the story about...
They talked about it earlier. You just have to use your desktop rewind feature. No, the desktop rewind feature only works if you subscribe to the HasanAbi Broadcast at twitch.tv/HasanAbi, the Piker broadcasting service. Unfortunately, I do not have a desktop rewind feature for Fox News on this website that restreams Fox News. Is your phone vibrating, dude? No, there's noise coming from the outside, chatters. Obviously, it's not my fucking phone vibrating. You know? You can hear the street. It's through the noise gate because it's very fucking loud.
James
Comer, this is what Congress overwhelmingly voted for, and I applaud the Trump administration for complying with this request and getting these documents so everyone can lay eyes on them and judge themselves on who the bad guys are. Yep.
Homer, Congressman, I understand that you have already seen much of what is being...
Yeah, bro, they're doing a victory lap. They're doing a fucking victory lap because they're like, oh, yep, there's all this evidence that we did not want you to see for the longest time. It turns out the redacted files show that the Republicans are noticeably absent from this. Jeffrey Epstein, just a Democrat ploy.
Being released today. Is that correct? And what have you seen?
Well, we've seen a lot of documents. What I think's not been accurately understood by most Americans is the Trump Department of Justice. They have released several thousand pages of documents. Now, what they've released in the last 30 minutes is another several 100,000 pages, some of which we may have already had, but we're going through them as we speak. It'll take several days to go through all of these documents, but this is what the American people wanted. This is what Congress overwhelmingly voted for, and I applaud.
No, I don't think this was what Congress overwhelmingly voted for. Congress voted, and the American people wanted the unredacted files. You know, all the files, not some of the files, not the files after they went through and just potentially deleted some of the criminals and Donald Trump.
The Trump administration for complying with this request and getting these documents so that everyone can lay eyes on them and judge for themselves who the bad guys are in this whole disastrous.
I don't think this is going to work. I mean, I think maybe it's good enough. I think maybe it's good enough for some of the dumbest people. Kaya, no. Place. Kaya. Place. Ow. My neck. Good girl. Sorry, she's like, there's a bunch of stuff over here to the left side that she's like about to fucking boulder over. Do you think they counted Trump as a victim in the file so they can redact them? I mean, maybe. He accidentally tasered himself? Yeah, I have the taser on my neck. Every time I say place, I actually taser myself. All right. So the Epstein files are not complete, comically redacted, not in the searchable format. The Trump-Vance administration had months to recover from the embarrassing influencer Biden photo op, and this is what they came up with. This is what they think of you. Exactly. You and Kirk for real twinning today? Yeah, we are. My Kirk is fucked up, dude. Fox News Digital found that Trump's DOJ redacted politically exposed individuals and government officials in defiance of the Epstein Files Transparency Act. The redactions, however, were not applied to former President Bill Clinton. Epstein Files explode open as DOJ details discovery of powerful figures of more than 1,200 victims. More than a dozen politically exposed people and government officials' names appear in the hundreds of thousands of Jeffrey Epstein files made public Friday, sources said. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche said the DOJ discovered more than 1,200 victims and their families during the exhaustive review, explained the process behind determining which files could be released in a letter to Congress exclusively obtained by Fox News Digital. Sources told Fox News Digital that the new photos of Epstein with former President Bill Clinton are a part of the release. The Justice Department redacted the names and identifiers of the victims. Fox News Digital has learned that the same redaction standards were applied to politically exposed individuals and government officials. Oh, Fox News Digital exclusively obtained the letter written by Blanche to members of the House of Representatives regarding Friday's anticipated release of the files under the Epstein Files Transparency Act. We write to notify you that today the Department of Justice is producing hundreds of thousands of pages of responsive materials in compliance with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. Under the leadership of President Donald J. Trump and Attorney General Pam Bondi, this unprecedented disclosure highlights our commitment to following the law, being transparent, and protecting victims, except for politically exposed people. Blanche continued, noting that the production of documents comes within 30 days required. Never in American history, blah, blah, blah. He's just glazing Trump and Pam Bondi. Okay. The law allows the DOJ to omit or redact any references to victims and files that could jeopardize pending investigations or litigation, such as the probe Bondi recently opened in New York to Epstein's ties to Democrats. Information could also be left out in the interest of national defense or foreign policy, the law says. Well, that's why you don't see a whole lot of Israel in here, huh? Meanwhile, in the letter obtained by Fox News Digital, Blanche revealed that the Justice Department, through its sprawling internal process, learned more than 1,200 victims. This resulted in 1,200 names being identified as victims or their relatives, Blanche wrote. We have redacted references to such names. In addition to redacting the names of these victims, we have also redacted and are not producing any materials that could result in their identification. Blanche explained that all unclassified records, documents, communications, and investigative materials that relate to Jeffrey Epstein, including all investigations, prosecutions, or custodial matters, are being released. Also being released are records relating to Ghislaine Maxwell, flight logs, or travel records. The DOJ is releasing any records or documents with individuals, including government officials named or referenced in connection with Epstein's criminal activities, civil statements, immunity or plea agreements, or investigatory proceedings. The documents would also reference any immunity deals, non-prosecution agreements, plea bargains, or sealed settlements involving Epstein or his associates, except no, it's not. As long as those people are connected to the administration or profiles connected to the administration or I guess people that are of national importance. Blanche said the DOJ is continuing to review additional documents and other items for potential responsiveness. Blanche pointed to a ruling in the Southern District of New York requiring additional layers of review to minimize the risk of inadvertent production of protected victim information. We anticipate this ongoing review being completed over the next several weeks. Blanche explained that prior to the passage of the new Epstein law, the DOJ conducted a thorough review, including digital searches of databases, hard drives, and network drives, as well as searches of real and personal properties. This review did not reveal credible evidence that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals. We investigated ourselves and found no wrongdoing again. They found no evidence, no credible evidence that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals, nor did it uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. He added that judges in the Southern District of Florida and the Southern District of New York have authorized the DOJ to produce materials previously prohibited from production by protective orders and grand jury secrecy laws. Blanche explained that the review protocol instructed attorneys to redact or withhold any material that contained personally identifiable information of victims, depicted or contained child sexual abuse materials, would jeopardize an active investigation or prosecution, depicted images of death, physical abuse, or injury, and properly classified national defense or foreign policy information. Protecting victims is the highest priority for President Trump, the Attorney General, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the Department of Justice, Blanche wrote. Yeah, I don't think so. As a part of the review and production, the department solicited counsel for any victims of Jeffrey Epstein and invited counsel to provide us with names of victims, whether previously identified or not. Blanche said the Justice Department's review team consists of more than 200 DOJ attorneys working to determine whether the materials were responsive under the Act. The review had multiple layers, including 187 attorneys from DOJ's National Security Division conducting a review of all items for responsiveness. Next, a quality control team of 25 attorneys conducted a second level review. Yeah, national defense and foreign policy related people are not being identified in this and are being redacted, I guess. Bill Clinton, on the other hand, is not a part of the people. I'm dumb. What does this all mean? It's pretty obvious. Fox News Digital found that Trump's DOJ redacted politically exposed individuals and government officials in defiance of the Epstein Files Transparency Act. The redactions, however, were not applied to former President Bill Clinton. Yeah. The Justice Department redacted the names and identifiers of victims. Fox News Digital has learned that the same redaction standards were applied to politically exposed individuals and government officials. What's confusing to me is why Fox News Digital is actually releasing this information or revealing this information. Okay? But it is crazy that they're just like, oh, this is a politically exposed individual. I did suspect that this could happen. If you recall, I talked about this before, where it was like, despite the mutually assured pedo destruction technique, remember when I said one of the ways in which they could reveal this stuff is just like hammer on the Bill Clinton angle or whoever Donald Trump's enemies are on the liberal side, and then basically fucking redact everybody else that's an affiliate or a known affiliate of the administration, Trump himself, or why did you block her? That's a Fox News Digital correspondent. I think that's written extensively on me, I assume. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, hold on. Is this one of the redacted photos of a politically exposed individual? I mean, we don't know if it's Trump or not. Hosber accounts pushing this angle. Epstein and Qatar. Yesterday, House Dems released a new batch of photos from Jeffrey Epstein's estate. In the least surprising development ever, 2 images show Qatari royal family Sheikh Jabor Al Thani alongside the villain. What's Qatar doing there? Okay. Listen, if I'm a pro-Israel account, I'm probably not talking about Jeffrey Epstein's foreign entanglements, especially in the Gulf region, you know? Kind of, you really want to do that? You really want to do that? That's what you want to do? It's kind of crazy that you're getting maybe a little too cocky here, don't you think? Dude living in a glass house. It's not even, it's a broken down glass house. It's not even like you're throwing stones. You're throwing pebbles from a house that's basically already broken down. That's crazy. Hey guys, quick, look at Qatar, says the guy defending Israel on the timeline on the Jeffrey Epstein story. I mean, what are we doing here? I think everyone and their mother has either a suspicion or full knowledge of the level of ties that Jeffrey Epstein had to Israel at this point. Anyway, yeah, Rokana said he's going to sue. Oh, this is new, I guess? Oh, yeah, this just came out. So Rokana is pissed. Let's see what he had to say.
Department's document dump this afternoon does not comply with Thomas Massie and my Epstein Transparency Act. They released one document from a New York grand jury of 119 pages, totally blacked out. This despite a federal judge ordering them to release that document. And our law requires them to explain redactions. There's not a single explanation for why that entire document was redacted. We have not seen the draft indictment that implicates other rich and powerful men.
Yes, they are lumping. No, they're not lumping blackmailed individuals into victims. They are very openly, according to the letter that Fox News Digital got from Todd Blanche, the deputy attorney general, also former Trump attorney. They're very clearly saying, no, we're not releasing profiles. We're also redacting. We're also redacting people who have close ties to the administration or nationally significant profiles in the exact same way that they redacted the names of the victims. So obviously, they 100% are chopping up all the Republicans and people who are close to Trump and financial elite perverts that are affiliates of Donald Trump. I could go so far as to assume that maybe even some people who weren't previously very close to Donald Trump making a couple phone calls to be like, Mr. Trump, I am your servant. Get me out of this. This could be a, art of the deal moment for Donald Trump even, where he could just be like, oh, yeah, well, in the past, you've talked a lot of shit. In the future, you won't be talking a lot of shit. I'll get you out of there, for example. And the sacrificial lamb in this circumstance is basically Bill Clinton. We can show you all the new, because if you think that Bill Clinton, who we knew was a Jeffrey Epstein affiliate, had all of these new photos that we had never seen before come out, but all of the other previously known Jeffrey Epstein affiliates, including Donald Trump, have no photos, there's no shot. Okay? There is 0% chance that if there are new photos that are coming out in these dumps and new mentions coming out in these dumps of Bill Clinton, but no new photos of Trump, that seems a bit suspicious.
Who were on Epstein's rape island, who either watched the abuse of young girls or participated in the abuse of young girls and the sex trafficking. The reality is Pam Bondi has obfuscated for months. She first said there were no more documents to be seen. Now she's admitting and releasing hundreds of thousands of documents, but it is an incomplete release with too many redactions. Thomas Massie and I are exploring all options. It can be the impeachment of people at justice, inherent contempt, or referring for prosecution those who are obstructing justice. We will work with the survivors to demand the full release of these files, to demand justice for the Epstein class and accountability.
Is this the guy who was just on Fox News? I don't know who this guy is. Holy fuck, what did Aaron Sorkin know? Oh, yeah, Mitt Romney is woke now. Epstein Maxwell Clinton Foundation. Leaked emails from Epstein's inbox show close ties with him and Maxwell with senior Clinton Foundation officials, including buying expensive watches for foundation officials. It was later feared that Hillary's 2008 run would bring heat to the issue. Ready to the bottom. I think he wants me to get a secondhand one. Tell me what to do. More concerned about lunch. Why do you ask? If it's for you, I'll tell you. It's because he wants to buy me one. Then no one can. No. Then no can do. Any Audemars. Bought the watch for Doug for $35. Wiring the money today. Good. Make sure he gets it for Christmas. As soon as the money clears, they will let me pick it up. And I hopefully will get it in time to get it to him. What do you want the note to say? Is it also from you, from me, from us? Also spoke to Summer's office regarding charter flight to Jamaica, which is organized. What is Massey getting out of this? I mean, Massey's a big libertarian who's like anti-Israel and also pretty anti-Trump at this point. And it's the same, like, it's the Marjorie Taylor Greene angle, right? Where these guys are like very clearly saying, to the best of their ability without ruffling too many feathers, very clearly saying like, hey, Donald Trump is pretty significantly compromised here. It's part grift, but I think, especially with Thomas Massie, this is literally this is more so a principled stance, I would say. They, of course, of course, redacted the politically exposed individuals and government officials except Bill Clinton. Yeah, MJ, Michael Jackson was also connected to Epstein, which is, you know, the timing. Oh my God. Coming off the heels of freshly unearthed photos with Jeffrey Epstein, CBS News and Free Press presents Does America Need God? Steve Pinker versus Ross Douthat. This is what America is looking for. The premier event. Steve Pinker safe for work. There it is. Yeah, we need when Barry Weiss said America needs more Alan Dershowitz on the airwaves and we all laughed at her. Turns out she was on to something. She's like, no, America needs to see more Jeffrey Epstein affiliates. America needs more Jeffrey Epstein affiliates on television. Okay, that's what it was. Why are you sending me this document that's all redacted, chatter? This one is insane, okay? There's a couple of these where it's just like the entire thing is black. And also, apparently, when they actually do this kind of redaction, like they were supposed to explain why they're redacting it. And they never did. I'm so mad. I've used Pinker and Chomsky as linguistic resources. Why they got to be pedos, man? I mean, their work in the field is irrelevant, I would say. And the reason why I say that is because, I mean, Steven Pinker was already a dipshit. They were trying to farm a reaction clip. What do you mean? Of you reacting to everything being redacted. Oh, yeah. No, I've seen that one already. It's just all fucking black bars. Here's a Comer. I think, for the record, I think these guys are reacting a little too fast. Okay? I think James Comer coming out and doing victory laps about how, like, oh, well, as you can see here, Republicans are A-OK. They clearly had nothing to do with any of this. Move along. It seems that the Democrats are the only pedophiles here. Let's move along now. Like, that, I think, is way too fast, brother. I don't think you realize how this looks. Okay? I don't think the base is going to look at this and go, okay, we're satisfied. Bill Clinton is the only pedophile. Our president is saved. Okay? Some will be, but given the obvious redaction that took place here for, you know, administration officials and people who are close to the administration, close to Donald Trump and Donald Trump himself, kind of feels to me like you're doing a celebration and popping champagne a little too early. This is a premature celebration. Not only is this obviously illegal, even if it's directed by Donald Trump and Donald Trump is immune to prosecution, let's say, the people's reaction won't be so great. If anything, this will invite extra scrutiny. It will, in my opinion, make people more mad. They'll be even more upset about the fact that there wasn't enough information that they released. Like, what are they hiding will be the prevailing attitude, in my opinion. There will certainly be some that will be happy with the Bill Clinton stuff. They're like, yep, we knew it already. We saw more pictures. It's very obvious, right? For months, I said, I said one of the metas that they could do was offer a couple sacrificial pedos on the liberal side and just pull the ripcord and be like, see, we did it. Okay? I told you this. I told you this months ago. Turns out that is what they ended up doing. But why would the libs take it lying down? I mean, the libs suck, but that's not my expectation. This is more so, my expectation is not from the Democrats to take action here, unite and take action against this. My expectation is more so from Ro Khanna, Thomas Massie, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and the like to actually speak out against this stuff. Why would Bill stay quiet? Because he's pretty much dead, you know? But I think that I think that this is going to be short-lived. I think there's going to be a lot of people that are upset. I mean, I'm upset, and I think that there will be more people that demand evidence. At least from what I have seen thus far, people's attitude so far has been like, we don't give a shit if they're Republican or Democrat. We just want the truth. All of these like elites are liberal, Republican, conservative, doesn't matter. They're all pedophiles. We want to know who they are, and we want to make sure that they're outed.
If we find that there's any type of effort to redact the names of victimizers, people who were involved in terrible crimes against these women, then I can tell you my committee, the Oversight Committee, will be the first to unredact and shine a light on those names, because we want people to be held accountable for what was done wrong. We also want to know why the government failed in so many years. These crimes went on for decades, through 5 different presidential administrations before Epstein was finally put in jail. So there are a lot of questions that the American people have, and we're going to do everything we can on the House Oversight Committee to get answers, and hopefully it'll be bipartisan. Hopefully the Democrats will stop playing games. They've been releasing a picture or two and redacting the faces to make it look like Trump had some liability, and
okay. Yeah, which is why we, hands off, which is why we released all of the files, except we didn't. And we openly released the files with some significant redactions that pertain to politically involved and politically exposed individuals. And our big, beautiful president, Donald Trump, is, of course, the most politically exposed individual out there.
For British content, we've seen the man formerly known as Prince Andrew. I can tell you we've
How do these people sleep at night? Brother, they're fucking evil. What do you mean? They don't give a shit.
Jeffrey Epstein, who was on his island.
Care to explain this? The fuck is
was
this?
in the company of Naomi Campbell,
Okay,
the British model. Now remember, Naomi Campbell has emphatically dismissed any knowledge of Jeffrey Epstein's criminality and put distance between her and him. But this handwritten note from a victim, it reads, he had separate quarters, no set schedule, gathered outside area, very leisurely. People would come to Ireland. Jean-Luc, Naomi Campbell, and older people, less traffic. That note ends. So, bits and pieces that tell us something about Jeffrey Epstein, but because we don't have any real broader context, no explanatory notes, it's all essentially pumped out there. It's left to us and the public at large to try to make sense of it and how it all fits into the bigger, darker picture of Jeffrey Epstein. And that's the stage we were at 2 hours ago. It's the stage we are at right now, 2 hours in, as we search for more clues as to the significance of the Epstein story and, as I said before, the significance of others who were involved to a degree with them. Many of them, I stress, innocently lured into his company.
James, thank you so much. Let's bring in Nima Rahmani, a former federal prosecutor I was talking to around about 20 minutes ago, who's still with us. Nima, thank you for staying back. Let's just pick up on that point that James quoted there with Chuck Schumer, the Senate minority leader, obviously a prominent Democrat, saying simply releasing a mountain of blacked-out pages violates the spirit of transparency.
What does Clinton have to lose at this point? I mean, are you kidding me? He's a former... Oh, fuck. I moved my head too fast. He's the former president of the United States. You don't get to that position of power. Like, even if they out him, even if they fucking out him, they're not... It's not happening, okay? It's just not happening. Yeah, my Kirk acting up. There's no way. I mean, I would be shocked if he even...
Let's be clear. There's really only one category of information that's
like I just assume that it'll be something along the lines like like it was known that I did not know what he was up to or something, and I involved myself with this bad person or something.
So if we're talking about grand jury
if there's any
those should
statement
not
at all,
be redacted. And this shouldn't be a Friday afternoon dump. And we all know that when you want to bury bad news, you bury it on a Friday afternoon of partial individuals, right? Obviously, we know that Bill Clinton is no friend of President Trump. Why are we not seeing all the images? And frankly, these images are not what I'm expecting to see. I'm expecting to see FBI interview memoranda, the 402. Why aren't we seeing those memos? Why aren't we seeing the terabytes of video evidence that we saw discussed in the Ghislaine Maxwell case, in the Virginia Giuffre civil lawsuit? That should all be disclosed. Pictures are not enough. There is much more information in the Epstein files than these pictures that we're seeing and these documents that are redacted. I think this is just a partial production. And again, I think a judge will probably ultimately have to get involved at Congress's urging to force the Department of Justice's hand to make everything public without any more redactions than necessary.
Because let me just finish off, Nima, by asking you about the privacy notice that greets you when you go onto the Department of Justice website to search through the Epstein library. They're covering themselves by saying, because of the volume of information involved, this website may nevertheless contain information that inadvertently includes non-public, personally identifiable information or other sensitive content. What they're really saying there is, we've tried to redact this, and we might not have redacted the right things.
But they've redacted a lot, and they said there's 1,200 victims and family members. So, yeah, obviously, I'm sensitive to victims of sex abuse. I don't want them outed or identified if they don't want to be. But I find it hard to believe that hundreds and hundreds and thousands of pages that are fully redacted all contain information about victims and only information about victims. It defies logic and common sense. You know, I participated as a young lawyer in these types of document reviews and discovery, and I've redacted information that's confidential, that's privileged. This level of redaction is very significant. Again, you're talking about images, some of which only have a picture of Jeffrey Epstein.
Yes.
Again, it's possible that these are all victims of sex abuse or child pornography. I accept that. But this level of redaction, with the production not being complete, with so far me seeing nothing about the president, and I don't necessarily think the president had anything to do with any of this sex abuse. He may not have even had knowledge of this, but at a minimum, I think we can all accept that he was a friend of Jeffrey Epstein. So,
Nima Rahmani, appreciate your time this evening. We're going to bring in Yasmin Maya
the
now,
craziest thing is if they actually are able to successfully unredact some of this stuff, and it's just all Trump. It's like Trump, Steve Bannon, Trump, Steve Bannon, Trump. That would be fucking insane. That would destroy him, okay? Like, that is, if they just so brazenly took out just Donald Trump and just Steve Bannon, and we somehow, by way of whistleblower or by something along those lines, like, it would be fucking insane. Efendim baba. Evet. Kaya, you're not going on a walk yet.
Missing
Silly.
that deadline is it's unfortunately in line with what the expectation was.
Well, let me just come back on that, because are you saying then they've been rushing
No,
to
it wouldn't.
redact
It's a
this
call.
in the
No, dude, come on. This shit's already pissing people off. The more they play this slow roll bullshit, the worse it gets, I think.
That's certainly what it looks like it may be. And the very text of the Epstein Files Transparency Act provided those sorts of loopholes. They provided.
You're forgetting something. You're forgetting something. I think this is Trump's least popular thing, okay? I think it's like, what, 57% of Republicans disapprove of Trump's handling of the Epstein files. 57% of Republicans, okay? There is nothing that comes close to this level of discontent. I know you're like, oh, only 57%. We're talking Republicans only. There's nothing that's like sub 80 approval for Donald Trump amongst Republicans. You understand that, right? These are his cult supporters. Republicans on every other issue are at above 80% approval. So the very fact that almost like the majority of Republicans disapprove of this is not great. Thomas Massey says, unfortunately, today's document released by Pam Bondi grossly fails to comply with both the spirit and the letter of the law that real Donald Trump signed 30 days ago. Representative Khanna is correct. This is a major point of weakness for the Trump administration. And that is precisely the reason why some of the Democrats have been open about like pressing this angle. Yeah, imagine Matt Gaetz was in charge right now. Yeah, imagine Attorney General Matt Gaetz in charge of redacting. He would have loved to look through this documentation, though, especially the CSAM, I assume. You know? More MJ? Yeah, I saw that.
It's possible there would need to likely be some bipartisan support for something like that, and absolutely, if there isn't,
which there was for the law in the first place, right? So the act in the first place had bipartisan support.
that's correct. But it's not quite that straightforward. There was a great deal of infighting, and there was a great deal of controversy about that. And really, at the end of the day, that the act passed because there was really no other choice.
Just coming back on this, though, look, we're discussing the legalities of this. We're discussing Democrats calling out a Republican White House, a Department of Justice that operates under that administration as well. Is there a risk that these 1,200 victims, potentially, that we hear about get lost in all this? That they're the most important people, potentially getting forgotten about, the people that you represent?
That is what has been happening since Jeffrey Epstein's death.
The only photo of Donald Trump is photos in the fucking drawer, okay? Which means they missed it. Which implies that they went through all the documents and deleted or redacted Donald Trump's face on all the documents as though he was one of the victims, okay? The only photo that Donald Trump ever is shown in this tranche of data is in the fucking drawer of Jeffrey Epstein. It's not like the primary part. It's not like the main fixture. As in, they literally redacted everything except for, and I think some of the main ones that they fully redacted, I suspect they did because it was identifiable photos of Trump, so they just like redacted it in its entirety. Yeah, it looks like at least some of the photos of Donald Trump slipped through the cracks in the DOJ's attempt to hide them in this partial, heavily redacted release. Yeah. There's a photo with Trump's name on a check. I know. Like, some stuff slipped through the cracks. But this also, in my opinion, this also shows that they actively did try to redact photos of Donald Trump. New perspective. Donald Trump is a victim. Yeah, he was a victim of Jeffrey Epstein. As a white hat pedophile, he was actually just a victim, simply. My brother in Christ, was that the Pope? Yes. Yes, that was the Pope. There's a photo of the Pope there. There's a photo of Bill Clinton, photos of Donald Trump, and also photos of, holy shit, photos of Donald Trump and who else was over there? There was a MBS, Crown Prince. Another Bill Clinton painting has hit the tower. Oh, I haven't seen this one before. This is new. Not as strange as the previous one. Obviously, the famous one is not Francis, the other one, not the woke Pope, the Pope prior to the woke Pope. I'm sure you guys have already seen. I'm sure you guys have already seen the famous photo. It's not new. It's from his profile. Oh, Jeffrey Epstein, international money man and mystery. Terrific guy. Donald Trump booms from a speakerphone. He's a lot of fun to be with. Yeah, this is from the New Yorker profile. I had not seen this one before. But the other one is from his home of Bill Clinton in a dress. That one is Bill Clinton in a dress is obviously the famous one that I'm sure you guys have seen before. Just tuned in. Have you talked about the photo of the IDF shirt found in Jeffrey Epstein's home? Yes, there is a photo of the shirt from his closet, but there's also a photo of Jeffrey Epstein on Lolita Express wearing the IDF sweatshirt. I mean, yeah, this is the famous one. And apparently there's a signed letter next to it. I wonder what the fuck. From the new Epstein file dump, what appears to be a framed caricature of Epstein and Bill Clinton hanging from the bathroom in his townhouse. That's from the profile that they did on Jeffrey Epstein. Lots of creepy art. We've seen some of this stuff already. I had not seen this one before. The infamous painting of Bill Clinton in a blue dress has some kind of signed letter hanging next to it. Can't quite make it out. Yeah, that's interesting. Why the fuck wouldn't they zoom in on that, dude? There's no way to read that, brother. Oh my God. Why didn't they take a special? They take a. Why did they not take a photo of just the thing? AOC calls on Attorney General Pam Bondi to resign. Now the cover-up is out in the open. This is far from over. Everyone involved will have to answer for this. Pam Bondi, Cash Patel, whole admin. Protecting a bunch of rapists and pedophiles because they have money, power, and connections. Bondi should resign tonight. Oh my God. Oh my God. Leaking the Epstein files, thinking you finally got Trump, exposes their own party instead. Okay, so there are definitely dumbass bots on the Republican side that think like this is good enough for us, close enough. She ain't resigning. It's the holiday. Trump took no questions. No, I know. The letter is from an airplane stationery, 727. Is that what it is? There's obviously the IDF sweater. This is interesting. Photo from a bedroom at Epstein's Little St. James Island. New York Post, his safe of evil. Epstein kept lock stash of underage pics in Upper East Side house. Pics from the Epstein LSJ temple, which appears to be under construction. Very strange. Maybe Trump's DOJ missed. Yeah, this is everyone is coming to that same conclusion that The DOJ was heavily redacting all of the Trump involvement in the files, including ones that we know, including ones that we have seen. Oh, here's a different angle of that same letter. We can maybe read it a little bit better here. Including the ones that we have. Oh, no, we can't fucking read that shit. God damn it. Ay, ay, ay. It's just, they redacted everything except for the one photo that he's in that they forgot to redact. At one point, remember Pam Bondi said all the CSAM was just commercial CSAM, like he got it off the internet and there was nothing to see there. How can she explain that now? No, I know. There's no random feedback sound. It's just sound from the outside chatters. There's like sound from industrial equipment that you are hearing from the street. It's a airplane 727 letterhead. I assume Boeing 727 letterhead, but I don't know what is actually written on it. But it does look like it's most likely Bill Clinton that wrote that letter. So we'll see. Yeah, there's Chris Tucker as well. Obviously, that's not surprising. Chris Tucker was known to be on Lolita Express. We know this already. He's one of the few guys that has been able to get away with like just being one of the most famous people that has for years that we've known was on Lolita Express, by the way. Did release confirm that Cash 100% lied under oath as well? I mean, the release definitely shows a lot of inconsistencies in the ways that these guys have fucking communicated about what was in the files and what wasn't in the files.
The Justice Department has made public today.
And obviously, if you, I mean, I don't know who even believes Pam Bondi at this point.
Agrees, posting on X just moments ago that the
according to The Guardian, around 90% of the released Epstein files are redacted. Jesus Christ.
Joining us now, Democrat from California and the ranking Democrat on the House Oversight Committee, Congressman Robert Garcia. So, Congressman, you posted on X saying that you and your team are doing a major review of the documents, adding, quote, "It's clear that this is not a full release." What stands out to you of what's been released or what has not?
Well, first, I think we should be very clear. This is absolutely breaking the law. I mean, they have not.
It should be read as 90% of the Epstein files is Donald Trump. 90% of the Epstein files is redacted because 90% of the Epstein files is Donald Trump. I'm kidding. It's not just all Donald Trump.
So there's could be even more than half of the documents we're reviewing right now have already been released. This includes court documents. It includes public video that's already been released to the public. It includes other civil case documents that are in there, the prison footage from Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell's testimony. And all of that information, including about 33,000 pages that were initially released to the Oversight Committee, are all in the public record. That already does not count for new information. Then we have what appears to be new, including some photos and other documents. Those are highly redacted. And we don't really have any explanation as to why they've been redacted or what is actually there in those documents. And so we have right now, what we're seeing is not transparency. This is not what the law passed. This does not meet the subpoena that the Oversight Committee has in place. What it is defying the Congress and, quite frankly, defying what the president signed into law in releasing all of these files. And so the review will continue. They're now saying they're going to try to get these documents over the next few weeks. In our initial estimation, and again, this is our estimation right now, it could be that we're only getting about 10% of what the DOJ likely has. And of that 10%, 5% of that has already been released, and the other 5% is highly redacted. So we're getting very little so far. We hope to get more in the days ahead. But this is Pam Bondi. Donald Trump should release all the files today and immediately.
There's a lot that's been redacted. The White House seems to be arguing that what's been redacted is just to protect the names of the survivors.
Look, I think we have to obviously see what the redactions actually are. At the end of the day, redacting names of survivors and victims absolutely should be the case, and I'm hopeful that they've done that in a way that's responsible. At the same time, we don't know what else is being redacted there. And so we've got to also talk to folks that we know have worked to put these documents together. We have to ensure they're not just redacting the names of those that could have been either co-conspirators or names of men who have abused women and girls. So that information is going to be critical in the days and the weeks ahead. But we also need to be clear at this moment. I've been on the phone with Jamie Raskin and the Judiciary team most of the day. And we agree. We're going to likely have to take legal action if the Trump administration continues to stonewall, continues to not provide us full transcripts, and clearly they don't have a real interest in transparency. The searchable bar that they've included that's supposed to be searchable for the public is not even functioning correctly. And so this is not a real release. This is continuing a cover-up that's been going on now for months.
Democratic Congressman Robert Garcia of California, thank you so much. Appreciate it, sir. We're just a few hours away from President Trump speaking in the key battleground state of North Carolina. He's already hinted that the economy is going to be a focus of his remarks tonight. Is it going to be the same message Americans heard from the president at the White House earlier this week? Our panel weighs in. Stay with us.
Your sisters are running early.
Early? This headache.
We've got an hour.
Interesting. I'm reading through the Ghislaine Maxwell's habeas petition. There's some fascinating stuff in there. The most interesting to me, Maxwell claims that Jeffrey Epstein's victims' lawyers reached secret settlements with 25 men. Oh my God, that same number is what Thomas Massie talked about too. Who are these people? This is also really odd. Apparently, trial victim Carolyn Andriano's mother signed an affidavit saying she was coerced into giving evidence. Having seen Andriano's testimony, I find that hard to believe. Take a look, y'all. Black large square. Yeah, basically. Hey, yo, check this out. All fucking black squares. Oh, man. Crazy amounts of information here. Wow, they really done did it this time, boys. They really done did it this time, boys. You already know. Take a look at this. Yeah, there was some really fucked up stuff in there too, by the way. This is the one that was the most fucked up. This is where Jeffrey Epstein's racism potentially saves a Brazilian underage victim from being raped. Like literally, this is one of the most insane things I've ever read. Straight up. Yeah, very extremely rare racism W, I guess, but we read it earlier today. Friends of and we don't know if like the we know that the victim is not identified here, but there is also some other information here that's redacted that leads me to believe that it might not have been just victims that are redacted here, but other affiliates, like people who are who should have been criminally charged, but were separately not charged. But yeah, he goes, friends of redacted friends, big Brazilian group, Dominican, darker skinned, looks Amazonian, brought towards end, desperate times, maybe 1 to 2 years older, not sure, desperate time running out of girls, friends with bleep, boyfriend's friends. Jeffrey Epstein didn't want Spanish or dark girl, go in, wait in room. Roommate doesn't know if took her or not. Not happy with her. Brought her up when they came down because he was not happy with her. Redacted says, I don't know what happened. Jeffrey Epstein, what doing? Why bringing me dark girl? Bringing young girl. Yeah, but not dark. Told her he just wasn't into her. Doesn't remember if he paid. Redacted because he wasn't happy. Jeffrey Epstein paid her. At one point, redacted witnessed them asking to ID girl, wanted make sure under 18 because he wasn't believing them because redacted messed up by bringing more older girls. Epstein was invested in race and IQ, and he gave $200K to an alt-right science, race science streamer. Jesus, are a leader so stupid and gross? Yes. Jean Garepi, the Quebecois race scientist YouTuber, he got around, I think it was like $59,000. I didn't know it was more than that. But yes, Jeffrey Epstein personally donated to him. Yeah. And no, the redacted would not be Ghislaine Maxwell. Yeah. That's real. And it's like a tiny ass. And by the way, it was like a fucking tiny ass race realist channel, okay? Like incredibly racist, but like not super well known at all, which means Jeffrey Epstein was that fucking tapped in at the time to like super far right race science YouTube pages. I remember this because I remember covering it at the time. Yes, JF is the guy who kidnapped and allegedly impregnated a special needs girl from her family. Yes. Something along those lines. I mean, a total fucking nut job. But what's really interesting to me from that story when I covered it at the time was that it showed me that a lot of these like right-wing psychos, a lot of these like fucking billionaires are incredibly invested and incredibly tapped in and totally giving dark money to a bunch of these YouTube pages. Okay? Huge news from the new Epstein files. Records show that Maria Farmer, who worked for Epstein, filed a child pornography report to the FBI in 1996. The FBI has never before acknowledged that complaint. The case went nowhere and mass abuse followed. Yeah, this was another huge deal too. New release files show how Maria Farmer, who worked for Mr. Epstein in the 1990s, urged the FBI to investigate him, and the case went nowhere for years. Oh, Bill Clinton came out with a statement. Oh, shit. Clinton's spokesman on the Trump administration handled the legally mandated deadline passed by Congress and signed a month ago by Trump for the full Epstein files release. Statement from me. The White House hasn't been hiding these files for months, only to dump them late on a Friday to protect Bill Clinton. This is about shielding themselves from what comes next or from what they'll try and hide forever. So they can release as many grainy 20-plus-year-old photos as they want. But this isn't about Bill Clinton. Never has, never will be. Even Susie Wiles said Donald Trump was wrong about Bill Clinton. There are two types of people here. The first group knew nothing and cut Epstein off before his crimes came to light. The second group continued relationships with him after. We're in the first. No amount of stalling by people in the second group will change that. Everyone, especially MAGA, expect answers, not scapegoats. Okay, first of all, Bill Clinton directly is in the second group. Okay? Bill Clinton, Bubba, absolutely is in the second group. Make no fucking mistake. The notion that Bill Clinton found out about the young girls and the sexual misconduct and then cut all ties is a lie. You want to know why I know that's a lie? Because Ghislaine Maxwell was at Chelsea Clinton's fucking wedding. Bill Clinton's daughter, Chelsea Clinton, got married. And while Bill Clinton was walking her down the aisle, her dad, Ghislaine was in the fucking center of that photo. And the Clintons actually the Clinton Foundation kept connections with Ghislaine Maxwell, even if they weren't directly hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein, at least in public. They absolutely kept up close relations with the other Epstein affiliates. Okay? And yes, the reason why I believe this is a real statement is from the Deputy Chief of Staff for President Bill Clinton, Angel Urena, and Isaac Dover reposted it. So that's the reason why, yes, I think this is a real official statement. Yeah, here it is. Ding. And that shit was not that long ago, okay? This is far, far after, like many, many years after, Jeffrey Epstein was already a known pedophile, okay? And not only that, is it 2010, thank you. And not only that, but leading into 2016, when Hillary Clinton was running They were worried about their affiliations with Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell being known to the public. DropSite today reported on this. Okay, here it is. Epstein and the Clintons. As Hillary launched presidential campaign, Epstein feared exposure. Okay? Since Jeffrey Epstein's second arrest in 2019, the Clintons have spent considerable effort distancing themselves from the enigmatic financier, and they're currently fending off House Oversight Committee Chair James Comer, who threatened contempt proceedings after the political power couple refused to testify this week regarding their relationship with Epstein. Epstein first came into public view after accompanying former President Bill Clinton on 2002 tour of Africa aboard Epstein's infamous Boeing 727 plane, later dubbed Lolita Express. Abundant photos from that Africa trip with Kevin Spacey and Chris Tucker have just been released by the Justice Department. Through a spokesperson, Bill Clinton has acknowledged traveling on Epstein's jet during a humanitarian tour of Africa in 2002, but has said he knew nothing of Epstein's crimes, never visited Epstein's properties, a lie, which we know is a lie, and ended contact in 2005. In a Justice Department interview in 2025, Ghislaine Maxwell downplayed Epstein's connection to the former president, telling Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, President Clinton was my friend, not Epstein's friend. Yet, as Hillary Clinton's 2008 presidential campaign ramped up, it was Epstein looking to duck the Clintons. Epstein was facing increasingly dire legal consequences in South Florida, stemming from his years-long sexual exploitation of young women and girls. The glare of a presidential campaign risked unraveling what Epstein and his friends and ally Ghislaine Maxwell had so effectively constructed over the years, as they were increasingly associated with the spectacle of Clinton world. Okay? Kaçsın, boş ver. Eyvallah baba. Sağ ol. Peki. Bana sosları da vereceğim. Ha. Ha. Sağ ol, sağ ol. No. No, just saying thank you in Turkish. Thank you. Oh. So, in a May 26 email, 4 months before signing his sweetheart deal to avoid federal sex trafficking charges, Epstein predicted to Maxwell that Clinton's opponents would attack her friends in any way they can and warned her that Clinton's presidential run could bring unwanted attention to Maxwell. He wrote to Maxwell, you can see the papers are starting on Hillary's friends, Vin Gupta, he wrote, adding, I think you're better off not having your name associated. Allegedly, some of the redactions can be removed according to some random Discord source. Yeah, I don't think so, okay? According to random Discord source, chat, if you know where that is, if you know what the fuck the random, if you know your source is a random Discord post, why are you... That's crazy to me, dog. Like, why would you openly admit that? Well, a random Reddit post caught the Brown shooter. I know. Stranger things have happened. Yeah. Trust no one, except trust everybody, I guess.
Presented victims this evening, and it just, whilst you go through the legality of this, what some would say is heavy-handed redaction, the disclaimer at the start of the website saying we may not have got this all right, and if we've got it wrong, let us know, and that kind of thing, it all seems a little bit slapdash.
It does, and these documents are, of course, new to the public eye. They have been in... You know, the Department of Justice has had them for a long time. Trump himself has been facing calls for a long time, and US administrations before him, to release them. To say there's a lot of documents and it's going to take a lot of time, they've kind of had time. You know, there have been promises to release these files for a long time. So, it's another excuse and another reason that I think not many people are going to take very sympathetically to.
And again, a lot of the people closer to this in the US don't hold out much hope that when we get to a couple of weeks' time and we may be able to access all there is to access, who knows what may or may not see the light of day, that it won't necessarily change anything. We already knew what Epstein was like. We know that there were others involved. You think the Department of Justice may have an idea of who they are now and should act upon it now. It doesn't fundamentally change a lot of what the rest of us understand.
No, and I think it will be, you know, again, as has been kind of a cornerstone in progress within this, victims coming forward and saying, you know, adding details to the cases, saying things that may not have been included in documents to shed light on, you know, further things that have been concealed or redacted or whatever. But as you say, you know, whilst there are many troubling images in there. I mean, you've been all evening showing things that have been horrific.
Yeah.
Again, aside from making us unsettled and reaffirming the fact that this was awful and we have all known that for a long time, the question of what's next, what will Donald Trump do, what will his administration do, what will he be forced to do by the wider US government, you know, that...
Fox News moved on from this a long time ago, brother. They're literally doing anything but this, okay? They covered it briefly for like a second and then very quickly moved on. Even though the current release is like fairly... I mean, the current release of the files, the redacted release of the files is like, you know, pretty solidly in favor of Trump. Partially because the way that they released it is in favor of Trump. But anyway, we're gonna move on from this for now because Toilet Paper USA conference is happening. AmeriFest. We Are Charlie Kirk being played all around us, in our hearts, in our souls. And if there's more information that comes out or anything that's like pertinent to the file release, we'll get back to it. But for the time being, HOGWATCH is on. Apparently, this was incredibly Rizless, by the way.
This is a full circle moment for me. 2 years ago, my husband stood on this stage and said, "Here I am, Lord, use me." And boy, did he. You know, it's really interesting. The enemy has thrown a lot of curveballs at us today and this week and the past 3 months, and one of them is the fact that my entire speech has been wiped because my iPad won't even turn on, so that's a fun technical difficulty that we can figure out. So we're just going to wing it. We're just going to wing it. I was going to share with you stats. I was going to share with you all of the things that we have going on building. So I'm going to just start it off with this. So last year, Charlie, I'll rewind. AmFest is Charlie's Super Bowl. Thank you. These are the stats. I got the stats, no speech. So again, we're going to wing it. So AmFest last year, Charlie reminded me that this was his Super Bowl. And for those of you who are sitting in the back, my husband was very intentional about making sure he was in the back because he wanted to sit in what he considered maybe the worst seat in the arena. And he made it a point to listen to the whole intro video, every speaker video, and he would tell the team, louder, more bass, more noise. He would say there's a treble and a bass knob. Turn the ones to make it right. So even if you feel like you're in the worst seat in the house, you're not, because Charlie's sitting in one of those. So you're in good company up there. But what's also very interesting is that when Charlie first and the team first came up with, since I don't have a speech, I might as well just walk around. When Charlie first came up with AmFest, he thought to himself, who would not love to celebrate America? So we're going to name it AmFest. And that's what he did. And I'll never forget.
I love how baby brain conservatism is, by the way. Oh, You're shitting on America Fest? I guess you hate America then. It's 1.5 speed, chatters. Calm down. Oh, got him.
Last year, we were blessed to have President Trump come and speak.
Yeah, where's he at
and
today?
Afterwards, Charlie turns to me, starts running. Like, where are you going? He's like, I'm about to go on Air Force One. I'm in heels trying to chase him to figure out what is going on. He goes, okay, so I got to get on Air Force One. I was like, good for you, baby. He's like, okay, so I need you to close out AmFest, and I need you to do the staff meeting afterwards. And I was like, excuse me? He's like, yeah, you're closing out AmFest. And I was like, I am not closing out AmFest. He's like, yes, you are. And I said, what am I supposed to say? And he goes, you'll figure it out. That's why I married you. I was like, you always say that to me whenever we're in a position where we won't, like, there's no script, there's nothing. He's like, baby, you'll figure it out. That's why I married you. So again, here we are. It's right.
Wait.
So now we're opening AmFest.
Charlie Kirk was that much of a clout shark that he left his own fucking festival just to be around Donald Trump for extra long? She just outed him. She just basically said, yeah, Charlie didn't give a fuck about AmFest for the opportunity to be on Air Force One with Donald Trump. He just basically dumped all of the responsibility to me, his wife, someone who was, you know, with someone with no prior knowledge that she was supposed to be closing out this fucking incredibly important event. The most important event of the important event. Sorry, BRB. Gotta go. Donald Trump wants me to be on Air Force One. It never happened. I could totally see it happening.
But what's so interesting, and what I have learned so much within these past 3 months, again, the enemy, but he will never win. We know we're on the winning side. God is so good. So Charlie loved to share AmFest stats. So that's what we're going to do really quick. He would love for you guys to know that 80% of the attendees have never attended a TPUSA event before. So thank you for everyone who is new. Welcome home. Turning Point USA is your home, and we're loving that you're here. 1/3 of the attendees are students. We love our students. 54% are female attendees. Okay. We have 40 breakout sessions, crazy. 178 sponsors, all 50 states represented. We have 25 countries represented plus Puerto Rico, but I have the list here. Don't worry, guys. Egypt is not on the list. Don't worry about that. But
wow, she's so funny.
Oh, how funny. I say Egypt and my iPad turns on. That's fun. Where were we? Okay. So anyways, the past 3 months I have learned a lot. You learn very quickly who is ready to go to war with you. You learn very quickly who thinks emotionally versus logically when you go through something as horrible that not only myself went through, but every single one of you in here that loved my husband. You find out who stays with you, who leaves. You find out a lot. You find out who's going to pray with you when there's no words left. And you also learn some unexpected things, like the fact that Joy Reid probably needs a really, really good hug. And honestly, I'm here for it if she needs it. I got a good hug for you. Good hug for you. I'll even touch the back of your head. But I love you guys. But here's what I've learned the most in these past 3 months.
What?
Is that my husband, he deeply mattered on a multitude of levels. So much so that it proved even more once he was assassinated how much of a peacemaker he was and how much of a coalition builder he was. Because when he was assassinated, we saw infighting, we've seen fractures, we've seen bridges being burned that shouldn't be burnt. We saw a lot on full display. And what I knew as a wife, and I'm the same exact way as him. If you are trying to put up fight or flight mode, we're always fight mode. We don't retreat. Charlie would go wherever he needed to go, and I'm the same exact way. Same exact way. And you'll learn that. You'll learn that about me the more that you get to know me. I know I'm new here, but you'll learn. You'll learn. Him and I were not afraid of that. And that's also why the past several months, several weeks, I honored my husband by completing all of his pre-planned fall media tour hits for his book, any commitment he had. I wanted to honor that for him. I wasn't going on a media tour myself. This was for my husband. Because in our household, our word is our bond. And when you give it, you uphold it. So I honored my husband that way. And so what I'm inspired by is the fact that Charlie and I, again, will go wherever we need to go, but so will you. That's why you guys are here. All of you are here because you know that you're sitting saying, I want to do something. So that's why you came here. You came here to meet other people, to know that you're not in this fight alone. You're here for a purpose. God made you for a purpose. Students, raise your hands. Out of those students, drop your hands. Put your hand up if you're in high school. Okay, all of you.
The fuck?
I love it. I love my high schoolers.
That's weird.
Charlie had a very special place in his heart for Club America. He's like, how could you not love Club America? All of you, again, going where you need to go. If your Club America is not set up or you want to set one up, step right into your admin's office. College students, raise your hands. Got a lot of them. So where you got to be willing to go is on your campus. That means either starting a chapter, joining a chapter, maybe even one day putting up a tent in the quad. We're not afraid. For churchgoers, hold your pastor accountable for biblical citizenship. Okay? There are so many ways to get involved. That's why Charlie built Turning Point USA the way he did. He didn't care your race, your age, your background. If Charlie listened to every single person that told him, you're too young to make a difference, you don't have enough connections, you're not going to do it, he would have let that noise consume him, and he would not
Turning Point Kindergarten
have built the machine that he has built today. So don't you dare let anyone tell you you're too young, you're not smart enough, and you're not connected enough. As long as you're a part of Turning Point USA, we will empower you and give whatever you need to be able to make that come to life. Okay? Charlie wasn't just a speaker, he wasn't just a political thinker, he wasn't just a thought leader. Again, he was a bridge, he was a pathway, he was a connection point to generations. He was a pathway and connection point to communication, to inner politics. And he also looked at a generation that has been mocked, that has been dismissed, that has been discouraged, and told them, you matter, your ideas matter, your decisions matter. And he would say this country is still worth defending and still worth sacrificing for. So, like all of you, this is our turning point as well.
It was already getting weird for Charlie to keep doing this shit as like I think he was like, what, 31 by the time he got assassinated? But his wife is even older. So I'm pretty sure she's like 34, 35. So for her, it's like even weirder that she's, wait, she's 37? Okay, I didn't want to say inappropriate age gap, but that's crazy.
Especially as we move into 2026. And I want to share with you, off this paper, I'm not going to wing it this one, because I want all of you guys to absorb the magnitude of these numbers. The number of student requests.
Also, I'm going to keep it $150. That's kind of, I mean, respect. Respect for her. The inappropriate age gap relationship is a joke, okay? I'm obviously fucking kidding. But the fact that she was able to have pregnancies at like 36, like, because that it does get complicated after a while, you know what I mean? Like, actually, respect. If she is actually 37. Hasan, stop. What? What do you mean? Why are you guys hitting me with like question marks? Isn't it more difficult more difficult for a successful pregnancy after 35? It's post 40s, babe. Am I outdated? I mean, I don't know. Maybe I just know the wrong information. I'm giving her respect, by the way. This wasn't me like making fun of her or anything like that. Geriatric, can we not get into geriatric pregnancy discourse? I mean, I'm sure with like new medical technology, it's easier. I think still respect. if you're 35 and up, and you're still, you know, you're able to pop out babies like that, that's, you know, I'm going to give you respect. Brother, you're talking to a 34-year-old who literally fucking destroyed his ankle on the basketball court, and now my upper back is busted. I can't even imagine getting an entire human life out of my pussy, okay? Shut the fuck up. This is not like some sort of fucking feminism discourse. Do you understand? I'm talking about age as someone who feels it. Jesus Christ. I would die if I had a vagina and I was capable of giving birth. I would literally die in the process. Shut the fuck up. Damn, you got Snoke for nothing on this one? A true victim of time, old man? Don't make me show you my fucking foot right now, Chad. If you keep talking shit, if you try to fucking tell me that I'm not being woke enough or some shit right now, I will show you my foot. I swear to God, the rest of the broadcast will just be accompanied by my blue ass toes. Okay? And yes, my fucking toes are blue, dude. My toes are blue. I got Smurf toes. The people yearn for the foot. Advanced maternal age. Risk of having a baby after 35. Anyway, I'm sure there's like some kind of woke discourse surrounding this shit, but this wasn't even on some like, you know, women are no longer of use after 35 or whatever. I'm saying this is a 34-year-old man who recently had what under different points in my life would be a minor injury is currently a life-altering one. Okay? That's all I'm saying. I'm 34 and I'm fucking dying. I didn't mean like you can't have a child. I was just giving respect to Erica. Because pregnancy is no joke. It's not. It's a complicated health procedure. No wonder. I mean, there's a reason why we advocate for fucking abortions as a part of bodily autonomy for women. Pregnancies are difficult, especially to carry to term at any age. Can us men get some respect for jorking it? No. All right, let's continue.
To get involved since 9/10. 140,000 plus get involved requests have been submitted since 9/10. 140,000. Total number of students involved. This is involved within Turning Point USA. 1 million plus students involved in Turning Point USA.
I had my kid at 37. Not gonna even hold
Current
you. She's
chapter
2.
numbers
I'm tired as
of
fuck.
December 18th,
yeah, I don't know how you do it. Respect.
3,082 Club America chapters. 1,432 college chapters. So that leaves 4,514 total chapters as of today. And we are starting 50 chapters per day at Turning Point USA. It's amazing. Something I also love right now is how we are getting some amazing state partnerships with Club America. I want to give a huge shout out to Oklahoma. Oklahoma's in the house. Florida. Okay. Indiana. Texas. Of course. And Tennessee. Another turning point for us for 2026 is the Make Heaven Crowded Tour, something I'm very excited about. For those of you who attended the memorial service, that revival is a slice of heaven that I'm going to make sure we take around this whole entire country. So we have different tour stops that are going to be coming up that I want you guys to be aware of. Feel free to take a picture whenever they put it up there. But if you're in any of these cities, we are bringing that to you. It's going to be amazing. God is so good.
Make Heaven Crowded tour? Is this a fucking death cult? What is happening? Bro, they're gonna bust out the Kool-Aid at the end of it. I mean, I get the point. Like, oh, everyone's going to heaven if you follow the Turning Point USA program. Like, I get the point they're trying to make. It's just like weird Christianity shit, but it's giving Kool-Aid, you know? It's giving Heaven's Gate. It's giving wear the right kind of fucking Nike Blazers that are no longer that are now discontinued because everybody was wearing it and they were dripped out while they were going to fucking an alien planet. You know? The Nike, oh no, not the Blazers, the Cortezes, I think, right?
God is so good. I also want to note that our church partnership, since 9/10, we have over 8,000 church partnerships and counting. This one's very special to me. Charlie's love for debate will always be the DNA of Turning Point USA.
Oh.
We believe in debate because we believe in truth, and we believe in civil discourse because we believe that truth can withstand scrutiny. So that is why we will be launching the Pick Up the Mic initiative and getting back on campus for Prove Me Wrongs and campus tour events this spring and fall of 2026.
That's crazy.
I'm also really excited about everything that we're doing at Turning Point Action. We are locked in and mission focused for both 2026 and 2028. We're investing in states and not just in races. So what I mean by that is we are building the red wall, Arizona, Nevada, New Hampshire. That's going to be very important to us. We're going to ensure that President Trump has Congress for all 4 years. We are going to get my husband's friend, J.D. Vance, elected for 48 in the most resounding way possible. And for our hometown Arizona folks, so you guys...
That's crazy. She getting a little ahead of herself there. JD 28 endorsement already? Damn, girl. Damn. The body's not even cold yet. That I'm not saying. A lot of chatters I'm reading in the chat are saying they fucking, okay? And I think that's inappropriate. We do not know if she's actually pregante or not.
House, Arizona. Go bigs or go home is where we're at right now mentally. But my husband didn't build this movement so people could feel comfortable. He built this movement so people could feel brave and to be brave with action. So people...
You have to admit they're much better than organizing. They're much better at organizing than the left is no. Yeah. Do you have like 8 billionaire donors that are going to give you like $300-400 million? Because that's how this shit started. What fucking billionaire is going to be like, hey, let me fund the Democratic Socialists of America? There's one guy who is like 100 millionaire or whatever, and he lives in China, and they literally are trying to make it illegal for him to fund any political movement. It's not George Soros. George Soros is a fucking lib. No, I forget the other guy. He's like a former Microsoft dude who now lives in China. And what's his name? They bring his name up all the time. I mean, he is the only person that I know that's like no, not Pierre Omidyar, no. Yeah, he is the PSL guy, I think. Fuck. They bring his name up in Congress all the time. Roy Singh. Yes, I think his name. Yeah, Roy Singham. Neville Roy Singham. That is the only fucking dude I know that is like actually super, super wealthy. Not a billionaire, if I'm not mistaken. And basically he funds a lot of this stuff. He funds, yeah, he's the only rich dude that I know that actually funds some of these initiatives. And of course, no one is going to apply any scrutiny to Turning Point USA, but if you are a fucking actual radical to a certain degree, and you're funding, Code Pink or any number of different organizations that are anti-capitalist, Answer, PSL, BT News, People's Forum, Code Pink, etc., right? All of these other organizations that the administration absolutely fucking despises. There is some funding that comes from Neville Roy Singham, and they hate him. And they hate these organizations, and they want to make it illegal for these organizations to exist. They want to make it illegal for him to even fund them. So even the closest you can get to any sort of wealthy, organizing, like wealthy people funding your organizational tools on the left, Congress is unilaterally trying to make it illegal. They've been trying to label him a terrorist. Do you understand? All those orgs except for Co-Pink are all fronts for the PSL. I mean, yeah, you make it seem like this is like a indecent organizing taking place or something. Anyway, so yeah, that's it. There are virtually no super wealthy people that are funding these sorts of initiatives. And the ones that do are considered terrorists by the American state. So there it is.
You could see on full display that when you stop talking to people, especially those that you disagree with, you are the one that actually becomes weaker. Let that sink in. So you may not agree with everyone on this stage this weekend, and that's okay. Welcome to America. Charlie would have welcomed that. He believed disagreement was something not to be canceled. It was something to confront with clarity, courage, and grace. And Charlie loved truth way more than conformity. So this weekend for me personally is laced with nostalgia and it's laced with hope. But deeper than that, it's about carrying forward what Charlie built and ultimately what he gave his life for. And I've said it before and I'll say it again. The mission didn't end with Charlie's life. It's being lived out through each.
Would you consider becoming the Frederick Engels of the left? Dog, what are you talking about, dude? Adjusted to the relative wealth that Frederick Engels had at the time for the rest of the society, rest of fucking like German society, rest of British society, rest of European society. Do you think I am the equivalent of a fucking factory owner? I also just gave you an example of a Frederick Engels style individual in contemporary examples, and they literally treat him like he's a fucking terrorist. Engels is a broke boy compared to you. Fact check by Real American Patriots. It's true. Oh my God. One of the saddest parts about having these sorts of conversations with the left is that many people, and I guess this is a byproduct of being, Marxist, socialist, and the like. None of y'all know anything about money. Your understanding of like relative wealth is so silly. It's like almost like a child's understanding of the world. I know some of you are obviously memeing, so it's not serious. But there are also like legitimately children or people who have the understanding of money as a high schooler who think like, yeah, why don't you also out meet, you know, fucking Sheldon Adelson or the Adelson dynasty? You know? Yeah, let me go band for band with Miriam Adelson, dude. How's your Kirk? It fucking sucks. It
Every
hurts so
one of you
bad.
in your own way. Again, it doesn't matter your age, doesn't matter your race, doesn't matter your background. AmFest is not about echo chambers. It's very important to know that because it's about sharpening one another.
How come Bill Gates be rich when I never see him do a money spread or wear Balenci? True. It's because all of his wealth is in his net worth, in his assets, bro. He is not liquid, okay? That's what it is. He's actually a broke boy when you think about it. So is Jeff Bezos. I've never seen Jeff Bezos do a money spread. I've never seen Jeff Bezos in Balenci. True. Me, on the other hand, I have done a money spread, and everybody got mad at me in Hong Kong with Hong Kong dollars, if you recall.
It's about digging deeper into ideas instead of retreating into slogans. And it's about remembering that freedom requires responsibility and truth requires courage. So my challenge to you this weekend is very simple.
Will we see a streamer billionaire by 2035? Yeah, Mr. Beast. Before 2035.
Just attend AmFest. Let it mark you. Let it stretch you. Let it challenge assumptions, strengthen convictions, and maybe even make you a little uncomfortable, because that's where growth happens, in those moments. Let it be another turning point in your life. Another moment where you decide not to drift, not to disengage.
Get it? She should have looked at the camera after that and been like, get it? Let this be a turning point in your life. Title drop.
Not to give into cynicism, but to stand up boldly, to be brave, to speak clearly, because that is how we are going to honor Charlie.
Okay, it's boring. All right, so the actual meat and potatoes of it all came from Ben Shapiro. Okay? Ben Shapiro had a speech, and I swear to God, even the Bulwark Boys and everybody else is 100% glazing. 100% glazing Ben Shapiro, talking about how Ben Shapiro is the savior, talking about how Ben Shapiro is going to save us, all this shit, okay? And honestly, I feel like it's a op. Ben Shapiro has no motion whatsoever. And the only reason why he was brought, to this event is because he is, as I like to say, marginally more invested in anti-Semitism and significantly more invested in Israel. Okay? And a big part of the back and forth that took place here, bro, you boring as fuck. Hello, Hasan. I'm a cockroach. I'm here to be on the brain. Hello, Hasan. I'm a cockroach. I'm here to be on the brain. Why is Asman more entertaining? Bro, you boring as fuck. Well, stick around, chatter. You might accidentally learn some stuff. It's also weird that you're calling yourself a cockroach. That's so odd. Anyway, I genuinely don't understand it. It's like, I think people ride with being like pathetic. Like people just basically ride it. They're like, oh yeah, this is a fucking badge of honor. I'm fucking disgusting. I'm filthy. I shit myself. Yeah, don't you feel owned that you acknowledge me being fucking gross and weird? You're just cucked. You're like mentally cucked. Very odd. Anyway. So, as I was saying, Ben Shapiro obviously is already washed, right? Obviously washed. No motion. Nobody gives a fuck about what he has to say. Big part of that is because like the first wave of people left after Andrew Tate because they were like looking for, no more nerdy commentary, but instead like less nerdy jock style commentary to feel cool. That's why they moved into like the men's right activist place, right? They moved beyond the Ben Shapiro's of the world, like the intellectual dark web, to less intellectual versions of conservative commentary that was just like shitting on targets more openly and stuff. Anyway, but then the final death blow came when Ben Shapiro could not stop eating Israel's dick over and over again, non-fucking stop. He was just like, he was hitting the pro-Israel lines over and over again, and everyone was like, okay, you're done. Fuck you. Now, in the process, he fired Candace Owens, as you guys know, who he knew was a hateful person, definitely was an anti-Semite when Ben Shapiro hired her. But then Ben Shapiro only fired her because she was not only anti-Israel, or not only anti-Semitic, but also anti-Israel. But now Ben Shapiro is back to deliver this amazing speech, and everyone on all the MAGA side, on MAGA Twitter, all the establishment rhinos who are both pro-Trump and also pro-Israel, were very excited that Ben Shapiro delivered this amazing speech. Let's take a look. Of course, people showed up afterwards as well, asked him some questions about USS Liberty, shit like that. Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's obviously a massive honor to be here at Turning Point USA. It's even more of an honor to follow Erica Kirk, a heroic figure and a true American patriot. I really believe that the best way to judge the goodness of a man is to see the goodness of his wife and his children, and on that measure, Charlie was unsurpassed. Erica and her children are in all of our hearts.
Okay, I can't be watching this in double speed. This motherfucker speaks like he's in double speed all the time.
And of course, this is an incredibly bittersweet moment. It's absolutely bitter because of the murder of our friend Charlie Kirk, an irreplaceable human being. I knew Charlie from the time he was 18 years old, and I watched him build himself into one of the most powerful exponents of conservatism in America, one of the most powerful coalition builders in American history. But it's also sweet to see the number of people who continue to remember Charlie each and every day and to carry on his mission. Well, today, I want to talk about the future of the country. And the future of this country, this amazing country, relies on the future of the conservative movement. It relies on what TPUSA defines as its core mission: freedom, free markets, and limited government.
Wow, this is going to really bang with all the fucking groypers, dude. Has he discussed Epstein yet? Yes, I did. Yeah, they all the young conservatives are like, oh my God, I love free markets and limited government. That's what I want. No, man, the new meta is dominating ordained enemies, okay? That's what they want. That's Charlie understood that too. That's the reason why, in an effort not to lose his entire fan base to the fucking groypers, he constantly tried to ramp up the racism.
And most of all, the future of this country relies on truth. This country relies on truth because victory, true, real, lasting victory, cannot be...
Boo, they've also moved on from the truth meta. Truth meta is so outdated. Let's be real. Let's be fucking real, dude. Ain't nobody wants truth. Ain't nobody give a fuck about truth. What they want is lies that humiliate their opponents. Lies, no matter how ridiculous, no matter how silly, makes their opponents feel better, or makes themselves feel better as opposed to their opponents. Okay? Obviously, Ben Shapiro's basically trying to go back to the, excuse me, facts over feelings, please, like that kind of narrative, even though he personally gave up on that shit a long time ago as well. So good luck. Okay? Good luck. I do still see like a bunch of people that, you know, try to relive the glory days of like the debate lording, where they'll be like, you have no argument against, you have no counterfactuals against Asmongold, so you are just simply resorting to an ad hominem. It's like, brother, you are a dying breed. I love seeing you out there in the world trying to do this thing, but most people will just go, shut the fuck up, you nerd, and move on, you know? And it's really funny because they were doing that to this, okay? Asmongold tweeted, I love when he tweets about like understanding women. It's my favorite type of Asmongold tweet because it's so like out of place. Why are people crashing out on the Asian female, white male combo in particular, but not so much at the other combos like Asian male, white female, Asian female and white female, Asian male, white female, etc.? Genuinely curious. To which he responded with, everyone knows why. White women love to vote to bring in immigrants from shitholes around the world. But if Trump started importing millions of ABGs into America, they would form the SS overnight. First of all, ABGs are American. It's an American product. ABGs are an American invention. ABG means Asian baby girl, okay? That's what ABGs is. It's an American, they are invented in a laboratory in Irvine, California, okay? So the idea that, like, you know, anyone is importing this American product is very stupid, okay? So it doesn't even make sense. Of course, there's also the fetishization of Asian women here, and also the incredibly idiotic notion that, like, white women love to vote to bring in immigrants from shitholes. Yeah, dude, that's why 54% of white women voted for Donald Trump. Okay? They were invented in Australia and imported to EDC Las Vegas. Okay, well, they fucking they breached containment, and now the actual place where ABGs are from and invented and exist in is the mountainous tundra of Irvine, California. Okay? What are we doing here? You're right about the EDC Las Vegas thing. You're not wrong about that. Okay? But that's where, I don't know where the ABG patient zero was. And I'm not going to say that Australia could not be where patient zero came from. Okay? But now it's most commonly known, in no way ABG isn't a gooner term. It's like a TikTok Zoomer term for the most part, I think. Tony K Films came from Asian gang culture. Viet gang, baby. EDC Vegas is a local. They didn't exist before 2015, 2016. Okay, well, regardless. Okay. ABG is a millennial term law. Okay, well, TikTok Zoomers use it all the time, and they've popularized it. Anyway, I can't believe we're so invested in this. To which I responded with, woman understander has logged on. And yeah, see, ad hominem, because you have literally no counterfactual. Yeah, dude, I should be fucking debating the sincere statements being made here about ABGs. You have no counterfactual. White women would immediately form the SS overnight. What is your counterfactual to the very real argument being presented here that white women only vote with their pussies, and also they only vote to bring in immigrants from shitholes around the world so they can have sexual intercourse with them? And then if Trump all of a sudden magically started importing ABGs from Irvine, California, and maybe Australia into the United States of America, all the white women would get very jealous and very mad and would form the SS. Where is your counterfactual, please? I love seeing stuff like that in the wild. Like, that's my favorite type of person. Like, what do you mean? This is a silly statement. Of course, I'm going to fucking respond to it with silliness. There is no, like, there's no intelligent fact-based analysis being represented here. So, in any case, why was I talking about this? Because this kind of stuff doesn't exist in the wild anymore, and not even in the extremely online circles, because on the right, a lot of people are bored of this shit. They think it's like nerdy, and they want less. I mean, this was already pseudo-intellectual. Ben Shapiro was already serving pseudo-intellectual slop. But people don't even want the pseudo-intellectual slob anymore. They just want, like, anti-intellectual slob. Okay? And that is the reason why Ben Shapiro is losing market share.
Achieved without truth. Victory without truth is victory for a lie, and that is no victory at all. And unity without truth is no unity. It is merely solidarity in falsehood. You see, we live in a chaotic time, and a time when lots of people are asking lots of legitimate questions about the conservative movement. What ought we to think about the relationship between free markets and traditional virtue? How should we craft a pragmatic foreign policy that spreads our interests and upholds our ideals? What governmental means are appropriate?
I swear to God, he's just fucking a libtard now because of the anti-Semitism. Like, he got hit with the full libtard beam. He's like, well, why don't we be woke now, actually, everybody? For years and years, I have cultivated an audience of the most heinous, hateful people on the planet. And then I realized that they also seemingly hate Jews as well. What's going on? Is this what you want? For me to talk like Tucker Carlson, a Jew hater? He's just a lib now. You're just a fucking lib, little bro. You can't fucking keep this shit in containment. You can't just develop. I gotta sit back down. You can't develop an audience whose galvanizing factor, whose entire organizational principle revolves around shitting on black people, brown people, women, gay people, trans people, and then not expect them to also tie that all up and say, yeah, you know, Jews are a part of that too, actually. That's it. If you're anti-woke, you got to expect this, big dog. That's what I don't understand about these like anti-woke, conservative, ultra-Zionist Jewish people, where it's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? You played a formative role in this kind of hatred being fomented. You did the Great Replacement theories. Did you not open a history book at any point and look at who the Nazis were initially saying were responsible for the Great Replacement? It was your relatives, brother. They always tie it back to the Jews. What the fuck were you thinking? It's crazy. That's why it was always like from afar, I always found it so strange, right? Like, I was like, dude, you agree with like every neo-Nazi on like 99% of issues. The one issue, though, you don't agree on is that they also think you're a part of the outgroup because you're Jewish and you're responsible for all the woke shit that they hate. A real leopards, how could these leopards eat my face moment for Ben? And they are so actively. Are you a little excited that your enemies of 10 years are going through the same stuff you go through with liberals? I mean, the difference is I've always been oppositional and antagonistic to pro-capitalist liberals who find themselves allies or aligned openly with reactionary Republicans. Ben, on the other hand, has actively fomented his own demise. Like, he has literally been a responsible figure. Do you not understand? He's a responsible figure for so many young minds who watched Ben Shapiro dunk on fucking libtards and went, yeah, I want more of that. I'm right wing. I love this shit. And now those guys have advanced. They've moved beyond Ben Shapiro. Okay? They're now saying, no, Ben, you're also woke because you're Jewish and we don't like you either. That never happened. What never happened? You think that Ben Shapiro is not responsible for a decent number of motherfuckers who became right-wing, like far-right and neo-Nazis and shit. That absolutely happened. Brother, Nick Fuentes openly talks about how Mark Levin, who also is in the same vein as Ben Shapiro, an ultra-Zionist, ultra-conservative Jewish commentary person, Nick Fuentes learned about the Great Replacement theory from Mark Levin. He's open about it. He talks about it. He's like, the first time I ever realized that white people were actually being displaced ethnically in this country was when I heard Mark Levin talk about it. David Horowitz, another one of these guys, former Trot turned into a neocon, massive Islamophobe, thought that as long as our enemy is united, as long as we're all united in hating Muslims, none of these guys will come back and hate on the Jews, I promise. Rest in piss to David Horowitz, that piece of shit. He was a monster. A monster who played a major role in developing talent. Candace Owens is one of the most prominent voices in American politics right now. One of those voices that Ben Shapiro is going to call out by name in this speech. Candace Owens was plucked out of irrelevance by David Horowitz first, and then positioned as a voice to be reckoned with on the conservative movement side by the likes of Turning Point USA, and then Ben Shapiro. You think Ben Shapiro didn't know that Candace Owens, who once famously said Hitler just wanted to make Germany great, that Candace Owens wasn't anti-Semitic? No, he did. He knew that. He hired her because she was not only anti-Semitic, but also anti-black, anti-trans, all the good stuff that he wanted. And on top of that, Candace Owens was pro-Israel. That's the only thing Ben Shapiro cared about. And then lo and behold, October 7 comes around. Candace Owens sees the writing on the wall, probably became even more anti-Semitic than she was before, and started being anti-Israel. That is when Ben Shapiro fired Candace Owens. These are the people who propped these figures up. These are the people who melded their minds. Okay? So the very anti-Semites that are now basically capturing the youth wing of this movement, they all came from this background. They all grew up watching Ben Shapiro and shit. Because people like Ben Shapiro, Mark Levin, they thought, I think, you know, Ashkenazi Jews are white. They'll just be considered white in perpetuity. We're always white now. America's founded on Judeo-Christian values. No, the fuck it wasn't, man. America wasn't even founded on Catholic values. What the fuck are you talking about? Judeo-Christian values. That's a new invention, dumbass. Why the fuck would you believe your own lies? It's so crazy. And now they can't even fucking deal with it. They're like, oh, what do we do? 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 How do we fix this? How do we fix this? Yeah, good luck. That's why I get so fucking annoyed with all these like centrists and all these liberals who are trying to present Ben Shapiro as a reasonable voice in MAGA politics. He's not a fucking reasonable voice. This man, just like Charlie Kirk, hated the Civil Rights Act. He's like, talk shit about every ethnic minority with the exception of Jews, even though he has talked shit about Jews as well. He says they're bad Jews if they're anti-Israel. He's talked shit about everybody. He is just the same villain as all of these other people. What is it? The one group that he doesn't shit on as much is the Jews. So then it's fine. He's rational. He doesn't shit on Israel. So he's fine. He's rational. What are we talking about? Fuck Israel. Yeah, the Islamophobia Network. The network's architects, Daniel Pipes, David Horowitz, Frank Gaffney, Stephen Everson, Robert Spencer, work through well-funded hawkish pro-Israel groups like the Middle East Forum, Horowitz Freedom Center, Center for Security Policy. Worth remembering, AmProg exposed the network's slogan Islamophobia a decade ago as an organized, well-funded system backed largely by right-wing pro-Israel donors. It fell out of mainstream long ago, but the same actors are now working desperately to resurrect it. This pro-Israel network fueled Islamophobia as a part of a coordinated political project to manufacture fear and steer U.S. policy towards war and confrontation in the Arab and Muslim world. The narratives resurfacing today come straight from that playbook. So no, just because he is pro-Israel and seemingly criticizing, Candace told the story. Ben Shapiro split happened when time. Yeah. Oh, wow. She's told it recently. I mean, I saw it from a fucking mile away. I've talked about it openly. When she got fired, I said it. I was like, everybody knew Candace was anti-Semitic. Ben knew Candace was anti-Semitic. Ben didn't mind that Candace was anti-Semitic because she was pro-Israel at the time. When she became anti-Israel and anti-Semitic, that was a bridge. That was too far. Okay? That was too fucking far. And it sucks for Benny Boy because he's got no motion right now. He's getting propped up by all these like institutional donors establishment Republicans, the pro-Israel contingency in the Republican Party that's like desperately trying to figure out like how anti-Semitic can we be while simultaneously still, you know, working with Israel? Like, can we just like find a reasonable middle ground here? All this shit. And no matter how hard he pushes, he's not going to get that prominence back. It's over. It's fucking over. It's done. And he played a formative role in this.
To achieve political ends. All of these questions aren't new, of course. They've been asked for as long as human beings have been talking about politics.
Like, anyone that doesn't match Ben's current commentary with Ben's past performance is a fucking loser-ass moron, okay? I'm sorry. You will see a lot of liberals that recognize how fucking insane it is, right? They recognize how psychotic the right has gotten, okay? And they will be desperate to lean into the likes of Ben Shapiro. That's why he's going on CNN right now. Libs will welcome him with open arms. They'll be like, oh, well, at least he's reasonable. Fuck no, he's not. If you say Charlie Kirk is doing politics the right way, I need you to tell me exactly which one of Charlie's choice moments you agree with. If you say Ben Shapiro is a reasonable voice in the MAGA conservative sphere, I need you to sit there and tell me in great detail, which statement do you agree with? What of the fucking worldviews that Ben Shapiro presents on a daily fucking basis do you agree with? There is no such thing. I hate these motherfuckers that turn around and go, no, you don't understand. This is the Liz Cheney dynamic all over again. You don't understand. These guys they're doing politics the right way. We should have simple disagreements. It's like, bitch, what do you mean simple disagreement? What is the fucking simple disagreement here? We're not talking about which milkshake flavor is the best tasting. We're talking about entire swaths of the population being worthy of dignity or not, being worthy of existing on U.S. soil or not. That's not a fucking simple disagreement. Maybe for you it is, from your position of privilege, but I don't agree with that. I don't think this is just a simple fucking disagreement. I'm not going to let all of that shit slide because now Ben Shapiro is railing against the conspiratorial right because he is the champion of anti-Semitism. Is that the only thing we are supposed to care about? In this, I mean this seriously, okay? I know that a lot of right-wingers will be like, oh, well, I'm anti-woke for everybody, and then all of a sudden they're telling me I can't be anti-woke against Jews, right? And then that's how they become anti-Semitic or more anti-Semitic than they already were. They're like, what do you mean? We're anti-woke. Jews are also a part of the anti-woke coalition, right? They're also an acceptable target. But on the liberal side, we can't just fucking make this new calculation where we are also doing the same thing that the fucking Donald Trump administration is doing, right? On the left side, not even just the liberal side, but like on the left side as well. This is something that I see where people are like, well, okay, he rails against anti-Semitism. Okay, is that the only fucking form of bigotry that's not available? Or that's not acceptable? What are you talking about? Oh, wow, he rails against anti-Semitism. Oh, great, okay. The fuck? Whose calculation is this? If you're going to actually stand against bigotry and harmful opinions and conspiratorial thinking, you got to do it unconditionally. There's no fucking, well, he's shitty to trans people, he's shitty to black people, but at least he's good to Jews. The fuck? What is this? No, but we need coalition so bad right now? No, not from Ben Shapiro. Yeah, you bring the fucking, dude, yeah. You bring the scorpion into your own home if you want to be stung. And before you know it, like, this is the problem. Because before you know it, when you're like, oh, these guys are on our side. These guys are, no, he's not. On what? On what grounds is he on your side? What is a fucking part of Ben Shapiro's worldview that aligns with yours that you think makes you an ally? What? I need you to tell me. Seriously.
Of years. And over the course of this conference, you'll hear a lot of opinions on a lot of these questions. I have my own perspectives on them, of course. You can hear them every single day on my show. My fundamental values have been the same for 25 years, peace through strength on foreign policy, traditional values on social policy, free markets with regard to economics. But today, I want to talk about something even more important: how to discern those attempting to speak truth from frauds and grifters. Because something is new. An informational environment.
He doesn't even agree that January 6th was an attempted coup of Mao, so much for his lib allyship. That's what I mean. He doesn't even do that shit because he's like, he is a Trump dick rider. He is a conservative grifter through and through. The only area that he does not grift on is Israel, okay? That's it. That's his only sincere moment. He will say whatever needs to be said in order to maintain in order to still play a formative role in shaping conservative minds and doing conservative propaganda. There's only one place that he doesn't budge on, and that's fucking Israel. That's it. Just like with Tommy Lauren, it was her one sincere moment where she talked about women's bodily autonomy and people punished her for it, right? So that's it for Ben. Israel's the only thing he won't actually recalculate on.
Rife with both opportunity and chaos. Opportunity because the leg.
That's anti-Semitic, Hasan. Yeah. True. That's funny. Yeah. Saying Ben Shapiro is incredibly pro-Israel and that's the only sincerely held belief he has is definitely a very... You're right. How did I arrive at this conclusion, I wonder? Probably because he's Jewish, right? Because he wears the yarmulke, right? That must be the reason why I'm saying this. And not because I'm very familiar with his commentary for the past fucking 12 years.
Media gatekeepers are no longer in charge of what we see and what we hear. And chaos, because an anarchic informational environment means we actually have to be smart in how we assess the information and arguments that we hear. Why does that matter? Well, because today the conservative movement is in serious danger. It is in danger, not just from a left that all too frequently excuses everything up to and including murder. The conservative movement is also in danger from charlatans who claim to speak in the name of principle, but actually traffic in conspiracism and dishonesty, who offer nothing but bile and despair, who seek to undermine fundamental principles of conservatism by championing enervation and grievance. These people are frauds, and they are grifters, and they do not deserve your time. And they are something worse than that. A danger to the only movement capable of stopping the left from wrecking the country wholesale. So today, I want to discuss 5 obligations that people who speak to you on matters of importance have to you. I want to speak to you about our duties. Our first duty is truth. We owe you the truth. That means we should not mislead you. It means we shouldn't hide the ball.
Like, this is so funny. Yeah, dude, I know. I love truthful conservatism. Like, who are you talking about? You're at the Turning Point USA Ameri conference, dude. Amerifest, or whatever the fuck it's called. What do you mean? Oh, wow, we have a duty to the truth. Who's he talking to? Like, just because you're saying that doesn't mean you engage in it. Isn't this just making the divisions worse? Isn't this just making the divide deeper? Why woke scolding? Exactly, which is why I love it. Yeah. No, this is, don't interrupt your opponents when they're making a mistake, right? Yes. Turning Point USA was already in a unique predicament with all of the anti-Israel youngsters that are also anti-Semitic. And the conservative battlefronts, right? On the conservative front lines. But now that Charlie's gone too, and all these fucking vultures are eating one another alive to try to take advantage of the power vacuum. You have, on the one hand, Tucker Carlson, who is leading the charge alongside Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes on the anti-Israel front on the conservative side. And then you have the Ben Shapiro and the Barry Weisses of the world. Who the fuck do you think people are going to pick? Ben Shapiro has never had like a real independent career that wasn't funded by the Wilkes brothers, okay? The Texas oil barons, who are insane evangelical Zionists themselves. The difference between someone like Nick Fuentes and even Clandis is that, like, they've been able to make a name for themselves on their own. And although I despise their repugnant worldviews and disagree with them vehemently on every single issue, ultimately, there is something there as far as like their personality-driven content that captivates people, right? I'd go so far as to say the same thing about even Asmongold. Like, there is something there that people are tuning in for. With Ben, there's not really much. You're just nerdily rehashing American Enterprise Institute talking points, and you're not even doing a good job with it. And now that your funding is drying out, people don't want to hear from you. People don't like what they're hearing from you.
We shouldn't be deliberately obscure about what we're telling you. We have an obligation to clarity and to honesty. This means that we actually have to be clear in the language that we use. We should not traffic in generality. We should not say things like, they shot Charlie, without specifying whom we mean by they. The person who allegedly shot Charlie Kirk, and whom all the evidence points at, all of it, is a gay, trans-loving furry.
Yeah, see, he's trying to do it. He's trying to bring it back to be like, yeah, remember gay people?
The person who allegedly shot Charlie Kirk, and whom all the evidence points at, all of it, is a gay, trans-loving furry.
Yeah, he big mad. Nah, it's Israel, bro. Fuck it. Actually, you know what? He negatively polarized me. I think it's Israel that did it. I'm a clandestine operator. Maybe it was Israel, Ben. Oh, you don't like it? Oh, is that anti-Semitism? Is that anti-Semitism? See, do you see what I mean? Do you see what I'm explaining here? Like, you can't on the one hand be like, I'm a truth lover. I'm a truth lover. I care about the truth. And then try to make a snide remark about Candace Owens, while fucking simultaneously your commentary on this issue is just like transphobia, homophobia induced. You know what I mean? Like, what are you fucking doing? What are you doing? It's not working. It's not gonna work. Okay?
If we are going to target ideological movements, we should talk about the fact that the radical trans movement treats all those who oppose it as existential threats. Or if we're going to talk about the Democratic Party making room for the radical trans movement and echoing its inflammatory rhetoric, well, we should talk about that. Those are specific problems, and they require specific responses. When people say they shot Charlie, however, they are instead trafficking in vagary that results in increased hatred without proposing any effective response. They are fostering despair and rage, and that makes things worse. We must also be honest about what people say and do, regardless of what that means coalitionally. It is the job of politicians to build coalitions. It's the job of those of us who try to shape public opinion to hold politicians to account and to hold them accountable to our values. We must not let fear of audience deter us from telling the truth. We must not let fear of other hosts deter us from telling the truth. So, for example, if Candace Owens decides to spend every day since the murder of Charlie Kirk if Candace Owens decides to spend every day since the murder of Charlie Kirk casting aspersions at TPUSA and the people who work here, who worked with Charlie every single day, his best friends, to cast aspersions at Mikey McCoy and Andrew Colvin and Blake Neff and Tyler Boyer, and yes, at Erica Kirk, and to imply or outright claim complicity in a cover-up over Charlie's murder, to spew absolutely baseless trash implicating everyone from French intelligence to Mossad to members of TPUSA in Charlie's murder or a cover-up in that murder, then we, as people with a microphone, have a moral obligation to call that out by name. Erica Kirk and TPUSA never should have been put in the position to have to defend themselves against such specious and evil attacks, particularly in a time of mourning. And the people who refuse to condemn Candace's truly vicious attacks, and some of them are speaking here, are guilty of cowardice. Yes, cowardice.
It's not on
the fact that they have said nothing while Candace has been vomiting all
It's in 1.25 speed, but it's fine.
sorts of hideous and conspiratorial nonsense into the public square for years is just as cowardly. Second, because we owe you the truth, we owe you the duty to speak out of principle, not personal feeling. It should not matter whether we despise someone or whether we love someone. The question is what they say and what they do, and whether those things are morally decent or not. On a political level, do they foster freedom, justice, and prosperity? On a personal level, do they treat others as they would wish to be treated? Personal feeling is not a substitute for moral judgment. To take again the Candace Owens situation as an example, friendship with public figures.
Yeah, they brought. If this is their big gun, I think it's cooked. But like this was getting tremendous praise, tremendous amounts of praise from fucking from basically every like establishment Republican rhino. There's also a Tucker Carlson thing too, though. There's a Tucker Carlson speech here as well.
Who say or do evil things is not an excuse for silence on the matter. Politics is not the sisterhood of the traveling pants. Politics is about principle, and if you are willing to sacrifice basic truth and simple principle in favor of emotional solidarity, you have betrayed your fundamental duty to the American people. First off, I should break the omerta here and just be a little bit clear. The notion that people in our industry are close friends, like we all take holiday breaks with each other and go to each other's kids' graduations and stuff, is generally untrue. Some people do that, most of us don't. We see each other at conferences and we talk on the phone and all the rest. We're business colleagues. But even if it were true that other public figures were our best friends, our very best friends, that does not relieve us of our duty to speak out of principle and not to cover up evil or shy away from addressing it out of friendship. So no, Tucker Carlson, it is not an excuse to go silent on Candace's targeting of TPUSA. Or to mirror her bullshit lines of questioning because you love Candace personally. The same holds true of Megyn Kelly, a person I consider a friend, characterizing Candace as a young mother and thus shying away from condemning her actions or fibbing about them. That is a non-starter. Meghan Markle is a young mother. Ilhan Omar is a young mother. That doesn't matter. And when Megyn said this week, quote, my goal and my job here is to try to understand, yes.
Charlie hated Ben and loved Tucker. No, Charlie loved Tucker Carlson, but Charlie also did like Ben Shapiro as well. I think a lot of people that think that Charlie Kirk didn't like Ben Shapiro are wrong. No, Charlie Kirk invited Ben Shapiro to Turning Point USA conferences all the fucking time. And also, the thing is, like, I think he saw Tucker Carlson as like an entry point into the fucking whole. He saw Tucker Carlson as like as a person that could hold the coalition together to a certain degree. Tucker said that BLM was anti-white racism. The rest was acceptable, I guess. Yeah, that's why it's so funny. These guys literally align on so many insane points, right? Let's fast forward through all this important policy and statements at double half speed. Wait, what? It's just like all of this stuff that's coming out now with people where they're trying to talk about this shit, where they're like, oh, we need truth. We can't do lies anymore. What is happening here? Blah, 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 all this shit. Like, that's all you've been doing. That's all you've done. I mean, I love the infighting. I love watching the right-wing infighting taking place. But also, they did this. You made the shit sandwich, brother.
Where Candace is coming from on this. And says she sees no purpose in inserting herself, quote, into this on one side. That is a moral and logical absurdity. There is only one moral side here.
Like, okay, you understand what I'm trying to say, right? Everything that right-wingers say about Jews, they say about every other minority group. Ben also says everything right-wingers say about Jews, but about every other minority group, just not about Jews. And that's the problem here. Like, so when he says, like, we need truth, we need justice, we need intellectual honesty and decency, just for the Jews. Like, that's it. That's what he's saying. And the reality is, A lot of people read it as such. A lot of people read it as such, where they go, what do you mean, Ben? It's ironic that he is the inconsistent person, because reactionary rhetoric at its maximalist position is, of course, going to put Jews in the crosshairs as well. It's going to consider Jews to be not this like untouchable group of people, but instead just another marginalized identity that we should be able to shit on. That's it. That's it.
Erica Kirk's side. You know, the side of the widow with 2 children, whose husband was shot live on camera in front of all of us. Friendship with a person accusing TPUSA of a cover-up of Charlie's murder is no excuse for cowardice. Third, and relatedly, we have a duty to take responsibility for what we say and do. If we hire awful people, we're responsible for that. I have some experience there.
Yeah, the reality is he's happy to continue blaming black people for their situation and hating Muslims all for being terrorists, hating all undocumented migrants. That's what he considers to be decent and honest debate. Just don't talk that way about Israel. Exactly. And it's so funny because, like, he even is fine with anti-Semitism. His own words, by the way, not even mine. I'm not even saying this, but like, in his own words, he's fine with anti-Semites as long as they're pro-Israel. He has said it in the past. He has said it over and over again. He's shown that with his actions. He's shown that by hiring Candace Owens. So like, so even on the anti-Semitism front, he's like somewhat agnostic. And he also, one could even argue, entertains anti-Semitism and anti-Semitic tendencies and anti-Semitic statements all the time when he talks about how, like, you know, Jews who are anti-genocide are actually capos or bad Jews or whatever the fuck. Right? Wrong. Ben Shapiro is a Jewish supremacist. Sure. If you're a Zionist, yes, of course. Ben Shapiro is a Jewish supremacist. That is true. That's Zionism. A part of Zionism is Jewish supremacy. Having said that, he also will actively shit on anti-Zionist Jews. He will routinely say Jews who are not pro-Israel are bad Jews. They're capos. They're collaborators. They're worthless.
As you might suspect. That means that if we offer a guest for your viewing, we owe it to you to ask the kinds of questions that actually get at the truth. If we agree with the guest, that's fine, but we should own it. So, for example, if you host a Hitler apologist, Nazi-loving, anti-American piece of refuse like Nick Fuentes...
Wait. Hold on. Once again, it goes back to what I was talking about. I thought it was no cancel culture, right? I thought it was spirited debate. Why do you want to cancel Nick Fuentes? You can't conduct yourself this way. You can't create an entire fucking career off of how you despise cancel culture, how you fucking hate the moralists, and then go to the seminar where all of the anti-cancel culture warriors get together and talk about how you need cancel culture. Do you see? Do you see?
You know, the Nick Fuentes who said that the Vice President of the United States is a, quote, fat gay race traitor married to a Jeet. The person who said that Charlie Kirk was a, quote, retarded idiot. The person who said, and pardon my language here, it's his quote, that he, quote, took Turning Point USA and fucked it, and that's why it's filled with groypers. If you have that person on your show and you proceed...
Yo, low-key. Also, this is low-key part of the reason why... this is part of the reason why Nick Fuentes is more popular than Ben Shapiro is. Like, it is that kind of language. It is the things that he says. That is precisely the reason why he has a real audience, whereas Ben Shapiro's audience is just like completely propped up by whatever fucking mainstream help he's getting currently. Stereotypically classless decision by Ben Shapiro to use Charlie Kirk's stage to disavow half of the American right by name. Jews like Barry Weiss think it's courageous chutzpah. Everyone else rightly sees it as tasteless and self-serving. The reign of Zio-conservatism is over. Oh. hate all these motherfuckers so much.
To glaze him, you ought to own it. There is a reason that Charlie Kirk despised Nick Fuentes, and indeed even chided Dinesh D'Souza for debate.
So you like Nick more than Ben? That's actually bad. He's a fucking Nazi, Hasan. Did I ever say that? I support neither of them. Was there ever a moment? What led you to arrive at that conclusion? Perhaps the reason why you want to arrive at that conclusion is because it suits whatever kind of fucking dumbass liberal purpose you have in your mind. That's a whole separate sentence that you conducted, you crafted. I don't fuck with any right-winger, okay? I do not fuck with reactionary people with reactionary attitudes. I don't fuck with right-wingers at all. As a matter of fact, the reason why I get mad at liberals is because of their endless fucking grace and charity for right-wingers. The rational ones, like Ben Shapiro, okay? Unless it's my woke king Mitt Romney, who wants to tax the wealthy like himself. This kind of stuff doesn't work, by the way. I mean, maybe it works for like really stupid people, I guess, in your orbit, where you could just be like, Hasan likes Nick Fuentes more than he likes Ben Shapiro. Like, that's not the case. I think Ben is a Zionist, but Nick is a Nazi. First of all, Ben Shapiro and Nick Fuentes believe in the exact same shit, dumbass, with one exception. And it's not one that fucking favors Ben Shapiro, okay? Ben Shapiro and Nick Fuentes believe in the exact same shit. The only difference is Ben thinks it's the liberal pedophilic elite, you know, the globalists or whatever the fuck, and Nick thinks it's Jews, okay? That's the difference. It's a pretty significant difference, but the major point of contention that they have between them is not even around that, okay? It's around Israel. And the reality of the matter is, because of how fucking distorted people's attitude is towards what Israel is doing, Nick Fuentes is actually on the side where he's able to fucking craft a more moralistic and more reasonable argument as a fucking neo-Nazi against the fucking state of Israel that's doing the current Holocaust. He is a denier and defender of the previous Holocaust and wants to do it again to the Jews and to everyone else, okay? Ben Shapiro is currently justifying the Holocaust that took place for the past 2 fucking years. So they're completely aligned on pretty much everything. But the only reason why Nick Fuentes is growing in prominence is because he can present himself as being on the right side of this pivotal fucking issue. And the faster people realize that and immediately stop fucking defending Israel and immediately come to terms with the fucking reality that's taking place in front of their eyes, the faster we can rid ourselves of this fucking Nazi scourge. But because Democrats refuse to reckon with this reality and think that there is like some kind of marginal, incremental change position that they can take, some kind of liberal Zionist position that'll be enough, they keep losing to the Marjorie Taylor Greens of the world. They keep losing to the Nick Fuenteses of the world. Okay? I support neither. Both are Nazis and Nick is way more dangerous. No one watches Ben anymore. Lamau. Yes, Nick can fool idiots by blaming everything on Jews and Israel, becoming obsessed with Israel's idiocy. Both are bad. Nick and Ben both. Yeah, okay, so you do fucking agree with me. What the hell are you talking about? Okay, now you understand my fear. Now you understand my argument. Now you understand my resentment. Okay? Ben Shapiro, for decades with his commentary, basically made it impossible for there not to be a Nick Fuentes, okay? He designed this environment so that there was a fucking inevitability of Nick Fuentes. And now that Nick Fuentes is here, you still turn around and you go, well, one's a Nazi, the other one's a liberal Zionist. First of all, he's not a liberal Zionist, Okay? Or not just like a regular Zionist. He's a conservative ultra-Zionist. Okay? What is this? Ethan is gone and saying he should oppose Nazis like Asman, not support them, except Asman. I was the same. Asman, Nazis are way worse and more hateful and harmful than you. You think Asman Gold opposes Nazis? The fuck are you talking about? Brother, you might be... Also, fuck Asman Gold, who's a Nazi too. Okay, good. That's a big change from the 2 days, but... But that's it. I'm anti-pedophilia and anti-Nazi unconditionally, okay? Whichever form that may take, I am going to be against it. Do you understand? It's probably, it's you know, the biggest reason for why I have so many fucking haters. I know we've lost our fucking minds in American discourse in 2025. But, you know, those are some key principles here that I will always abide by.
He knew that Nick Fuentes is an evil troll and that building him up is an act of moral imbecility. And that is precisely what Tucker Carlson did. He built Nick Fuentes up. And he ought to take responsibility for that, just as he ought to take responsibility for glazing pornographer and alleged sex trafficker Andrew Tate, or for mainstreaming fake historian and pseudo-Nazi apologist Daryl Cooper as America's best and most honest popular historian. Hosts are indeed responsible for the guests.
You do understand, like, now he's making a fucking platforming argument. This is just a woke argument, you know? He's just woke. Ben Shapiro is just woke. And from the perspective of a right-wing audience, he's just anti-woke for everybody and woke for Jews, okay? This is not going to work. There is no intellectual honesty or consistency here unless you do think everyone else should be that way, where you can, every other marginalized identity is fair play, fair game. You can do whatever the fuck you want, except for Jewish people.
They choose and the questions they ask those guests. Fourth.
Chat, please. Hasan has been diagnosed with high blood pressure, and every inflammatory troll in chat is a direct attack on his arteries. This is a leftist-based practice, harm reduction, and stop stress posting. What the fuck?
Because we have a duty to truth, we also have a duty to provide you with evidence of the claims that we make. Emotive accusations, conspiracy theories, and just guessing questions, that's lazy and stupid and misleading. None of them are a substitute for truth. None of them are a substitute for evidence. So, when Candace Owen says, I don't know, but I know, that is retarded. And we are all more retarded for having heard it. When Steve Bannon, for example, accuses his foreign policy opponents of loyalty to a foreign country, he's not actually making an argument based in evidence. He's simply maligning people that he disagrees with.
Wait, I'm sorry. Hold on. Ben. I mean, like, there are plenty of people that, like, if you see like a random Jewish person walking down the street and automatically assume, in the United States of America, by the way, in this hypothetical, you automatically assume they care more about Israel than they do America, that's anti-Semitic, okay? Ben Shapiro is not a random Jewish person walking down the street. We have 15 to 20 years of his commentary that we can just look back at to try to figure out whether he is, where his loyalty is, okay? That's it. That's it. That's fucking ridiculous. He can try and present this as an argument from, American supremacy all day, every day that he wants to. He could just be like, oh, well, actually, the reason why I'm so pro-Israel is because Israel's America's most valuable ally. But, like, kind of feels like you really love Israel, Ben, and have for most of your career, for your entire career. Who could forget in 2012 when Ben Shapiro famously wrote the article, transfer is not a dirty word, okay? in which he advocated for the complete ethnic cleansing of all Palestinians from the greater Israeli land that, was promised to Israel 3,000 years ago. He said those things. He wrote those things. So he's been doing stuff like this for quite a while, okay? What the fuck did that have anything to do with America, Ben? What's up with that?
Which is indeed par for the course from a man who was once a PR flack for Jeffrey Epstein. Check the record. Our duty to provide you evidence means we actually have to do much more than just ask questions. Just asking questions is something my 5-year-old does, and it's really cute when it comes from my 5-year-old. But when grown men and women spend their days just asking questions without, seeking answers, they are lying to you. In fact, they're doing something even worse. They are seeding distrust in the world around you, and they are enervating you in the process. So, for example, if many speakers, including Tucker Carlson and others, get on stage here at TV USA and claim, without proper evidence, that Jeffrey Epstein was running a Mossad rape ring being covered up by the Trump administration, they are not...
Oh, come on. Come on, Ben. Look, this is the problem, okay? Saying Nick Fuentes is an anti-Semite is totally valid. It's something that I think Nick Fuentes himself will openly agree to, right? Depending on, which company he's around. But when you fucking turn around and go, oh, I can't believe you guys are connecting Jeffrey Epstein to Israel and Mossad. Oh, that's anti-Semitism. This is the main fucking problem with a lot of Zionists who have diluted the actual bigotry of anti-Semitism with idiotic conspiracies or with idiotic statements that are valid and people can fucking see, idiotic defenses of factually based analysis that people can fucking see and experience their own two goddamn eyes, no matter how stupid they are, okay? You cannot turn around and say, oh, I can't believe that people are accusing me of being loyal to Israel. Wrong. People absolutely can do that, and it's not anti-Semitic for Ben Shapiro, okay? You can't turn around and say, I can't believe people are actually fucking saying that Jeffrey Epstein was a Mossad asset. Wrong. People can't say that. If you call that anti-Semitic, people are going to look at you and laugh. And last but not least, yeah, Charlie Kirk himself had made the Jeffrey Epstein Mossad connection before he died, by the way. So that's another thing, even though Charlie Kirk was obviously still glazing Donald Trump and decided to drop the whole Jeffrey Epstein stuff, famously. Okay? But this reminds me of the classic take from Zionists want to defend Israel, right? The classic take always where we would see just mountains of children piled up, murdered, slaughtered by Israel every fucking day, pretty much. Parents putting the body parts of their children in trash bags as they try to go to the hospital. And then motherfuckers would turn around and say, saying this is genocide, sweetie, that's anti-Semitic. That's blood libel. Yeah, motherfucker, that doesn't actually make people go, oh my God, is this blood libel? I got to stop saying that. Holy shit. Oh no, I should stop being anti-Semitic. That makes people go, okay, I guess blood libel is not a fucking fake thing then. This is what a lot of these people don't understand. It doesn't make people stop and it doesn't make people stop dead in their tracks and immediately stop criticizing Israel. It makes people go, okay, you're cynically weaponizing anti-Semitism in this instance where I can clearly and visibly see Israel doing horrifying war crimes, okay, starving children, and you're calling that blood libel. That's going to make me really reconsider what I know about blood libel. Okay? Yeah, man, I can hate the United Arab Emirates without being Islamophobic. Exactly. This argument is so fucking stupid. Oh, I can't believe you're calling into question the United Arab Emirates' unlimited support for the RSF, the Rapid Support Forces in Sudan. Oh, you're being quite Islamophobic, sweetie. Get the fuck out of here. is so stupid.
Actually uncovering a conspiracy or effectuating a solution. They are claiming a special provenance to information they won't let you see, which builds their power and leaves you with none. They are also implicating in their speculation actual human beings, good human beings, like Kash Patel and Dan Bongino and Pam Bondi, and yes, the President of the United States, even if they're too cowardly to say President Trump's name. And that means you won't trust those good people in the future. You haven't gotten smarter, you've just been manipulated.
The only reason why he likes Trump is because Trump is still dick riding Israel, for the record. Okay? And he is the singular force that's holding this entire coalition together. The moment that Trump either turns on Israel, which is never going to happen, obviously, let's be real, or the moment that Trump passes or can't hold the coalition together, Ben will be the first to knife him in the gut. Okay? Ben Shapiro was anti-Trump. Ben Shapiro vehemently argued against Donald Trump. This is the reason why I get really mad at liberals who fucking act like Ben Shapiro is a rational conservative. No, the fuck he's not. He's still fucking pro-Trump. He's just a grifter, okay? So if you hear his statements here, amidst like him bringing up gay, trans-loving furries, or amidst his statements about how he loves Donald Trump and all this shit, and you think, well, at least he's tackling anti-Semitism and the conspiratorial mindset of the right nowadays, this must mean he's rational. You're a fucking dupe, okay? You're a mark. You're a rube. You're a sucker. Wake up.
When forced to demonstrate their evidence, these same people will often refuse to provide it. They'll claim ignorance. They'll pretend they're outside the system. And they don't have access to actual information. You know, they're just asking questions. But many of these same people have direct pipelines to informational sources. So, for example, if Tucker wants answers to his questions about, say, Jeffrey Epstein, he could call the Vice President of the United States. He's quite close with him. But he won't, because that might undermine the empty speculation. None of this means there aren't actual real...
Nope, there's truth to what he's saying here as well. But the reason why he doesn't do that is because he wants to keep being friends with the Vice President, just like the same reason as to why you keep bringing up Donald Trump, even though we know you fucking despise him because you're a violinist who grew up in Los Angeles and went to UCLA and then Harvard, and you are very much the effete liberal, except for your worldview, your horrifying, morally repugnant worldview. Every other aspect of your life, you are libtarded through and through. You despise the anti-intellectual right-wingers. You don't like Donald Trump. You've never liked Donald Trump, but you have to sit there and act like you fucking love Donald Trump all the goddamn time. Nah, he likes him now. He's hollowed out. No, the saddest thing I ever saw was Ben Shapiro trying to fucking grift with like a maximum right-wing perspective, demanding Derek Chauvin get released or pardoned. Okay? That's when I was like, this motherfucker's heart is not in it, okay? He was like, hey, guys, I know everyone keeps saying I'm a Jew, and also I love Israel, and no one wants to watch me anymore. But look, I'm being racist. Come on. Yeah, Derek Chauvin. We need to release him now. Please, can you watch me? And that video got like 50,000 views. Come on. I hate black people. Come on. Remember how good we had it when we all hated black people and transgenders? Can we go back to that? Can we not hate Jews, please? I don't like it. I'm feeling under attack. Quite pathetic right-wing influencers recasting Ben Shapiro as a truth teller now that parts of MAGA go anti-Semitic and conspiratorial. Shapiro nurtured them and tolerated racism, including against leftist Jews. He was fine with it until they turned on Israel. Yup. Yeah. Remember all the good times we had? I also hate seeing black people in television commercials. Remember that? Come on, we hate Muslims, right? Fuck you, Ben.
Conspiracies in the world, of course there are. But actual conspiracies require actual evidence. Yes, there was a Russiagate conspiracy, and we know the names of the people involved and what they did. We know Hillary Clinton and Fusion GPS and James Comey and Loretta Lynch and Adam Schiff. We know all of those people. Yes, there was a COVID-19 conspiracy. We know that Anthony Fauci worked to shut down alternative solutions from people like Jay Bhattacharya. But when people posit a conspiracy and then provide you no evidence...
Again, he's... Dude. Rational right-winger, okay? rational right winger. Oh, come on. You know the COVID conspiracies. I'm a rational right winger. You know his ass got every vaccine, okay? That's what I mean. You motherfucker, you got every vaccine. Your children are vaccinated. You're vaccinated. Shut the fuck up, okay? Shut your bitch ass up. You got vaccinated like a motherfucker. You have more vaccines than I do, probably. The fuck do you mean? Oh, they remember the COVID conspiracies? Like, shut up, bitch. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Get out of here. There's a difference. Like Rupert Murdoch, for example, unleashed the faucet of anti-vax conspiracies. But I know for a fucking fact from people that were working at his goddamn vineyard that he sheltered himself away from public eye during COVID because he was so fucking terrified of dying to COVID. I know for a fact that motherfucker got all the vaccines. All of those rich right-wingers who run media empires, including Donald Trump, as a matter of fact, have gotten all the fucking vaccines. They just keep telling dumb fucks that want to hear anti-vaxxer sentiment that vaccines are bad. Okay? Turning Point Amfest convention is getting ugly on night 2. Steve Bannon says Ben Shapiro was always jealous of Charlie Kirk and will try to take over TPUSA. Ben Shapiro's like a cancer, and that cancer spreads. Ooh, so good. Oh my God, this is so fucking stupid. Oh, this is exactly oh my God, all my wishes are coming true. Oh, it's so good. The girlies are fighting. Oh, I love this.
They are doing you a fundamental disservice, and they are making you stupider in the process. Finally, because it is our job.
RFK, probably the only guy who's not vaccinated in the admin. Yeah, RFK is a real one. He gets different kinds of vaccines, but and definitely experiments with peptides and shit, but he is not getting that COVID vax, okay? I do believe that he is not vaccinated.
To make the lives of our audience better, right? That's really our job, is to give you more information to make your lives better. We have a duty to propose solutions. That's why we have to talk about our problems in order to find the solutions. That's what politics was supposed to be about, after all, finding solutions to our common problems. If we speak endlessly about the problems we face, without ever positing a solution other than wrecking the system or centralizing power in a cult-like figure, we are not finding solutions. We are merely making problems worse.
Trump?
Just asking questions, positing vague conspiracies, raving like Alex Jones about the secret confederacies that control your life. None of it makes your life better. None of it. In fact, it makes your life markedly worse. That's because if you...
Brother, everything you're saying is at the heart of the conservative mindset. Everything that he's complaining about is like including some of the most prominent fixtures of the modern American right that he is directly attacking, or even like the first principles and common ways of organizing. It's like he is admonishing the entirety of the modern conservative movement while simultaneously claiming he is the one true guy who can lead them in the right path. Like, you're fucking shitting not just on Alex Jones, but on like, breaking the systems down and we need to find truth. Is like, you've never done that. Okay? You've never done that. There's never been a moment in your life where you've ever done that.
You truly come to believe that nothing in your life is in your control. You can't even take control of your own life. You despair of your ability to change your own circumstances, and then you fail. And you must not fail. Because here is the most fundamental truth of all in the United States. For all of its problems, many of which, a huge number of which, are real and serious, the United States is still the greatest bit of that begins with truth. We owe you that quest for truth. You owe yourselves that quest for truth. And true victory only, Constitution ever devised by man. Thanks so much. Happy to take a couple questions.
I have a
Half the fucking people are just like literally doing the Alex Jones Jew questioning, which is not even a question at all, for the record, from this point on. At least the stuff that I saw. You know the video I'm talking about with Alex Jones? That's basically the TPOSA conference questionnaire. And they get really, the groiper that asks them questions are so like, they get so excited. They're so dumb. For the record, Ben Shapiro does actually handle the USS Liberty thing pretty well. You know, I will give him that. He actually handled it better than Charlie Kirk did. When Charlie Kirk used to be faced with that question, Charlie Kirk would be like, that's a conspiracy, and we don't entertain conspiracy theories at Turning Point USA. At least Ben has like an actual argument to be like, it was a mistake. Israel had no idea that it was an American vessel. And after the first barrage of fire, the flags fell off the ship, and that's why they kept firing and kept killing the American Navy people. Oh yeah, this is the clip that was talking about.
Labeling Jew.
That's the TPUSA conference Ben Shapiro questionnaire part. Okay, that's literally that. Straight up.
Truth as the most important tenet of American conservatism. Why, therefore, did you call irrelevant the Israeli attack in 1967 on the USS Liberty, which left dozens of American servicemen dead and hundreds?
I can sense his like nervousness. Come on, Groiper. Aren't you the master race? Like, you can't be this afraid of a 5'4" Jewish man, right? If you're the master race, you cannot be that afraid. Here, this is a better video of the incident because the other one, the audio is too low.
The USS Liberty, which left dozens of American servicemen dead and hundreds wounded.
So what I actually said is that if we're looking at modern Israeli-American relations, looking at an attack that happened mistakenly by multiple Navy reports, multiple Israeli reports, and all available evidence, and using that attack in order to undermine today's relations between Israel and America, that's irrelevant. As irrelevant as it would be to cite a piece of evidence from World War II or from 1776 to define America's relations with, for example, Great Britain or Germany today.
Yeah, totally. Because Israel overextending, Israel routinely overextending its hand is not commonplace. Is still to this day. You're right, Ben. This is an idiotic counter, right? Now, it's an idiotic counter because like England is America's blood boy at this point. Okay, obviously the dynamic has changed dramatically, but with Israel and America, the allegiance has worsened. Like the Israeli side in this ongoing relationship has demanded more and more and given back less, and has routinely done stuff that is at odds with the interests of American citizens, literally killing American citizens, not just killing American soldiers, but just American civilians with regular frequency. So, of course, this counter this counter comparison between like England and America and the dynamic between the two is idiotic. It's ridiculous.
That does not mean that the attack wasn't horrible for the Americans involved, that it wasn't bloody and terrible. The Israeli government paid reparations to the people who were killed. If you look at the actual military record of what happened on the USS Liberty.
And that's the reason why the Groiper actually doesn't have a really good response to what Ben Shapiro is saying, because the Groiper is there to simply go like this.
Chew on every.
And that's the reason why he fails in responding to Ben Shapiro, because that's his goal. His goal isn't to like actually, he doesn't have like a fully fleshed out worldview here. He hasn't really fully comprehended why this allegiance between Israel and America is damaging beyond like what, 12 of our best Navy soldiers were killed in 1967. You sound like a fucking moron. That's a mere, that's a simple example of the continued dynamic that has only worsened throughout time. Okay. Your anti-Zionism, if it's not genuine, if it's simply a vehicle to launch anti-Semitic attacks, is always going to fall short in front of someone like Ben Shapiro. Did you say Israel killed Americans when? Plenty of Americans have been killed, both in the West Bank and also in Gaza since October 7. There are very notorious incidents of supposed peacetime American slayings in the hands of Israel as well, like Rachel Corrie and whatnot. But Israel arrests American citizens. Israel kills American citizens all the time. High-profile ones, as well as, dual citizens who have Palestinian citizenship as well, or even directly American citizens.
It was clearly a mistaken and tragic attack. The people who frequently cite the USS Liberty, however, are not
I thought Rachel was Irish. No, Rachel Corrie is not Irish. What are you talking about? She's from fucking Washington.
talking about the specifics of the USS Liberty. I suspect that the vast majority of people who bring this up are doing so in order to suggest that Israel deliberately attacked an American ship because Israel
did deliberately attack USS Liberty. For the record, 100%. They did. Anyway, let's continue.
deliberately wants to harm America. It is connected generally with...
Israel, what's next? You mean to tell me Israel deliberately ran Rachel Corrie, an American citizen from Washington State, over with a bulldozer? What's next? Wow. What's next? Israel deliberately shot in the neck famous American Palestinian reporter Shireen Abu Akleh? Wow, that's so crazy. At a certain point, you start realizing maybe they are deliberately doing this, actually. Yeah, they did, actually. They did do that deliberately.
A larger point. I wonder if that's your point.
If the truth matters.
What was the motivation for attacking USS Liberty? I'm just new to that story. I think it was the Americans surveilling Israeli activity without... it was Americans surveilling Israeli activity, and they did not want that. As they were about to, no, not a false flag. The two prevailing theories is either that they wanted to hide what they were about to do against the American interests, and therefore they, in 1967, before they blew up. I think it was before they blew up the Egyptian Air Force, right? Or before they moved on, was it before they moved on the Golan Heights? It's either that or the other argument, the other theory is that they wanted to do a false flag and then make it seem as though someone else had blown up the American ship. But I don't think the false flag one is that. I don't think the false flag argument holds a lot of weight because they didn't even blow up the ship. There were plenty of survivors. If you wanted to do a false flag, you'd probably have to blow up the entire ship and make sure that there were no survivors remaining. That doesn't matter what? No, that way they can actually have plausible deniability, and that way they can claim that it wasn't them that blew up the American ship. Israel's argument is that they thought it was an Egyptian ship, which was bullshit.
Then the Israeli government must be held accountable for that.
The American government did also literally hide the incident and also go along with the Israeli conspiracy.
Attack. The American flag was flying on that ship. You do not mistake an American ship for a foreign one when our flag is flying.
So, and we can spend the rest of the time talking about the specifics of the U.S. Liberty attack, or you can actually go look at the naval investigations that were done, multiple naval investigations that were done. The reality is that people were flying Mirage planes for the Israeli military at the time. The USS Liberty was sailing in an area where it had essentially gone off-grid. The Israeli military mistook it for an Egyptian ship.
Yeah. See? Look. The USS Liberty. Hey, by the way, Ben doesn't place Israel's interests over the interests of America, okay? The American ship was off grid where it wasn't supposed to be. It was where it wasn't supposed to be. Oh, really? That's so interesting, Ben. Oh, did they apologize to poor Israel for having the ship get blown up? The fuck do you mean the American ship was off grid and wasn't sailing in the waters that it was supposed to be? It's the fucking American Navy, dumbass. The fuck are you talking about?
They thought it was shelling Al-Arish, which happened not to be true. In the initial attack, the American flag was knocked down, and then the attack went on for about 90 minutes. And then as soon, you can hear this, by the way, on the tapes of the Israeli pilots talking to each other. As soon as they realize that it's an American ship, they call off the attack. They speed a ship to try and help the USS Liberty. There have been multiple unfortunate friendly fire incidents between Allied forces, including, for example, in the Gulf War, where U.S. forces were responsible for killing about 9 British troops during the Gulf War. It's an unfortunate reality of war, but...
Yeah, notice how it's the Americans doing that. Nobody does it to us. We're the big dogs. We do it to others. If you're a right winger and you hear this, you're supposed to be like, yeah, okay, we did that. The fuck is England gonna do? You know what I mean? But in Ben's attitude, in Ben's mentality, it's just, you know, with the way that he's talking about this incident, he's like, well, you know, Israel lasered the U.S. Navy ship. Israel lasered the U.S. Navy ship, and they felt really bad right after.
You're not answering my question, which is, what is your broader agenda in asking the question? Because I suspect that your question is not limited to your specific ire over an incident that happened in 1967.
I think we should question any foreign country's relationship with our government.
That's totally fine.
Yeah, he flubs it because you don't have your heart in it. He gave you a couple like fast-paced. He did the Ben Shapiro technique of just like spitting some shit in your face real fast, and you got destroyed. You lost your confidence. You already had no confidence to begin with because you weren't actually invested in having a conversation about Israel. You were just trying to be like, USS Liberty. This is how fucking groypers are, dude. 6 million? I questioned those numbers. And then there's no follow-up. That's it. If your whole purpose there is to just like say the scary thing. Yeah, when you go up against someone like Charlie Kirk, who isn't going to fucking entertain it and be like, oh, that's a conspiracy. Then you actually have a moment where you kind of won the debate by, you know, making your opponent flub. But Ben Shapiro obviously is going to have the pro-Israel position ready to fucking go. You need to have a counter. Your counter can't be, I think these foreign governments are influencing us.
I'm just wondering why you
serve American interests.
Again, I'm perfectly fine with questioning any country's relationship with the United States. But again, I'm wondering what your motivation is in bringing up a 6-decade-old attack as though it is the...
Because it's a continuation of the same exact dynamic that plays itself out with Israel greatly overextending his hand. And here, I'll give you the fucking Groyper position better than this Groyper. Okay? The Groyper position on this is supposed to be that organized Jewry puts its own interests over the interests of regular American Christians. Okay, regular American Christians would do better not to wage war in the fucking region and develop so much enmity back to the United States of America because we're basically playing the role of a goy slop or goy cattle for the Jews. Like that would be the fucking. That would be the better Groyper argument, you know? This guy doesn't even have a good Groyper counter argument ready to go. What the fuck are you doing? Pathetic. I can't believe I fucking lost anti-Semitism of the anti-Semite of the year last year to fucking Candace Owens. Bullshit. I could out-meet all these motherfuckers, dude. All right, bro, you don't gotta use the Hitler Youth pointers. I mean, they're having a Hitler off right now. Anyway, he just goes, foreign policy or foreign intervention from Israel.
Number one issue in assessing the relationship between Israel and the United States today.
Well, many problems.
That literally is just another example of how Israel overextends the allegiance that is supposed to be at the behest of American interests in the region. That's one example. It's a perfectly valid example to bring up. It's not about like honoring the dead or demanding some sort of like reparations for those who were slain or whatever. It's just, if Israel is supposed to be an imperial vassal state, a settler colony, it can't fucking lash back out at the big dog in the equation. It's ridiculous. And no other country gets to have this privilege that Israel does.
Persists to this day, but it's interesting that you say 6-decade-old incident when there are many people in this audience who were alive for that attack, as if this is something that's irrelevant.
Well, no, it's just not particularly relevant to assessing the relationship between the United States and Israel today, in the same way that in 1967, there are a wide variety of countries with which the United States had different relations. Okay, it's clear you're not going to actually answer the question, so I'm happy to move to this one.
Unfortunately, this will be the last question.
Damn. That's it? One Israel question and they move on? That's crazy. He didn't even do a decent enough answer. So Tucker Carlson gets 40 minutes. Ben Shapiro gets fucking 30. And Tucker Carlson gets, or longer than that. All right, let's see what Tucker had to say. Tucky boy has some fucking takes.
I feel like I missed the first part of the program. Hope I didn't miss anything meaningful. But I just want to say, I don't think I did. No, I'm just kidding. I watched it. I laughed. That kind of bitter, sardonic laugh that emerges from you when, like, Upside Down World arrives. When your dog starts doing your taxes and you're like, wait, it's not supposed to work this way. To hear calls for, like, deplatforming and denouncing people at a church.
See? Oh, fucking... Dude, this event is so drama-ridden. It's awesome. Or drama-riddled. This is fucking sick. They're all hitting one another, dude. It's awesome. Tucker goes up right after Ben and immediately is like, Ben Shapiro talking about deplatforming reminds me of my dog doing my taxes. Holy fuck, man. They are, whoo!
Charlie Kirk event. I'm like, what? This is hilarious. Yeah, this is hilarious. Actually, one of the clips I was listening to myself, thinking as I often do when I hear myself speak, which is never, because I never watch myself, but at these events, they always play like the role of you. And I'm like, that guy is pompous. Woo! Sorry about that. We don't see ourselves clearly. But the prediction that, at some point when Republicans took power again, which I did everything I could, to help, and really felt that was important. I still think, I was right. But I really thought that the impulse to deplatform people, or even to use the word platform as a verb, which it's not, it's a noun, don't steal my nouns, deplatform and denounce. Why haven't you denounced somebody else? The whole Red Guard cultural revolution thing that we so hated and feared on the left that we did everything we could to usher in a new time where you could have an actual debate. I mean, this kind of was the whole point of Charlie Kirk's public life. And I think that he died for it. I really believe that. And I know a lot about it because the last several months of Charlie's life were devoted in part to arguing about this event, in fact, this speech, in fact, my speech here.
Also, that's definitely bullshit. Like, a big part of what Charlie was doing was to try to stop the hemorrhaging. To try to stop the hemorrhaging from all the fucking guys that love doing this. Jew. From going to Nick Fuentes. So no, there were plenty of people that were deplatformed, okay? Let's be real. God, I love that fucking video so much. It's funny because that's him actually shitting on the Nick Fuentes style people who say that Jews are responsible for everything. Which is really interesting because now Nick Fuentes is doing that to Candace Owens. Like, there's always a guy who's willing to blame the Jews on something new. And there's always a guy who will go, hold on, dude, we have to be smarter about our anti-Semitism. Why are you not being smart about your anti-Semitism? They're not responsible for everything.
Which he asked me to do earlier this year, this summer.
Oh, yeah, there was a Candace Owens response to Ben Shapiro as well. Before we move on to Tucker, I do want to show that. Laura Loomer also said, praising Ben Shapiro's speech isn't a Jewish thing. It's not even a conservative thing. It's a human decency and truth thing. Shut up. God, they are so fucking lame. Oh my God, it's so funny watching them try to be woke. They can't even be woke right, okay? This is a human decency thing.
Can we get out to her? What can we get out to her? We're going to sue her into bankruptcy again, right? Sue her for every infraction, every word that I don't like, and every time my feelings are hurt. Because what you really believe in is Baal Berith. That's what your people believe in. You believe that you are contract lords and that people are not allowed to violate contracts or you will ruin them for years.
Wait, what? Is she saying like Jews love contracts or something? Like what? I'm confused by what. I'm trying to understand what. What the fuck was that? She threw a fastball. I don't even.
You are contract lords.
Wait.
Is Baal Berith. That's what your people believe in.
Baal Berith? What does that mean? Fuck you, Ben Shapiro, and the midget horse you rode in on. Candace Owens responded to Ben Shapiro's speech at Turning Point USA mainlines unquestionable neo-Nazi propaganda, including dangerous Talmudic conspiracies. Keep in mind that every episode of Candace's show is viewed or downloaded millions of times. She says that Jews were responsible for and or dominated the Atlantic slave trade. This is false. That the Talmud says that Jews hate non-Jews. That the Talmud says Jews can exploit non-Jews. That non-Jews are animals. That non-Jews may be enslaved or owned. That deception of non-Jews is morally acceptable. Oh my God. She went full. She holds up a copy of the Talmudic Jew, a book by August Railing, a notorious Jew hater whose work relies on mistranslation, selective quotation, and outright fabrication. Dude, okay. Dude. You know what this reminds me of? Anti-Semites get so invested in hating Jews that they literally learn about shit that the average Jew has no fucking clue about, okay? The Talmud is one of these great examples. Talk to any regular-ass Jew in your life, okay? Or a random Jewish person that you encounter in the street. I mean, don't do that because they'll probably get freaked out. About if they know what they know what the Talmud is, but if it plays any role in their day-to-day existence, okay? This reminds me of when I learned about the concept of taqiyya as a Muslim who grew up in a Sunni Muslim country. For the first 18 years of my life, I had no idea what taqiyya was until I came to the United States of America and I heard it from a racist right-winger, a racist Islamophobic right-winger who was like, oh, you're practicing taqiyya. Okay? It's the same shit. The Talmud is not even supposed to be like read and interpreted in the way that you would read the Torah, for example, or the way that you would read the Bible. It's supposed to be debated, right? It's just like arguments. It's ancient arguments written by people with very, very different perspectives and very different opinions on the same issues even at the time. And it's not even supposed to be like, it's not even supposed to be read as is and then followed as a code of conduct, as far as I understand. Not only that, but also the average Jewish person has no fucking idea what's in the Talmud. Okay? But anti-Semites will get so invested in shitting on Jewish people that they literally will learn about like deep Jewish lore in the same way that transphobic people will know about the latest and greatest of trans tech, like medical technology and like trans culture in general, before the average trans person knows about it. Like as soon as there's a new lore drop, transphobes are right there. They know everything about it. They're talking about it. They're talking about how like how this is mass adopted, how it's going to destroy Western civilization, all this shit, before trans people even know what the fuck they're talking about. And it comes from a place of like this pathological obsession. Okay? That's what it reminds me of. Like people who just like study shit that the average Jew has no fucking clue about, and make it seem like this is a formative text. She holds up a copy of the Talmudic Jew, a book by August Roehling, a notorious Jew hater whose work relies on mistranslations, selective quotations, and outright fabrication to portray Judaism and the Talmud as inherently immoral and hostile towards non-Jews. The Talmudic Jew is a polemical attack designed to promote collective guilt and conspiracy thinking about Jews. It was widely discredited during Rohling's lifetime. What Candace says in this video are core components of historic and modern neo-Nazi ideology, particularly the long-standing trope that the Talmud functions as a secret rule book governing Jewish behavior towards non-Jews. This rhetoric has been used by anti-Semites and neo-Nazis for over a century to destroy the reputation of Jews and to radicalize people into committing violence against Jews. Candace invokes the idea of Jews as contract lords, a coded allegation that Jews control or dominate others through contracts and legal agreements. This does not mean contentious legal issues, but everyday legal agreements. This rhetoric appears frequently in neo-Nazi propaganda. She repeatedly says, she repeatedly says, wake up, urging audiences to awaken the hidden truths about Jews, Judaism, and history. Wake up functions as a radicalization cue, signaling to the listener or viewer that they're being welcomed to the banned or suppressed information that they, Jews, do not want the public to know about. Can you talk more about Islamic jihad? Those are the same people that confuse jihad with jihad. I mean, yeah, it's I'm not even going to get into it, but yes, it's a group of people that Islamophobes are also the type of people that literally will like look at random surahs from the Quran, misunderstand it, and then make it their entire life's mission to be like, this is what you believe. Okay? This places Jews in the role of deceptive actors who are hiding the truth while making the listener and viewer feel enlightened.
I am done with it. This one is so fully off of the mother effing plantation. Truly, Ben Shapiro, fuck you and the midget horse that you rode in on. And I say that on behalf of the world. I know you're going to get applauded by Konstantin Kisin and Andrew Christ is King Clavin and all of the people, the men who have to keep applauding what you do like you're a 4-year-old to make you feel good. But the rest of the world can't stand you. You're obnoxious.
The Talmud has some wild stuff in it, but it literally was just first asking questions, but actually meant it. Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. Have you never spoken to a Jewish person before? Like, that's my... Yeah, it's not a real fucking guiding... it's not a real thing that guides everyday Jews in their day-to-day existence. Jews can lie to Goyim, though. Okay, dude, sure. Yeah, everyone can lie to everybody. I don't think that's like what religious doctrine do people actually follow to a T, okay? If you're saying this, and let's say you're a fucking Christian, for example, do you follow all the Christian doctrine to a T? Like, do you think Jews are they otherwise would never lie? Is that what you're saying? Like, it's allowed in their religion. The Talmud says it's allowed. It's so fucking stupid. Motherfucker sitting here with mixed fabrics talking shit. Reminder that Groyper's mocked Candace Owens for being too primitive in her anti-Semitism. No, I think after this, this was Candace's play to fucking eat away more at Nick Fuentes' base, by the way.
You have absolutely no values that exist outside of the Talmud. You describe yourself as a Talmudic Jew. And I've learned what's in that Talmud, and I encourage other people at home to learn what is in that Talmud so that you know what Ben thinks of you, because he doesn't just hate me, he hates you too, white men. He hates all black people, okay? If he's following the rules of the Talmud, I mean, when I say hates, they think that we're animals, that they have a right to own us, that they have a right to make us worship them, that they have a right to lie to us, that they have a right to sue us and take everything that we have, that they have a right to deceive us, that they have a right to treat Charlie the way...
Yeah, no, I get why she beat my ass for Anti-Semite of the Year. Let's be real. Like, okay, fair is fair. Fair is fair, because this is crazy, okay? She clears me. She is alting. The same accusations were made against Catholics is like saying every Catholic knows and follows every papal bull of 2,000 years law. I know, it's so fucking stupid. The problem is anti-Semites are dumb enough to believe it, and there are a lot of them, and they're growing in numbers. And this is like a secret new information for them. You know what I mean? And millions of people watched her live stream. This is from earlier today. This is what psychos on Twitter think you be spitting daily. No, I think psychos on Twitter know I don't do that. They're fucking... This is... Kahanas would unironically agree with her, though. Okay, fair, but they're Kahanas. Yes. They're the maximum Jewish supremacist fascists, so there's not a thing, you know? Yeah, no shit.
That he treated Charlie while he was alive, only to then try to defraud the population into thinking that he is somehow a part of his legacy, that he somehow cared about Charlie Kirk and cares to protect the people that...
What's a Kahanis? Followers of Meyer Kahan, who is he's a Jewish Nazi. Like, I don't know how else to describe it other than just like a straight up maximum Jewish supremacist Nazi. And the thing is, there are more and more people who basically follow his worldview nowadays in Israel. They'll say that's not the case, but the attitudes that you see, you know how when people say, I mean, he's dead as fuck, yes, but it doesn't matter. You know how when people say, oh, dude, the translate from Hebrew function has really like redefined the genre of seeing Hitlerian text in 2025. The accounts that used to call themselves like liberal Zionists that write shit like that are the ones that have now become basically like Kahanas. It's obviously still not the norm. But I mean, Ben-Gvir and Bezalel Smotrich and numerous people in the Israeli Knesset and especially the younger generations of Orthodox Jews growing up in Israel, specifically a lot of the settlers, they're firmly Kahanas. Yeah, Michael Rappaport had videos getting people to say Kahan was right. Like, it's just, I guess it's kind of like people don't know what it is. People are not very familiar with it. And this also benefits Nazis a little bit too, because like that's the reason why if you ever see like a neo-Nazi post a video, if you ever see like a neo-Nazi post like the same like fucking Vaseline lens filtered Orthodox guy sitting in a fucking basement talking about how the Goyim are cattle, like those are Kahanas. And then they'll be like, this is what all the Jews believe. Those are like the fucking, the Klan, but Jewish.
That are working at Turning Point USA. Goodbye, Ben. Goodbye. The question is, how much more money is Ben Shapiro going to spend to make people think that he's popular? How many more articles is his father going to write under a pen name, Hank Berrien of the Daily Wire, under the pen name Hank Berrien, as he wrote while Ben was at Breitbart, before he turned his back and betrayed them too, because that is his nature. He's one of these belly creatures, sliver on. The question is, how many more weeks and years do we have to keep pretending like Ben Shapiro is relevant? It's an open-ended question. Of course, what followed Ben Shapiro on stage is somebody who Charlie Kirk loved very much and who he fought for to the very end against the Jewish donors who were pressuring him, some of them because Ben Shapiro insisted that they do. That is Charlie Kirk's true legacy, and that is Charlie Kirk's true friend, just as I was and am and will continue to fight and ask questions about who killed Charlie Kirk. And to people that are at home, I implore you to wake up. to these people who believe that they are contract lords. I challenge Black Americans to wake up to your true history, because your quarrel is not with white men.
All of the RSBN live stream of Turning Point was on our side during the conference, like 75-25 for her, is crazy. Is crazy. I mean, it's ironic that even Charlie Kirk taught Talmud Nazis
the Talmud
were
states
stupid morons. Yeah, because they are, brother. They are. No, like, with the exception of, like I said, Kahanis, no. First of all, even Kahanis are not like motivated by whatever they didn't read the Talmud or anything. Okay, they're just racist fucks. Okay, but if you think the average Jew in 2025 is like, yeah, I read the Talmud and that's why I think the goy are cattle, you're fucking insane. That's not a real thing. Just as Americans do not, or American Christians, the average American Christian is not like the maximalist evangelical Christian fascist Christian nationalist. Okay? It always goes back to the same principle. Are all people a monolith? No. Then obviously this is not the case. That there are a million different perspectives here. And not only that, but also there are, racist supremacist Jews, just like there are racist supremacist Christians. They might bastardize the doctrine. They might actually try to utilize whatever their false interpretation of whatever religious dictate they have to convince others and to make an argument. But ultimately, it has nothing to do with like a single-minded focus from an entire people that read this book and then decided that is how they operate now. It's very stupid.
That Jews are the chosen people, and all non-Jews are goyim, here to serve them. You are a Christian who's clearly serving the Jews, defending Zionism with all you got. But you also believe Jesus is a rabbinic Jew in heaven when you know the Talmud states he's in hell burning in feces.
Okay, so you're a Talmudic expert, right? Which Talmud is that in? Jerusalem or Babylonian?
I'm talking about Jerusalem, sir.
Oh, that's the Jerusalem, which actually is not as divinely inspired. Which one's longer and how long is it?
Dude, he is like, God, this is like, who the fuck is like, wow, man, he's really cooking them. You got a fucking non-white groiper again, by the way. Non-white groiper, also not very confident. Talking to Charlie Kirk, who's like, well, counting or not counting Talmudic violence. Like, what is happening? Who gives a shit, dude? What the fuck are you talking about? It's 2025. Or I guess this was 2024. Like, what is this? What is this conversation? Am I crazy? Nerd Super Bowl up in this bitch. Like, oh, wow, which Talmud are we talking about? The longer one? Who gives a fuck? What are you talking about? He doesn't believe in the Talmud, neither do you. Neither do most Jews. Who gives a fuck? Why is it? Why, like, there's this thing that we all do when we watch something, right? And we get captivated by it. And we get captivated by the aura. And it pulls us in. And then in that moment, we're like locked into this bind as though this is a normal conversation that should be taking place. It's so fucking stupid.
Don't look at your phone. Look at me in the eye.
Wow, he really dunked on the fucking groiper, dude.
Come on, you said that I'm a tool of the Jews, so look at me in the eye like a man.
I'm talking about the Talmud. I mean, do you support Israel?
Yes, of course I do. Yes.
Okay, that's good for you. But that's another thing. You're an advocate for the military in America.
Hold on, time out.
But then you agree with Israel's war crimes. What's up with that?
Oh, war crimes. We'll get into that, but let's be more specific. Yeah. What is your point here of dragging up a multi-thousand-year text that you don't know, that you haven't read? I mean, you have not even. Have you purchased the Talmud? Have you read the Talmud? What is the Talmud? Tell me the difference between the Torah, the Tanakh, and the Talmud. Go ahead.
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know? That's pretty important. Time out. So what you did is you cherry-picked something on the internet that makes Jews look bad, but you can't tell me the difference between the Torah and the Tanakh and the Talmud.
I'm not trying to make the Jews look bad.
No, this is ridiculous. This is for clickbait. Let me tell you the difference. The Torah is the books that we as Christians...
There's questions like, what if your butter touches bacon and a woman uses it? Should the woman be punished? It's insane. People are talking about it. Excuse me. That's a very important motivating principle for many American Jews in 2025, actually. You know?
Acknowledge Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, the most holy scriptures in Judaism. The Tanakh is also our Old Testament, right? That's Joshua, Judges, 1st and 2nd Kings, Hezekiah, Nehemiah, Ezekiel. The Talmud are rabbinic debates spanning over 500 years, of which there's the Babylonian and the Jerusalem Talmud. The Babylonian's actually more inspired, it's 2.5 million words. The Jerusalem is lesser inspired, and they disagree on all sorts of stuff, and they pick it up. Those are people that would say, well, I disagree with that. No, but hold on a second. But it's very important. You don't even know the stuff that you're bringing up to this event.
That's why I'm asking you.
No. It's
okay, fine. You out-nerded him, Charlie. No, it's just like, I don't want to, this is the type of shit that I'm just like, I'm not into this at all. You can always be like, nah, I don't care about this. Like, I don't care about this. I don't think you actually care about this. This is a ridiculous conversation that we're having right now. Like, who gives a fuck, dude? Shut up.
It's really important because what you're trying is like this context. You're a tool of the Jews, and I read this thing. But let's just make this very clear.
Sir, it's a agree to a disagreement. I'm not here.
It's not agree to disagreement. It's very clear. It's that you don't even know the stuff you're bringing up to make someone look bad.
The fact Jesus was described in that way in the first place is haunting. It is still used today. The man was unbelievably brilliant. What a mind he had. People like Charlie will say this and turn around and do the exact same thing with Islam. It just shows that their Islamophobia is so disingenuous. Oh, 100%. Exactly. Anyway, there's more with the Candace Owens stuff.
Okay. Wake up to who publishes these books and keeps us warring with one another. Christians versus Christians, right? Christians versus Muslims. Wake up and learn the true history of slavery, because that wasn't exactly a white men sport, okay? Jewish people were the ones that were trading us. Jewish people were in control.
Oh, brother. Slavery wasn't a white men's sport? That's nutty.
Of the slave trade. They've buried a lot of it, but it's there, and you can find it. I think all of us...
What? Islam will never be in cause of history? You cannot reconcile white supremacy and Islam?
Need to wake up to this because it's making me absolutely sick that he is so bold that he dare sit near Charlie Kirk's chair, that he dare grace that stage when Charlie Kirk knew.
Has the ADL even said anything about this? No, they're too busy getting fucking.
I'm visible.
Dude, they're too busy yelling at Zohran Mamdani for hiring someone who said, and I can't even say like she said anti-Semitic shit in like 2011 on Twitter. Okay, but nothing like what Candace is talking about, like just making like Jew jokes, right? Except that woman is now married to a Jewish man and has Jewish children, and it was back in 2011, right? And is doesn't believe in any of those things, obviously. That's who the ADL is worried about, though. Trying to get a fucking win trying to score a W off of Zohran. That's not even a joke. They literally did that. They got their first scalp. The ADL got their first scalp. The ADL of New York. Yeah, they got our cat to step down and apologize. Where was it? Hold on. Does anyone have the link? That's what the ADL is prioritizing right now. Where is it? I don't know if I can find it. Anti-Semitic foreign affairs. Fuck the ADL, obviously, but it does raise the question whether Zoran's team found those comments and thought they were insignificant or didn't find those comments, which implies they could have way more situations like in the future. I don't think it's like, I think if you've said some fucked up shit in 2011 and then spent a lifetime since then atoning for things that you've said and are now the mother to Jewish children, I feel like you're probably not anti-Semitic still, right? No, it wasn't Kat Abu Ghazal. Like I don't think it's that. I genuinely don't think, like, if this person was like still maintaining opinions like that, then yeah, you're right. It's totally valid to be like, what the fuck are you doing? But there is no way you can't resign in that situation, because then it's just going to be the endless, see, Zoran is fucking racist, Zoran is racist, Zoran is anti-Semitic over and over again. It's like a cynical attack. Here it is. One day after being appointed as Zoran Mamdani's City Hall Director of Appointments, Kat Almond da Costa has tendered her resignation in response to her offensive tweets about Jewish people surfacing. Statements from her and Mamdani. Where are the actual statements? Like, because she did say like, she did hit one of these, maybe not to the same degree.
Labeling Jew.
It was a little bit like that. Like, it wasn't, like, the tweets were definitely anti-Semitic. Like, they're not, where was it? Hold on. Zoran Mamdani appointee resigns after old anti-Semitic posts resurface. Where is it? Oh, tweeting about money-hungry Jews, something like that. Wait, let's find it. ADL, New York, New Jersey. Oh, here it is. Woo, promoted to the upstairs office today, working alongside these rich Jewish peeps. Money-hungry Jews, shaking my head. Far Rockaway train is the Jew train. That's it. Which is, again, definitely anti-Semitic, okay? Like, yeah. But it's in fucking 2011, and now she is the mother to Jewish children. Like, yeah, her husband, I saw her husband's tweet. I don't come back to this awful place much these days, but as the Jew who married Kat, I can guarantee she has grown so much since those dumb tweets when she was 19. Her remorse, like everything else about her, is deeply genuine, and she works so hard for a New York City where everyone is safe. That was the first thing I saw about it. The first tweet that I saw about it. I work with her. She's an amazing person. Yeah, I'm sure she is. I mean, she's on the Zoran transition team. Like, there's not, you know. This is the ADL equivalent of that Groyber pulling out the USS Liberty card. Yeah, except there's a lot more emotion when the ADL does stuff like this, especially does stuff like this to Zoran Mamdani. I'm not. Yeah, they're so desperate to try to do guilt by association to Zoran Mamdani that the one person that they can find is now the mother to, is the wife of a Jewish person and the mother to Jewish children who said anti-Semitic stuff that isn't like, you know, the Candace Owens style of anti-Semitism, but like, you know, bottom of the barrel, basic level, level one anti-Semitism, like, oh, Jews are money hungry, that type of shit, which is, again, anti-Semitic. At the age of 19 in 2011, it's, you know, it's fucking, it's ridiculous. It's totally cynical. And it's totally fucking, especially coming from the ADL, it's just like, it's bullshit. Okay? In any case, even though it's bullshit, she had to very quickly back away and said, I spoke with Mayor-elect this afternoon and apologized and expressed my deep regret for my past statements. These statements are not indicative of who I am. As the mother of Jewish children, I feel a profound sense of sadness and remorse at the harm these words have caused. As this has become a distraction from the work at hand, I have offered my resignation. Catherine expressed her deep remorse over her past statements and tendered her resignation, and I accept it, says Zoran Mamdani. And it's like, the reason why I think this is fucking bullshit is also the same reason why the ADL is not even fucking remotely invested in like Candace Owens or remotely invested in Nick Fuentes. Like, they do not offer a fraction of the scrutiny to any of these guys who are unironically still very much currently anti-Semitic and also literally doing anti-Semitic propaganda on a daily fucking basis. And the only thing that they're worried about is trying to get a fucking W off of the lie that Zoran Mamdani and the people he's surrounded himself with are fucking deep anti-Semites. Same shit between, same shit with the whole Elon Musk Nazi salute, right? it's that's why I don't do too much of this. Like, yikes! Why didn't they actually look? Why didn't they actually look into her background? Like, why would you expect someone, especially someone who's like married to a Jewish person, to have anti-Semitic tweets from 2011 that are gonna fucking resurface when they were 19? Like, get the fuck out of here. That is not a real standard to apply to anybody. You know, it's not. It's just not a real standard to apply to anyone. It's absolute nonsense. But of course, she has to do this. We have to all play this song and dance, and the left will continue to play this song and dance way more aggressively than the right ever has to. And then we'll look back and we'll go, oh, I wonder what happened. Why is this movement so segmented, so partitioned, so busted and so broken? It's because the left gets attacked from liberals, the left gets attacked from the right, the left gets attacked from the far right, and the right gets attacked from nobody. You know what I mean? But yeah, it ultimately betrays the notion that people are capable of changing for the better, and I don't like that. Obviously, it's a principle that I hold on to. It's a commitment that I have that everyone can change, everyone can learn from their past mistakes and their past behavior, and I just, I think people need to be a little bit more firm and more honest about where they are now, and not lean or cave into cynical attacks from the opposition. And yes, the ADL is the opposition, 100%. But it'll never happen. It'll never happen. It doesn't happen with me, even though it doesn't even happen in this community when I try so hard to try to get people to be more open-minded. They see it as a weakness, or they see it as like allowing microaggressions, or they see it as me being from a privileged background. Zoran has to cave. Meanwhile, JD Vance outright says, I don't care about someone who is still bigoted. Exactly. These standards are completely out of whack. And the only people that apply it are leftists who apply it to themselves. So, of course, either you have to be perfect or you just lose. And it's impossible to be perfect. There's, human beings are complex. There's going to be some fucking bigotries in there, especially if you go and look at their entire fucking existence. I had to learn not to be like that. When I first started watching you, I was like that. Yeah, no, there is definitely a lot of people on the left that engage in this like purity seeking behavior. And sometimes it's valid, right? It's valid if like someone comes in here and is like, well, don't you think Candace is an ally? It's like, no, I don't think Candace Owens is a fucking ally. Okay. I mean, look at what she's saying, right? But there's a difference between someone who's like, actually Jews were responsible for chattel slavery, not the whites, versus someone who was like, oh, money hungry Jews in 2011. We can have a nuanced conversation about things like this. And I know that people are capable of having a nuanced conversation about things like this. Like, there are varying degrees of intolerance, bigotry, and different forms of hatred, right? How old was this person when they said this thing? Is it something that they still believe? It's important. To deny context in this situation is to deny the nature of man. Anyway, it's called holding yourself to a higher standard. There's nothing wrong with that. I didn't say you shouldn't hold yourself to a higher standard. I said that there is holding yourself to a higher standard, and then there is stupidity. And I'm willing to bet that you don't hold yourself to the same standard. Your entire public existence is not in front of everyone to be meticulously scrutinized, okay, with the most negative framing possible, because the goal there isn't to actually figure out whether or not you've actually ever done an oopsie in your life. The goal there is to actually present an argument, build a narrative that present an argument, build a narrative, and lean into the notion that Zohran Mamdani is developing the most anti-Semitic team ever known to man. You know? But this is precisely what I was talking about. Like, people immediately go, no, actually, Hasan is wrong. There's an alternative reason why he's saying this. New York City young Republican VIP who got invited after doing blackface and Destiny's acquaintance is back at it again. Do you think Diddy Dan will post about this? No, he will not. This also, this is a literal fucking meth head. Like a straightforward meth consumer neo-Nazi. So apparently this is what Candace Owens' fan base looks like now.
Really shook, as you can see. Tonight's episode, like, I'm shaking.
21,000 likes. Holy moly.
And literally, God bless that Mitch guy, dude. Anything you're ever questioning about God, like this, there's no other explanation. This is like a God moment. There is no other explanation. This guy apparently has been through hell for 25, 35 years, whatever it was, of people coming after him and things like this. And then he gets put in this situation. And now it's like he's vindicated. It shows you that, like, God is always faithful. You just have to be patient. It gives me goosebumps. And then on the other end, I'm like so emotional to think that there's like true evil out there, and that, like, I wonder if there was like a time where like Charlie found out or discovered like who she really was. What other reason? I mean, it had to be something so bad that he knew or found out for them to do that to him. But the poor guy, it's like, God rest his soul, because the fact or thinking about him having like this fake life, it's just so upsetting to think like there's true evil and that we were just going to cover it all up. We were going to like let
This is about, apparently, context, this is about Erica Kirk being involved. Candace Owens has really captured the gang stalking audience. Oh, 100p. This is a woman reflecting on her emotions, like the emotional turmoil she went through after watching Candace Owens apparently slightly imply that Erica Kirk might have been responsible.
Maybe she was in the hotel.
Oh my God.
But maybe she was there for
You guys hear this?
Arizona because she got involved with the military.
Erica Kirk was there. I'm shook. Candace Owens, 12/18/2025 podcast. I'm genuinely shook.
No!
170,000 likes on TikTok.
Candace doesn't want to believe it.
And I didn't.
Do you hear her? She doesn't want to believe it.
Then I said to myself, this man has lived through so much. This is the night before. This is on
Boom. Candace sat with her for hours knowing this. I'm telling you now, Charlie sent her a kill switch because he trusted her. Dude. What the fuck, dude? What the fuck? Oh my God, the leading...
Lock this woman up right now. Erica Shalom.
I'll call 911 on Erica Shalom myself. Candace, 12/18 recap.
There needs to be
80,000 likes.
A warrant out for your arrest immediately. I'm telling y'all, I've just been pacing because I can't believe who he said he saw. He said that. I said, huh? Excuse me, who? What did you say? This was the best episode in a minute. This was going max and Candace barely spoke. So the guy Mitch who emailed Candace about Fort Huachuca saying it was a crazy lead that ties in with the Charlie Kirk investigation said he saw Erica Kirk and Brian Harbaugh, who used to be head of...
I'm sorry if I don't I'm not going to sit here and act like the conservative movement doesn't deserve this. They do. They do. They deserve it. Just a little bit. I mean, this kind of fucks everything up. You know, these are our neighbors, you know what I mean? These are like normies that are hallucinating stuff nowadays. But Low Kirk, the conservative movement kind of deserves it, dude. They do. They do. They really do. They do. You get what you deserve. That's why there are, you know, for every Ben Shapiro, there's like 15 people that have shit on Ben Shapiro since Ben Shapiro was like, man, we can't do conspiracy theories. It's like, bitch, that's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. Groyper drama starting early at Turning Point USA's AmeriFest conference. Blaze host John Doyle, a Fuentes pal turned enemy, scuffles with some Groypers and said he'd really throw down with them if only he was still independent. We have our first banishment of America Fest. Fresh, co-host of the Nightmarish Fresh and Fish dating podcast. Fans typically consider Fresh the weaker half to Fit host Myron Gaines, but surely Fresh doesn't deserve to get banned just for bad podcasting. Now Fit from the Fresh and Fit appears to have been banned from the TPUSA convention too.
So Amaru is not. Yeah, so what's happening, David?
Turning Point did a smart thing. They're not allowing Muslims into their conference.
So he's not been allowed in.
Ooh, he got the t-shirt on and everything, just standing right
Security
there.
He's calling nobody because no one's gonna help him get in. So I don't know who he thinks he's calling, but yeah, we got 1 security, 2, 3.
Bro's on the weather app.
And the event security. And he's calling, I think he's calling like Andrew Tate to help him get in or something.
This giving you flashbacks of the DNC? No, I was treated like a fucking VIP until I wasn't. But I didn't have no problems getting into anything at the DNC. You know, until the last day when I got my credentials revoked. But I'll take it. This is first day, baby.
Nope, not gonna happen, bud.
Yeah, bro, I had the same boot that I had. CNN had to pay $500,000 for. You kidding me? Also, I stand by that, you know? Everything that I said at the DNC, all my criticisms, who was right and who was wrong. I think we all know Donald Trump is currently president, so just saying. Why did you get kicked? Spoke out a little too much about a little country in the Middle East and how the Democrats were mishandling the campaign. Turning Point Amphis convention is getting ugly on night 2. Steve Bannon says Ben Shapiro was always jealous of Charlie Kirk and will try to take over TPUSA. Ben Shapiro's like a cancer and that cancer spreads. Okay, that's low-key. Low Kirk. Steve Bannon is right about that for the record. Megan Kelly says she's trying to be extra kind to Ben Shapiro because his business is in trouble. I know that he's losing subscribers a lot. Ooh, that one hurts. Also true. Truth bombs. Truth nuke. Truke. Erica Kirk is in a bizarre spot. Speaker after speaker has drawn an equivalence between her and Candace, who has a new ep about Erica plotting her husband's murder. When Ben Shapiro pointed out how weird that is, everyone attacked him. Not looking too great for Erica. Look who updated this email, by the way. Truk by Megaphonics. Congratulations, Megaphonics. There isn't much infighting when everyone is fighting the same guy, Ben Shapiro. Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's infighting. It kind of feels like the clandestine operators are winning. It does feel like the Groyper army has won, okay? Even if they don't fuck with Nick Fuentes by name, maybe because they think he's too Mexican or too gay, I don't know. It kind of feels like Tucker is the guy that's dominating this space currently. And Clandis is dominating from afar.
And was immediately put under just immense pressure from people who give money to Turning Point. I would assume good people, but who wanted.
The major thing missing in this Erica Kirk discourse is the fact that HasanAbi Broadcast is brought to you by the viewers, right? Yes, the Piker Broadcasting Service, PBS, is funded by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. Your subscription is in the form of a $6 a month subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime. Allow me to maintain my editorial independence. PBS is sponsored by you, for you. Thank you.
Him to take me off the roster. And this has all become public, and the whole thing is so sad that I never talk about it, except to say Charlie stood firm in his often stated and deeply held belief that people should be able to debate, and that if you have something valid to say, if you're telling the truth, you ought to be able to explain it calmly and in detail to people who don't agree with you, and that you shouldn't immediately resort to shut up racist. You shouldn't immediately go to motive. By the way, shut up racist is the #1 reason I voted for Donald Trump. And because I'm just sick of it. I mean, first of all, if I was a racist, if I was a bigot, I would just say so. Okay, it's America. You're allowed to be whatever kind of person you want. I'm not. I'm sincerely opposed, have always been, and will always be. But the style of debate where you prevent the other side from talking or being heard because you immediately go to motive, well, I wonder why you're asking that question. I wonder why. Why are you asking that question? I detect in the question a certain evil in your soul. And everyone listening should know that listening to you implicates them. And that they someday may be asked to denounce you. And that friendship is not a reason to defend someone.
I'm sorry. This is entirely destroying Ben Shapiro's argument without directly calling him out. Or actually, he did kind of directly call him out. And what's crazy about it is that he's doing it in a way that is much more palatable to a conservative audience, touching on how woke Ben Shapiro is being. Okay. And not only that, but also I fucking hate that he said, well, you know, shut up, you're racist is the reason why I voted for Trump. It's like, that's not a good reason to vote for anybody, man. I despise that for so many privileged ass Americans, or at least people who think they have privilege when they fucking don't. Okay. For so many working class dumb fucks, they literally are just like, yeah, that's why I voted for Trump, because he's anti-woke. It's like, you're so stupid, dude. And I can't even hate you that much because, honestly, it's not like the Democrats are offering anything, okay? If they were beyond, you know, we are woke and they're anti-woke, sure, I'd be a lot more mad. I would try to figure out exactly what the fuck went wrong in your brain. But it blows my mind that is the discourse. Like, oh, yeah, I voted for Donald Trump because he's, you know, He's going after the wokes. The wokes fucking annoy me. They piss me off. Like, what are we doing? That's a reason to vote for a president? How stupid is American discourse in 2025 that, like, people sincerely, without any shame whatsoever, go, yeah, I voted for the president that lets me say the R word, okay? No interest in improving your material conditions. No interest in fucking, I don't know, lowering rents, lowering the price of groceries. No, you just wanted to vote for the slur guy. Okay, you could say the slurs now. Does it feel better? Does it feel better? Is everything good now? So fucking stupid.
Someone. Love is no defense. I kind of thought we'd reach the end of that. And as far as I'm concerned, we have. And I'm not going to play by those rules. I'm not going to engage in that. If someone doesn't like what I think, fine with me, as long as I get to express it. That's my view. But since we're on the topic, I think I should take the opportunity to explain why Charlie was under all this pressure, and I think Erica, who I just saw backstage, and whom I love.
Inviting all my enemies to the I Hate You conference. Can't wait to hear all the positive things they have to say about me. Smile, smile, smile. Yeah.
And who I can tell you is totally committed to continuing the core principle of Charlie's public life, which is the right of every person to express what he believes, that is rooted in Christian faith. We believe people should be able to say what they think because they have souls. They're human beings created by God. They are not slaves. They are not animals. They are not objects. You cannot tell another human being to shut up, even shut up racist, because you don't own him. He is an independent, autonomous person created by God as an individual. Okay, so that's where that belief comes from. That's where free speech comes from. And there's no accident. This is the only country in the world that protects it because our founding documents were informed, as you just heard so nicely expressed by Michael.
God, he's such a good propagandist. I fucking can't stand his ass. He is very good at tailoring his message. He is very good at tailoring his message to an audience. He's very good at just like making his worldview come across as though it is perfectly reasonable, perfectly common sense. It is despicable the way he is capable of crafting this narrative.
My friend, by people who self-consciously incorporated Christian precepts into their structure of government. So Charlie was committed to that, but the people around him were like, you can't because it's not that Carlson's wrong. My only point was I don't want a land war with Iran. I got over my skis and said I didn't want another regime change war with Iran. Rather than explain why we should have a regime change war with Iran, which I'd be happy to listen to, he's an anti-Semite. He's an anti-Semite. Which I said, well, obviously that's not true. And Charlie said, I know. And then it just didn't stop. So I continued to say, I'm not an anti-Semite. We don't care what you say. You're lying. You are. So let me just affirm one final time. Not only am I not an anti-Semite, and would say so if I was, I'm not an anti-Semite for a very specific reason. Not because it's unpopular or my donors don't like it. I don't have any donors. I'm not an anti-Semite because anti-Semitism is immoral. In my religion, it is immoral to hate people for how they were born. Period. But that is not.
Yeah, except for... Like, come on, dude. Oh, my God. Yeah, no, Tucker Carlson doesn't hate you for how you were born, you know, unless you're insert any number of different minority groups that he has to talk about at any given moment. Like, I've seen the way this motherfucker talks about black people doing crimes or undocumented migrants being a parasitic force that is here to destroy, and vote for the Democratic Party, of course. That's the reason why they're here. Like, he's Mr. Great Replacement. Yeah, oh, I don't hate anybody for where they've, you know, I don't hate anybody for any reason. I mean, come on. Yeah, totally, man. No, definitely.
A limited principle. That is a universal principle. It applies to every human being on planet Earth. You may not. You are prohibited by my religion, which is Christianity, from...
He actually defended Muslims law? I know. He's been on a... Dude, low key, low Kirk. Shouts out Cutter, baby. I'll just say it. I'll say it again. I know people say that as a negative. I'm saying that as a positive. Cutter and the fucking wallets that they've opened up, I swear to God, we are going to have an Islamic caliphate, baby. The way that these motherfuckers talk about, like, even Trump is like kind of woke on Muslims lately. Well, not lately. He's been going back and forth on the Islamophobia stuff, but like, it was eye-opening to me that Donald Trump was less Islamophobic about Zohran Mamdani than Andrew fucking Cuomo. And I realize it's because he loves oil money, okay? That's it. He loves being around the fucking Gulf leaders. He probably thinks they have funny outfits on, and he fucking loves the money that they got, okay? Yeah, speaking of oil money, speaking of my Qatari funders, open presents, thank you for the 25, get the subs. It's so obvious that these motherfuckers are getting good deals. They're getting invitations to conferences. They're getting treated like fucking kings when they go out to the Gulf, and they love it, okay? Respect.
Hating people for how they were born. Because God created them with his spark in his image. Because they have souls. You can disagree with them. You can hate their ideas. You may even find yourself, and I do, I'll confess it, hating them for a moment. But you can't hate everyone who's like them. You can't punish people for crimes they didn't commit. That's the basis of our justice system. That's the basis of Christian ethics. That's why we have what are called human rights. They apply to every human, not just your group, not just my group, but every human, because we don't consider people in terms of the groups to which they belong.
Wow, that's so crazy. I wonder if a principled stance on this would be applicable to the undocumented migrants that you justify killing and kidnapping and shipping off to El Salvador with regular frequency because of the manufactured hysteria that you participate in, that these guys are somehow destroying American civilization and Western civilization, Christian civilization, many of which are Christian themselves, by the way, a lot more Christian than Tucker is. But, you know, again, these are not real principles. You can say it and it sounds good and it sounds nice, and certainly you'll win a lot of favors in this crowd, but I know what you say when you're not in this room, when you're not speaking on this podium. It blows my fucking mind. It's crazy.
We consider them as individuals the way that God created them. So anti-Semitism is not just naughty, it's immoral. And it is precisely as immoral.
Would you debate Tucker Carlson, or is he even up to that? I would, but I don't think these guys don't fuck with me because I've been up their ass for the last 10 years. Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, like a lot of the new, well, Tucker Carlson's always been a very dominant force, but these are not the type of people that are into having conversations with me. Even though Tucker Carlson has had like a lot of people that I'm, that I work with, a lot of people whose work I read on his show. I mean, he had fucking Francesca Albanese on, you know what I mean? And she's the GOAT. She's the queen. Tucker consistently has pro-Palestine people on. Consistently. So he, in a weird way, he has done, like, do I believe he's sincere in anything? No. But regardless of his sincerity, his output is his commentary. He's a political operative. And as a political operative, he has very consistently, at least on the issue of Palestine, presented a far better moral compass than the average Democratic liberal. And I fucking despise that, because this is the very same person who talks about migrants being a burden and destroying this country. You know what I mean? It's so frustrating. Isn't he a little pro-Palestine? No. He is maximum pro-Palestine. Bro, Tucker Carlson had Stephanopoulos' aunt on his show, who is I think like Orthodox Christian from Palestine. Like he is very, very pro-Palestine. Even when he went to Qatar, he visited the Palestinian hospital and saw that the children that were children whose lives were destroyed by Israel. Like I wouldn't say pro-Palestine though. Come on, no. Out of all of these guys, Tucker Carlson does actually present himself as pro-Palestine. I think he's a very cynical person. I think he's a very dangerous propagandist. But on that issue, he perhaps is the most devastating, because he's racist as fuck. But when it comes to Palestine, he literally openly presents a uncompromising pro-Palestine position. Like, I'm not even beyond Marjorie Taylor Greene. Maybe it's a CIA lineage. They have some beef with Israel and Mossad. I don't even fucking know what he's trying to do there, to be honest.
Head of CBS News, Barry Weiss, and I wanted to know if you wanted to respond to that as well.
By the way, these guys all talk about like anti-Semitism rising on the right and shit. This fucking asshole literally used to do 1488 memes like with regular frequency. Like he is one of the guys that was always like, oh, aren't we so based and edgy and dangerous? And now they just fucking sit around and act like, oh, well, you know, the anti-Semitism might be a little out of control. It's like, bitch, you did it. You fucking did it. Jack Posobiec. That's why I'm so like, I don't know exactly where I land on this stuff. Okay. I like, how the fuck are they on the one hand trying to rehabilitate Jack Posobiec's image and then also simultaneously worrying about Nick Fuentes? What the fuck's the difference between Jack Posobiec and Nick Fuentes?
So it's a similar situation with Barry. None of this is about them calling me out for anything I've said or haven't said, or it's certainly not about Erica Kirk, as Ben tried to make it sound last night. It's about Israel. Those two are very pro-ardent Israel activists, which is fine, but they don't get to dictate how the rest of us feel about Israel or what we do.
Oh my God. I think like, even with like Megyn Kelly, who is a demon of the mainstream Republican media machine, I think a lot of the fucking pro-Israel people have just like genuinely been such a nuisance that even they're like, enough is enough, you know? Like, what the fuck? Megyn Kelly? Megyn Kelly was on primetime, okay? Megyn Kelly used to be a primetime anchor. Can you imagine? It's like Anderson Cooper fucking coming out and being like, yeah, fuck Israel, actually. Like, yeah, I don't really fuck with Israel anymore. It's crazy. Like, think about that. Can you imagine a world where Anderson Cooper comes out and is like, guys, I'm done. I'm done with this Israel shit. It's too much. That's what it reads like to me, because this is fucking Megyn Kelly. I know she's like independent now, but Asmongold is seeing the tide shifting. What is this? Sees the tide shifting on Israel, and suddenly he's acting like he's against censoring Americans at the behest of Israel. This clown was in full support when the Trump admin violated the First Amendment in order to punish people for protesting against Israel.
You don't want free speech? You want speech you tolerate? Nope, that's not true. The fact is, I understand that you're going to try to like use these arguments, etc. Oh, this is free speech, etc. This is a very specific thing, and this is specifically outlined in the conditions. Excuse me. In the conditions of
people like Eric would rather tone police guys goofing around than hold the true number one cause of anti-Semitism accountable, Israel. Anti-Semitism is a real issue, and you make a mockery of it when you cry wolf at a joke.
You don't want free speech? This is a very specific thing, and this is...
How many fucking videos does this cocksucker make about me getting deported potentially or getting arrested because I'm the number one anti-Semite? How many videos did he make about Mahmoud Khalil and how it's totally justifiable to fucking deport him? The fuck is this? Wow. Wow. Going from fucking Mahmoud Khalil, absolutely, yeah, has to be deported, yeah, based, to, you know, the number one cause of anti-Semitism is Israel. Why is nobody tackling Israel? The rats are jumping ship, it seems. Yeah, he covered the college protests. He said it was based. He's getting called out on my timeline so much lately for being a fucking hypocrite. Yeah, no, for sure. For sure.
Specifically outlined in the...
This is why I fucking told you, motherfuckers, like, if woke made a comeback, he would quietly try to deviate his perspective to the best of his ability. He would tamper on he would absolutely dial it back to like 2020 Asmongold, okay? Even if he had like racist positions or whatever, he would not fucking say it. He would not say it out loud. What is this? Please drag the correct image to complete. What the fuck? what am I? What the fuck is this? That's crazy. That was difficult for me. We got Game Info 2025. 120 plus videos with the word deport detected.
Deport these people? People that never have to live with the consequences of not deporting them? That's the answer. It's a luxury position.
Immigration and mass deportation.
I mean, these are mostly just like deporting regular migrants, but the ones where he's advocating to deport migrants is when he's talking about Mahmoud Khalil. He said the Sabra Hummus segment is anti-Semitic, but it's clearly anti-Semitic. Merchant memes are just jokes. Yeah. None of it is fucking consistent. None of it is fucking consistent. He just moves away with the wind because he's grifting to fucking 10 IQ dipshits. Yeah. How many videos did he do on the Sabra Hummus is anti-Semitic? Now he's over here talking about how Puka doing the anti-Semitic greedy merchant meme is actually just like silliness. If you search the word terrorist, half of it is your face as the thumbnails. Okay, I thought you were exaggerating. It's not an exaggeration. I'm risking another ban. What is this? Content NUKE Hasan Piker. He can't stop talking about me. I searched the term terrorist on Asmongold TV channel, and it's mostly just videos about me. That's crazy. Hasan got banned. I warned you. Openly promoting terrorist propaganda. Wow. Kind of feels a little inconsistent, no? I'm not even sure how the Puka celebration is anti-Semitic. What the fuck does that hand thing even mean? It's a common meme on the internet that Aiden Ross loves doing about himself because his audience is full of fucking Nazis, even though he's Jewish himself. Where it's the anti-Semitic merchant meme. It's like a Jewish anti-Semitic Jewish stereotype. It's like a Groyper thing. It's honestly crazy to see how many of these political commentators from Roach Lord to Tucker Carlson all changing their positions in some way or another while you've been consistently saying the same shit for years. Oh, yeah.
Ah, shit, again? Oh, no. Breaking: Columbia protesters are once again occupying the Butler Library while chanting from the river to... Jesus Christ. Can we just please send in the National Guard and arrest these people? Like, what are we doing? What are they doing? Every single person that did this?
Dude, this is so funny. There is literally... I think you could put out 3 uninterrupted whole hours of Asmongold demanding that people who protest against Israel be fucking kicked out of the country, deported, aggressively be the recipients of violence from the state, directly at odds with the First Amendment, by the way. It only took them 2.5 fucking years to arrive at this position, it seems.
I think they should figure out if they were a student. And if they were a student, I think they should get expelled. And if they weren't a student, I think they should get charged for trespassing. That's what you do it. And yeah, exactly. And if they weren't a citizen, I think they should get deported. Ah, shit, again? Oh, no.
Asmongold,
Even the military can save a place like Deep Blue Portland, as over in Chicago.
They absolutely can. The way that you do it is you take all of these people, you arrest all of them.
Asmongold on October 3rd of 2025 was saying he thinks people protesting ICE raids should be arrested and thrown into prison and undergo compelled slave
You charge
labor.
them with felonies. You change the federal law so people with felonies can't vote in elections, and then you effectively disenfranchise them out of the voting system. That way, nobody has to deal with them anymore. And if they have a problem with that and they cause issues, then you put them in prison and you force them to work. There you go. Problem solved. Felons already can't vote. They can in some cases, they can't in others. It's complex. I have friends that have they've personally experienced this. That's what I would do.
Brendan Gutenschwager shows us they had the same issue with activists surrounding ICE vehicles.
I love how these people are saying, get a real job. Meanwhile, they're in broad daylight, probably on the weekday, going out there, like, get a real job. What about you? Why are you here?
Dog, what about you? What the fuck? You never leave your house. Maybe that's why he's mad, because these are guys who are outside. And that's the #1 enemy of Asmongold, being outside. Yeah. Looking at a protest happening on a Saturday. Why are these guys not at work? I don't know. That's a day people work at, right? I think.
Like
I don't know. I don't go outside.
They don't even have a fake job.
He called your chat the #1 anti-Semitic source in this platform and blamed you for the shooting in Australia. Chat must have the clip. No. No, this is a man who is consistent. There's no way. So in the same week where he was salivating at the prospect of doing a collaborative stream with Nick Fuentes, as his chat was spamming base when Nick Fuentes was like Adolf Hitler was awesome, he turned around and said, I was the #1 source. My community was the #1 source of anti-Semitism on the platform. No, that seems so far-fetched.
Just put spikes on the vehicles. As much as I would want them to run over the protesters, I think that would cause issues. And also, if you run over the protesters, I don't really care if they do it or not, but I don't think it's necessary. Like, if a citizen gets their car surrounded, I think they have the right to drive through the protesters. I do, because it's endangering their life, and every person has a right to self-defense and self-preservation. That being said, if, let's say, you run over their leg, well, then we're going to have to fix their leg, and it costs a lot of money. And then you can't make them work into prison because their leg could be broken or their arm could be broken. So it causes you to lose money in the long term. So I'm not a fan of that.
And
so,
recently,
only because I would want to utilize their bodies for compelled slave labor.
I like that he's just like fantasizing and LARPing like he would be this like fascist dictator, but he can't even go outside. You know? I don't even think I can't take him seriously when he says stuff like that. I'll be honest. I think it's more funny to just like show how unprincipled and inconsistent he is in everything that he says and does. And he's just basically grifting to whatever his chat is responding to. You know, one day his chat's like anti-Israel, he's anti-Israel. The next day his chat is like, Hasan is anti-Semitic. He's like, oh, Hasan is so anti-Semitic. The next day they're like, Nick Fuentes is based because he's anti-Semitic. He's like, yeah, he's so based. I just don't, I can't take him seriously when he's like, yeah, we're going to prosecute and compel people into doing labor, but you shouldn't hurt the cattle in the process. You know? If you disagree with him, go to China and protest them. I'll wait. What? Go to China? I live in America, you fucking idiot. And he unironically wants to turn America into what you think China is. That's the argument here. Okay? The argument that I'm presenting is that you should be able to protest. Also, I did go to China. It was awesome. He's talking about non-citizens protesting in the U.S. Yeah, except unlike China, non-citizens actually have a right to be able to protest on U.S. soil, you fucking moron. What are you talking about? That's the reason why Mahmoud Khalil is not in prison right now. That's the reason why he was not deported, as a matter of fact. That's the reason why multiple judges that oversaw this case has said consistently that he had a right to fucking organize protests as a green card holder. Not even just like a random tourist or whatever, but a straightforward green card holder. Because whether you like it or not, the Constitution is very clear. Everyone on U.S. soil, citizen, non-citizen alike, have a right to freedom of assembly and free speech, and that includes protests, okay? And that includes protests that you don't like, protests that make you feel bad, protests that hurt your fifis, okay? I take pride in being firmly entrenched among the normies, but I've yet to encounter an IRL Asmongold fan. Is just that because they don't have leave their house, or what is that? I think they probably won't. And you were right about Mahmoud and Kilmar. Roach was wrong. Your legal assessment was correct. His wasn't. I remember this because he had a "we'll see who was right" attitude. Yeah, did he ever actually do a follow-up to say Hasan was right? I was wrong. I was a dumb bitch who doesn't know anything, who was just simply chirping into the fucking wind, because that is the truth. That's why look, being entertained by whatever kind of fucking racist garbage he's presenting is one thing. But if you truly think that, he knows what the fuck he's talking about, well, you're going to find yourself wrong quite a bit. Here's the clip that he called. Asman reacts to Sneeko calling out Hasan for hating Jews. He then continues to explain what a grifter is. Here's the easiest way to tell if someone is a grifter. How often do they go against their own side? If they never go against their own side, they're grifting. Wait, what?
Nazis. What the fuck?
They never go against their own side? How many videos has Asmongold crafted around me yelling at my chat? I never go against my own side? I think that's a very stupid metric for whether someone is a grifter or not. But even by that own silly ass metric that he fucking presents, I shit on leftist principles and the way that leftists operate and the way that leftists fucking present themselves, carry themselves on the internet and all around with regular frequency. A lot more than Asmongold shits on Donald Trump, for example. Very, very stupid. Doesn't he fit his own definition of a grifter? Yes. Also, his response tomorrow will be that you frame him dishonestly and lie about him and other people. I know, it's got to get boring after a while, right? And I think that vein is it can't be tapped as hard as he has tapped it over and over again. I guess people want slop, so they'll probably eat that garbage. Anyway, that's all I got for tonight. I'm tired. My neck hurts like a bitch, dude. Oh my God. Holy Toledo. What is this poll? CNN Democrats historic lows. Democrats net approval -55. Jesus Christ. Yeah, my Kirk is fucked up. Anyway, I'll be back tomorrow. There's so much more to cover. Unfortunately, I am too tired to continue for the day. Another 8-hour half day. You already know what it is. It's fucking bullshit. It's why I'm quitting in the like. Love you all.